able to actually get the freeze, hot wax, slow him down.
Yeah, just keep slowing him down. Oh my god. Yeah, the Tide Turner is only for like 20 seconds. You're not gonna be able to. No!
Oh,
actually,
jump pad! Hang on, can they make the exit? He needs to go for the pickup, able to get it, and just like that,
Oh no, oh
he
no.
still get.
Shinami's gonna rotate back to the 4-star. Using up the last jetpack. How much of the time can he buy though?
A little overextension, unfortunately, the double surprise.
Run in.
Yeah, just try to avoid as much as he can. Gets a clean rescue, but has to avoid the black mark, unable to do so. Look.
Because one single stun, and you need 3 marks to down a survivor again. But rescue's gonna happen. Shinami, see you later.
Yeah, and the warp is gonna
A black mark is gonna bring Kazuneko down, but Kazuneko not gonna go down without
to get themselves out of this situation. Barrel Lady gets the rescue, but last of the football to work with just to get behind these help. Yeah, this is actually great strategy. Stand still, and he buy enough time, but oh, we try to move on away here. Mind games did work. At least you have borrowed time onto the Barrel Lady. You have to pop it right away, but no, we get the pick.
Pointed to the direction of where Hametu is, but where exactly? Oh, but Golisu's not going down yet.
Yeah, that's what's so hard. At least if he was able to fall right here, it could have made his way. Called it 4K on the side of Team.
"荣光未散，西城已起，圣城大门轰然敞开。6大赛区千锤百炼的20只铁血之师，携满身锋芒与一圣信念，奔赴而来，齐聚圣坛之巅。
紧系好安全带。
孤的好，你们已经见识过了，孤得败。 牛肉去吃起麻辣烫。
我喜欢吃小胖，一起加油！微博，单车变摩托。勝ちまっちょ。
快醒醒，要比赛了！
是呢，今天马上要进行的2场 BO5啊，会决出4强的剩下2个名额。那第1场比赛的2支战队，现场的观众朋友们应该看到了，其实已经来到了内场，他们是可以听到大家的呼声的。那我们来给2支战队加油，好不好？首先，现场有没有支持 GR 战队的粉丝朋友们？让我听到你们的声音好吗？谢谢。那有没有支持我们 Reject 战队的朋友们？在哪里？谢谢。那我相信我们的战队已经听到了大家的呼唤和加油了。那让我们一起期待他们的精彩表现吧，稍后见。
小组第1的话，还是非常开心的。尽管方面年景，这不用多说。
这个时候击球点如果抓到了，救不下来了，抓到了，完了，这下没有防，救不到了。
因为我们队伍这次成员也新加入了新人嘛，但新人其实赛场表现也适应的比较快，这点还是挺满意的。
没太有机会电断这个。
前锋直接撞了一下，这个前锋去反一个 CD 再撞，还能打吗？我的天！
グループ1位を取れなかったのは悔しいけど、私たちは頂点返り咲く自信があります。
再炸一下，没有炸到没关系。
现在的话，走位也遇到大空地，被动被打掉，
稍微丢失了些，但没关系。
有遥控，直接收倒。
いつも考えていることは優勝することだけです。
关于淘汰赛的话，我觉得还是戒骄戒躁的继续往前走吧。
封住了，直接拿到哦，哇，直接蒙了出来。
位置身位太近了。
对，因为白鹿盯着你的位置啊，他过来哦，再次换一波节奏 ，Green 后撤秘鲁以后，龙骨弓没有接上。
毕竟也要更加努力，就是希望能拿到更好的成绩。
碎石这一下再开个门，打断了一下门，因为 Malcolm Ready 这边是只有一个碎石，被人夺掉。
这个窗户能翻吗？
能翻，恭喜
MRC の強さは十分に分かっています。ですが、ここまで来たからには絶対に優勝させていただきます。
好像
直接扛到门里吧！我被打到了，直接完成一个4跑局啊！
こんにちは、大好き。
AK、この2年間あなたのことだけを思っていました。次は俺が勝つ。次は俺が勝つ。
欢迎来到上海东方体育中心，这里是全球总决赛淘汰赛的比赛现场。首先有请中国大陆赛区 GR 战队登场。欢迎莫流星、赤红、阿策、年景、卡梦、磁铁、林次。接下来，让我们有请日本赛区 Reject 战队登场。欢迎 City、Yuki、阿鲁夫、阿卡、Sofa、布库。精彩比赛一触即发，让我们一同见证两支队伍的精彩表现。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day number 3 of the playoffs here at Call of the Abyss:Nine. You got Nello Mello, you got Potch Spice here on the mic and at your service. Nell, we have RC, we have GR. How you feeling about this match?
First of all, RC and AXIZ, they are the remaining Japanese division teams because yesterday, unfortunately for them, Zeta and of course FL has been eliminated. So I don't know. I feel like RC today, they gotta fight harder than they've ever fought before because they are the last remaining hope of the Japanese division. So I feel like we're gonna have a really exciting match today between these two powerhouses right here.
Yeah, I'm excited too. Hopefully RC stays strong as well as AXIZ. But one thing I do want to point out too, Nell, is that all of the first seed teams have been eliminated. TE advanced. FPXEQ advanced as well. They didn't get first seed in their group stage. Second and third place. They sent out Weibo. They sent out Zeta Division. And now, I don't know, maybe that is the buff that Axis Wave and RC needs in this matchup. So let's see. I don't know. I'm kind of excited to see how this is going to pan out. But I'm also excited to see everyone here in chat. What's going on? I see Karma. I see Bubbly. I see Caro. I see Horton Hines. I see Ollie Olliewhack. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Hello, everyone. QS fans also in the chat. Hopefully we see some QS. Any shout outs you want to give out, Neil?
Yeah, I see Loboto as well, always being here. And of course, Sasa Vala, if Lacrimosa's here. Hello as well, Nano. Love that TV show, by the way, Nano. Oh, nice. But Horton, as usual. Everyone in the chat, hopefully you'll be here throughout the entire day, because today, BO5s, and this is going to be high stake matches throughout the day. So make sure you don't miss it.
Yeah, hopefully you guys can stick around and also hydrate. I know yesterday when I was commentating with Kuro, I kind of lost a bit of my voice. I kind of choked a little bit. So thank you for passing around the water. And we also got to tell you guys about the prize pool we have in front of our screen. Again, the prize pool is 8 million Chinese yen. Champion will be getting 3 million. Second place, 1 million, so on and so forth. But the bragging rights to be called Call of the Abyss 9 champion remains the top prize.
As you can see, TE and FPXZQ, the two Chinese mainland division teams, have already made it to the semifinals. Top 4, as a matter of fact, for COA number 9. GR versus RC, MRC versus AXIZ. These 4 teams are trying to vie for that last 2 remaining spots, all the way into semifinals.
And also, we at the Call of the Abyss 9 support event, so it is still ongoing. So during the Call of the Abyss 9 Grand Finals, cheer your favorite team and players, post your own fan-made illustration, written works, or videos on social media platforms using the hashtag IDVCOAIX or IDVCOAIX support, and they will be considered as a successful entry. Officials will randomly select 15 players to receive net ease pay. I'm not going to do the math, but that's still a lot of gifts that you got to give away. So use those hashtags because we got today's matches here now.
Yeah, GR versus RC. That's what Poch and I will be commentating soon, and MRC and AXIZ will be done in the second half for today. So GR versus RC, guys, I mean, come on. Make some noise in the chat. Please let us know who are you supporting, because both these teams are so strong. I mean, if it was you or me, if it was us, we wouldn't know who to support as well. We wouldn't know who would emerge victorious. So guys, please let us know what you think, which teams you support in the chat as we go on.
Yeah.
But personally, I mean, Poch, what do you think? Do you have a certain pick?
So both of them stylistically are my favorite teams. I do have a bit of a soft spot for GR. Lakeside Village is going to be where GR is going to settle this, but I do like the survivor style of RC. But you pointed it out yesterday, Nell. It just seems like this over support style. The timing is really off when they're able to pull it off in Zeta Division. I'd say RC is more like team fight based compared to Zeta. So I'm excited to see how they're going to tone it down, because a lot of these Chinese mainland division teams, they go for safe plays, not the flashiest plays. They just go for 3-point shots instead of going full hard press on the paint. They steal bases instead of going for home runs, which is the more safe style. So for me, I'd edge it a little bit towards GR. Do you agree? Do you disagree? Tell me your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with the analogy, right? You know, just stealing bases instead of going for the fancy home run, it definitely helps you win games. Another analogy that I thought about at the back of my head is also like when you're in a boxing match, you know, you try to, you go wild, right? You give flurries of jabs and stuff, and basically you're just turtling out, your opponent turtles out and wait for you to gas out. And that's when they emerge victorious with the comeback, right? So I feel like this is just a matter of the Japanese division teams are more aggressive, and the Chinese mainland division team, they just wait for you to duke out everything, survive the blow, and then they come back.
Yeah, that's something that I guess, you have to have a lot left reserved in the tank. So here are the stats comparison. Red Church versus Sacred Heart Hospital. Those are the preferred maps. Hunter game average scores. It seems like GN has the stronger. Again, this is like a tail of the tape, right? But Survivors edge it a little bit onto RC. Meanwhile, still kind of an even matchup, but Yeah, they want to be able to secure some JP teams on this side of the bracket because TE versus FPXEQ is going to be a semifinals match. That's going to happen tomorrow, but as of today, we got GR in front of our screen. We got GR-AK. That's going to start things out here with stats. There you go. No.
4th in average containment time. You can count on this guy to be kiting because that's 82 seconds across the board on average. Of course, one thing you really got to highlight when you look at AK, right, is his first round perfumer pick, right? Yeah, so you definitely got to watch out. And it's especially good when you're going up against a Goatman or even a QS, right? So it's definitely good to negate those single hit hunters.
Yeah, AK having, I'd say, an FMVP performance protecting this guy over here, our AC, who did play the prisoner back in Arms Factory. So they definitely like, AK is the IGL. He's able to actually hold their own when it comes to other survivors. AC being, yeah, you saw the Meteorologist, saw Puppeteer, has the Toy Merchant, brought out Composer, AC kind of the decoder of the team.
Yeah. And you definitely need another decoder as well because CTA right there also has a decoder. Lucas, especially you will see it especially in the later rounds, but obviously Enchantress being the first pick as well, which is why that's why he's probably ranked at 6 at average decoding progress at 186% right there. So count on him to harass, count on him to decode. He can play both.
Yeah, I'm excited because they do like preferring the decoders, right? They have Prisoner, they also use Mechanic sometimes. They like going for those type of strategies. So they're kind of the most like support based when it comes to Chinese mainland meta. But here, Zero, the last one to hold the pillar of GR survivors, the main rescuer of the team, has a mercenary, has a first officer. He's also got an escapologist. He's got a lot of these stable rescuers for them to be able to just rely on the first rescue to happen.
Yeah, this is where we're about to find out if the power balance is, so to speak, balance, right? Because right now you're going up against Aka first round. If GR survivors can come on top, right, can come on top in this first half, that would definitely give a huge opening to the team because you can bet on Jin to score even further on in the second half, right? So right here, the objective is you shut down Aka and GR is going to come ahead in this round 1. But if Aka comes on top right here, then I guess we'll have ourselves a full BO5 game because it's going to be a back and back so far.
Yeah. One thing I do want to note also is that, yes, you have to survive the onslaught of Aka, but Nell, we have to also talk about, I think you've covered the matches where Alf comes in with a bonbon that doesn't necessarily, that just defends, right? It's not necessarily the most, like, if they need like a 4K, Alf just comes in to kind of defend, and it's the survivors that need to kind of carry. So I wonder how they're going to try to adjust because you said it best, it is a best of 5. So hopefully they have the wherewithal and the stamina to keep up with GR because also on Jin's side, we've only seen him play meta. I'm excited to see how he's going to fare in game number 4 and game number 5.
I think GR might have more potential to win if they can go for a quick sweep, like a 3-0 or 3-1. Because why? They only have one hunter, technically Jin, to cover the entire matches, right? But for RC, the longer the game goes, they have Aka, they have Alf, like what you pointed out. So I feel like if you go the whole BO5, you're gonna have even more hunter pools and characters available to play. Whereas for GR, I think they just want to go for that swift victory, which is why it matters so much that they bring all the meta characters out here. Doesn't matter if they lose access to it in the later rounds because they are confident. They want to take round 1, set the momentum, and that's why they have Puppeteer, First Officer, and Enchantress. So the last one...
Did I see Explorer? Like, I saw a bit of Kurt at the start there. And
oh my god.
If they do that, then they're really going to put the pressure onto Aka. Magician is going to get banned out. Not sure if that was a bit of a mistimed, or maybe somebody was just a bit excited that they went ahead of script.
Perfume?
But like you said, it's Perfumer's a good lock-in. They already have the meta. I think they're priming themselves to face Aka's Goatman or Qist here in this first matchup. But yeah, they have brought out this meta before. They were up against Wolves, and it's going to be the Meteorologist for more of the, I guess, the kite ability, since this is Lakeside Village, so you can get a lot of change of elevations with those clouds.
Yeah, I like this pick as well, right? No Perfumer, it's okay. Meteorologist, because rest assured, it's going to probably be banned out in the later rounds anyway. So this is your chance to use it right now. Good thing they did not bring out an Archer. So they have an Archer for the later rounds. And honestly, an Enchantress here would be a little bit better because why? Aka can go for the Goatman, but you don't want to get caught off guard if he decides to go with something else first.
Yeah.
Like Hermit, like a Nightmare, right? So you don't get caught off guard.
I'd like to say also like the Ivy that we always point out. So it's better to bring out the Archer when you have at least a Hunter ban of that Ivy, because he did bring it out, I believe, twice in the group stage, also the Qist. So yeah, I do agree. The possibility of him bringing out either the Goatman or the Qist is very likely. And like you said, I think GR's best possibility here is for them to kind of sweep this and just hold on to that momentum, or kind of shut anything down when it comes to game 4 or 5. And this lineup, I mean, it's quite strong, and they're bringing it out right away. Bring out the big guns right away.
Yep. If they can get a 1-man escape or a 2-man escape against a Goatman right here, I think they would be able to have a pretty comfortable position to leave to Jin in the second half, right? So here, victory conditions, definitely a 3-man escape, 4-man escape would be best, but 1 and 2 should be the realistic point for them. And with this lineup, as long as they don't get Terror Shock, or as long as the first kite is good, right? Like what you see yesterday with all the Chinese mainland teams, right? The survivors. As long as the first kite is good, 2.5 ciphers, 3 ciphers, no ferret rescues, no Terror Shocks, this should be a very strong draw for them, even if it's against a Goatman.
Yeah, and that's a good layup for Jin to kind of pick up the pieces. So Aka's main strategy here is just to deny any draws and kind of go for more. But with this spawn locations, though, it looks pretty strong. Are you going to try to go after that Enchantress first kite, going for the Puppeteer, 2 really hard kiters, or you're going to have 2 small boat onto the Meteorologist? Really tough. And usually Goatman and Lakeside, they kind of want to roam around to build up that resentment. Seems like we want to go for 0 over the, maybe force out the Pocket Watch first.
Yeah, this is really hard, because I think the idea is they probably realize that it's very likely GR only brings 2 Tide Turners, right? So if you get rid of 1 Tide Turner, then that's going to mess up the rhythm of GR. So smart play, sometimes you really got to go for the rescuers first. So it's really up to Zyro if he can kite, because I'm pretty sure Aka's going to go for the rescuer first officer, just right in front of him, right? So
the mix up. Oh man. Okay, yeah, we have to stay in front of the because the camera needs to pan in. Totally fine. So let's see. They seems like they bought 3 Tide Turners now, so they have that backup. So if 0 does fall, at least the Enchantress or the Puppeteer can come in. But Patroller, Trump Card, Detention, Wanted Order, Claustrophobia, and Mischievous on the side of Aka's Goatman. Folks, we're going to get into our first game of the day in Lakeside Village. That's Mellow Mellow. I'm Poch Spice. We're going to bring you the commentary action.
All right, Aka bringing the Patroller for a specific reason, and that is to counter the first officer, right? But let's see, Aka is still patrolling around, just saying, you know what, I might not want to go for Zyro, I might just be patrolling around, but we all know what he wants, especially with the Patroller, right? He definitely wants the first officer right here. So the first cage gonna be used, the watch is gonna be deployed. Aka just trying to wait a little bit more before he unleashes the Patroller, and it's going to be available to use right now, but it's not the best position to unleash the Patroller. You know what I mean?
Windows, pallets here. It's going to be a little tough, but you're still building up that resentment. So nice cage, able to actually land the hit. That's really good. And the watch is off cooldown. Patroller is ready for him to actually down Zyro here.
He might not even need the Patroller. Oh no, he's going to use the Patroller anyway. Goodbye. That's the Patroller bite, and it's going to be super hard for you to even... Oh my goodness. Aka's plan with the Patroller paid off, because Zyro's going to go down, and none of the ciphers have been completed just yet.
I think it's all right. The fact that Zyro still has a first officer pocket watch to work with. Meteorologist does have wanted order, but that's fine. It's either Puppeteer or Enchantress with the Tide Turner to come in. So good start for Aka. Can't rest on his laurels just yet. Might chase AC out of his Cypher, but that could leave him susceptible. No, seems like it's AC that has to go for the rescue.
AC coming in for the rescue, and he can because he is the meteorologist with a flywheel as well. Okay, successful rescue. He's gonna rely on the push as well, and Zyro still has one more watch to use. And honestly, I feel like this is an opportunity for you to use it because there's no patroller available. Aka!
Whoa!
Oh my god! Almost catching him off guard right there. Zyro just trying to buy as much time as possible here, and he will.
And Nell, this is like a Tide Turner rescue, technically. The time that he is buying, they pop 2 Cyphers. Now you get City to be able to kind of rotate to go for this rescue. Pocket watch is over, but we're still hanging around these pallets.
Oh my god, this is the second time he gets hit while he puts down the pallet. So Zyro getting caught off guard for the second time, but it's okay, right? Like what you said. The pocket watch is basically like a Tide Turner duration if usage, right? So here, 3 Cyphers have been completed and no more items left, right? They still have 2 more Tide Turners to work with, but AK already coming in position.
Yeah, a little unfortunate that it was City to get sought out for that wanted orders. At least AK is here on the Puppeteer, can use the Little Lewis to close the distance, but now we got to wait for the cage placements to be placed. Nice usage of the puppet, able to get the rescue. So now this is the Tide Turner rescue for him to actually carry Zyro possibly towards the shore area just to buy time, but they have to reside themselves on having this first officer eliminated.
Yeah, 2 Tide Turners is better than 1, and 3 is definitely better than 2. We've seen this happen yesterday as well. So right now the plan, just buy enough time, and thanks to the last effort, he's gonna die in the most troublesome area, right? You know, the sea just slows you down a little bit, but it's fine. Aka is gonna take a little bit of time, but he's gonna share it anyway. It's gonna be a 3v1 at the very end of the game, but they only have 1 Cypher remaining. Remember, from the beginning, where is that? A 1-man escape or a 2-man escape is definitely very acceptable against RC. Goatman right here, right? So they just got to make sure that the second kite is strong enough so that they can finish the remaining Cyphers.
AK doing a great job just hiding out of a line of sight and just making sure that he's feeding that tinnitus. Puppeteer is all good to get this chase. He also has borrowed time, but gets the hit, but able to actually go into Little Lewis form. So now AC will be trying to pop that Cypher, but Aka realizes it's shaking, so he's going to change targets to try and go for the meteorologist, unable to actually catch him though.
Beautiful play as well. Like you saw what he was trying to do, a double cage back into a double cage just to try and catch him off guard, right? So beautifully done, but that's gonna waste quite a bit of cage right there, but it's okay. Still pretty healthy resentments available here. AC just needs to be really careful right here. He's the meteorologist, so he can definitely push him back one more time if he can.
Whoa.
But the flywheel to buy more time.
Nice.
Tightened out the duration.
Beautiful stuff. Able to actually get a non-cage hit, so it's still all good. Meteorologist can heal herself up if she wants to, but Puppeteer, though, is going to gain the attention of Aka trying to push that Cypher. Luckily for AK, does have that borrowed time's gonna go into the Little Lewis, just to absorb that hit. So excellent stuff on AK's side. They're trying to split push these Cyphers, so resentment management needs to be on top shape here for Aka.
For sure. He needs to get AK down right here. We can see CDA coming in as well. There's an Enchantress, right? So he can definitely stop, right? If he Okay.
Okay,
right.
eats the hit.
Okay, pop.
Totally fine. Yeah, they go for the pop. Enchantress does have a double stack. We're forcing the end game. No one's at the exit gate just yet, but it seems like Aka AK's gaining the attention away from that exit gate.
Yeah. And it's gonna double back into a cage. Oh no, missing that opportunity to down. Okay, that's gonna cost him. That's gonna cost him, and it almost looks like it's gonna be a draw here. Unless if Aka says, yeah, I don't really care about the Puppeteer and I'm just gonna go for the teleport, but it's too late to do that right now. He can only settle with a draw right here. AK is still buying so much time. Finally going down, but watch, both gates have already opened.
Yeah, I think GR, knowing what they have in store, like, let's just go for the tie. We don't need to overextend here. We have Jin. It's our map selection. Totally fine. But you have to admit, RC Aka tried a really good strategy, go after the first officer, but unfortunately, Zero having the wherewithal to save up that pocket watch for that first rebound kite, and they still had a tide turner to work with. So it's great that GR was able to have backup plan after backup plan if it didn't work out quite well, because they were kind of hoping, I think, for that Enchantress or the Meteorologist to take first kite, because they kind of had that build for it.
But you kind of have to be concerned if you're on the side of RC, right? Because remember yesterday, Pipicha got a tie, right? Hasha continuously getting a tie, but the survivors did not withstood the attacks of the Chinese mainland division hunters, right? So here, Aka gets a draw, and GR seems like they're happy, more than happy to take a draw here against the Goatman. And you kind of have to worry because the trend right now is get a draw, but it's not going to be enough because the hunters are going to come in, and it's Jin coming up next. So,
yeah,
I mean,
quite terrifying, really, if you think about it, because, and we were saying that this is GR's like path to victory, right? They just keep tying it out. Jin is so strong in the early rounds. We just have to see what the power levels of RC survivors are. But looking at the match stats here, incredible kites on AK and Zero past the 60-second mark. You didn't see much of City. Just City, all he had to do was pop the ciphers, eat that one hit, and just make sure that the end game is followed. So it was City and AC to get the escape here. But overall, tie game for the side of GR survivors. And I would say pretty strong performance, because getting a tie or a one-man escape up against Aka's Goatman is good enough.
Nothing too fancy, right? From what we saw just now, nothing too fancy, no funny business. Everything was just very solid, stable. And even though you saw Zyro going down fairly fast, in 1 minute he already went down, right? But unfortunately, because of this triple tide turner and the decision to leave it for the very end, I mean, it was just gearing up towards a draw. It was a very strong draw. It all falls into the calculation of GR. They're happy with it, but for Aka, it's maybe not so much. I think he was definitely expecting more than that, especially with such a good start.
Yeah, I think, like you said, they were able to just play conservatively. And if you think about like the triple tide turners as well, the wanted orders was kept going back and forth, but they couldn't find the one that was going for the rescue because they had those backup plans. Sure, you're able to get the Meteorologist who's close by, but first officer had the other pocket watch. Again, nothing too fancy, because you'd see a lot of players kind of get overzealous and use the second pocket watch right away, but in that short area, you can't really kite anywhere. So good job, the very disciplined play on Zero's side to save that pocket watch. And yeah, like you said, nothing too fancy, no funny business here. We want to get a tie, and that's what we got. That's what we were able to do.
Yeah, it's funny because before we entered COA global stage, and now in the playoffs, right? Talked to a few of the pro players from the Southeast Asia scene, right? Gonna start with that later on a little bit, but right now we are gonna be looking at Unpi from RC. That's the harasser for Team Rejects right here. So reject everything but their limits, right? Including the limits, actually.
Yeah. Reject everything but victory. Yeah, reject your limits.
Yeah, reject your limits, exactly. And hopefully, Unpi will have the Archer and Antiquarian available to do just that.
He's also used up Enchantress a lot, so that's maybe something that he'd want to go to. I'm excited to see how they're going to adjust their playstyles, because that's how you got to face Jin. You can't overextend. You can't be too zealous when it comes to those stuns, and you kind of just want to go for those ties. And maybe the long game is the way to go. Now we're going to move things over to Fuku. Has the Meteorologist, has the Fire Investigator, as you see on screen. Use the Aeroplanist, also has a Puppeteer and a Lanternist that he did use in the group stage. So hopefully we get to see that in this matchup. He did bring out the Seer also up against B4U to qualify here in Day 3 playoffs.
Yeah, it's a rare sight of Eli, right? Because he's always going to be banned in the jail, right? But bringing up, if we get to see Florian, we might conjure up Mystical as well in the comments, right? Because we haven't seen Florian at all yesterday, at least not during my matchup, right? But up next, that's going to be Soba. Look at it, really a character right here, right? Just being really confident and comfortable. Plays the Magician and Lucky Guy as well, and both are really good choices, right? Magician with the invisibility thanks to the one against the Goatman. That's good. Lucky Guy, we've seen yesterday drop from TE as well. The Lucky Guy, insane kiting against QS yesterday. So I think hopefully we'll get to see Soba make a difference in this game against Jin.
Yeah, Soba also brought out Explorer and Toy Merchant in the group stage. Last but not least, we have our own City here. He is the main rescuer of the team. Came third in overall escape rate, average deductions at second place, average rescues at second place. So I'm excited to see some clutch rescues coming out of City.
Yeah, hopefully so. Because right now it's City versus City.
Right.
Both cities, right, from different divisions. But just to bring back the point just now, talk to some of the pro players from the local scene, saying that, you know what, Rejects, China team, they like to play over support. And Japanese division team, they sort of play everything. But right now, it seems like the Chinese division teams are really playing everything. They're just playing defense right now and hoping for the Hunters to go on the offensive.
Yeah.
As this is Jin.
Jin, looking at these stats, quite impressive. Fourth when it comes to 4-man eliminations, fifth in average deduction points, tied in fifth for both average knockdowns being at 7 and also eliminations being at 3, which is the win condition for him to be able to claim victory in round 1. And yeah, I think that might be the overall strategy at the start of this best of 5, because the Hunters are just too good that you want to be able to just go on the defense and not have your plan fall apart. So let's see if RC is going to take a page out of GR's book and play a little conservative, maybe not go for the extreme strategies. We did see Zeta kind of bank it all in, I believe that was a second round matchup that they wanted to go for team fights, but you kind of want to save that for like once there's a lot more bans on the Hunter side.
Yeah, I think they should really go for a stable composition which allows them to get the minimum draw. Right, because if they get a draw here, well, nothing's going to change much here in game number 1. So if they want to go aggressive,
yeah, would you want to see an Explorer or a Decoder, or no? Just keep it safe.
It really depends. If they know that Jin is confident enough, looking at the bans, and if they see the pick and bans and see that Jin is really trying to bring out the purest, then maybe yes, you can see the Explorer. But if the picks and drafts, the draft picks says otherwise, no sense in bringing the Explorer here, because the last time we saw an Explorer in this big map,
white costume Explorer, they was
bling.
Spotted out right away.
Yeah,
so
it became a liability straight away, right?
Yeah, this is what's hard also, is that you only have 4 picks, and Jin plays a lot of these meta Hunters, so you kind of have to gamble with how you're gonna draft this selection, if to prepare either for the Goatman or that QS, since he does play those both. So I'm excited to see how they're going to draft it. I like the first officer pickup at the start, and now Archer to start it out. So they want to go for team fights here now.
Yeah, I mean, same thing, right? GR Survivors pick Enchantress, and RC decides to go with Archer. So it's one or the other. Both are equally good against the Goatman, right? But except here, with an Archer, Jin can definitely bring out the Ivy if he wants to. Right,
and he has used the Ivy to full effect in the group stage and performed very well. So Puppeteer out of the way. That's actually a really good ban on Jin's side. Now you bring out Magician for the kiting.
Yeah, it's really just a choice of, you know what, chicken or duck, you know what I mean? Because you ban Puppeteer, we get the Magician. You ban the Magician, we get the Puppeteer. You ban this, we get the other alternative. And it's good because they have so many alternatives in game number 1. Heck, they can even bring out the Lanternist if they want to right here, or the Aeroplanist here as well. But right now, I mean, it really boils down to how they want to play this. Do they want to just rely on the Archer being the single harasser?
Okay. So
right here.
utility could be the harasser. Yesterday, I forgot which lucky guy that was, but I think it was an FBXEQ side. He was able to stop the abnormal with a gun, with a flare gun. So it depends on what item we draw first, who are we going to chase after first. But yeah, it's really up to Jin. Jin usually goes Goatman in a map like this, but you kind of play into the advantage of the team here with you have 2 invisible characters, 1 stunner, and 1 potential stunner and lucky guy. So yeah, I'm not sure how Jin's going to draft his Hunter here.
It should be an Ivy, right? It should be an Ivy here because look, lucky guy, what are you gonna do?
It's super. He's like, no, not Hullabaloo. No, don't pick Hullabaloo.
I mean, none of them can really run away from Ivy, right? To gain distance away from Ivy. So Ivy would be a very apparent choice here. Unless if, of course, like what you said, go with the Goatman. I mean, that makes total sense as well. Because you know what? We've seen him get 3K, 4K with the Goatman in this map as well. So he can definitely go for that if he wants to. But honestly, I feel Ivy should be a better choice here.
Yeah. I agree. And you're kind of playing into how they drafted it, which is the Goatman. So he does want to play this out. So this could be a big opportunity for RC to tie things out in the first round because all of them are kind of tough chases. I don't know if they're going to bring triple Tide Turner or we're going to see he's going to chase after the first officer at the start. Not really sure, but yeah, I think this is a very even matchup here that RC can solidly tie it if they don't overextend and oversupport.
Yeah. Pretty sure he's going to go with a different strategy. Probably Goatman first, just to catch up. And probably not going to chase the first officer first. Because if that is the case, because remember, if you bring triple Tide Turners, there are a few characters that has to sacrifice their borrowed time. So they're going to watch out for that as well. So it pays off in certain ways. But here, they're going to spawn in this formation. He's like, yeah, you know what? You're welcome to be in the middle.
I guess they want close team fights, but that's kind of what Goatman kind of wants. Like everyone kind of bunched together. I know he doesn't have many abnormals, but if everyone's in the same area, he can keep track of where things are at. And yeah, chase Magician away from the small boat.
Yeah. I don't know if I like this formation at all. It's like trying to say, you know what, just spawn in the middle. The small boat is off limits, but that's not the way it's gonna work here. Right?
Like, sure, usually he wants a survivor spawn where he's at right now to block any potential of him like pushing people out of small boats. So yeah, it seems like Magician maybe first chase in this one.
Yeah, this is really bad. I feel like you're gonna be chased into an open area because small boat is so strong as well. But with the Goatman, I can see why he wants to choose the Goatman. With the cages, he can definitely catch up to the survivors as well. So I guess we'll have to see if this pays off.
Yeah, so Blink, Trump Card, Detention, Wanted Order, and Berserk on the side of Jin. Meanwhile, we have 2 Tide Turners, some audience effect as well, just to speed up the process, and flywheels on Unpi and Soba. So second half, first game, Potch Spice and Mellow Mellow on the mic for RC versus GR.
Let's see if this formation is worth making against Jin, the Goatman right here. You can see Magician already, circling away. Jin's like, oh wait, Magician's supposed to be here. I hear him, but I don't see him. So
this is actually really good. The Magician hiding in plain sight. Want to chase after Unpi to start things out. Unpi does have the flywheel here, so might be the first chase. And yeah, it seems like he will just build up some resentment before he puts up a cage.
Yeah, this is a really strong area against an archer right here, right? But, oh my god! Beautiful!
Wow.
One cage and the second one to block him off and getting that hit. That was really, really well done.
Yeah, Unpi has to be very careful. He's still on cooldown. We get a regular hit just to unlock the first skill here, so it's still all good. Build up that resentment, and if Unpi has his quiver ready, so he can go for a backstep shot here.
That was absolute... Oh, okay. That was very unfortunate. But Jin will have his blink ready, you know what I mean?
Wow. So. As you say it, we go for the blink down. No, nothing fancy also on Jin's side. Very technical, very textbook. And now it's their turn to go for the rescue. And unfortunately, Magician has that wanted order. So it's Fuku. Oh gosh, Fuku's the one that has to come for the rescue. The city's not near the area.
Yeah, this is already a good start for Jin because he got rid of the Magician first. You know what I mean? Magician first. Got rid of the archer first. So that means might be no harass at the late game. Getting Fuku down and no, the rescue's not even gonna happen.
Oh, wow.
This is what we're afraid of. Jin, Goat Jin right here. And they're gonna get someone else to go for the rescue because right now, Fuku is just one hit away from going down.
God. And City's too far to rotate towards. And this is why it's so deadly to go up against a Goatman. If you're unable to catch it, oh my god, City's in the area. He's gonna go for City now.
Oh my god, this is such an amazing play. Jin How are the cages so accurate? Another
wow.
one! Another one!
He just has to wait it out.
Double down.
Yeah.
It's okay. He's
Oh,
gotta go for
shoot.
it.
Yeah,
he's gotta go for it.
Yeah, he's got to go for that rescue. At least there's going to be Tide Turner, but right now, Unti, unfortunately, will eat that hit. Still all good, but this kind of disrupts the Cypher progress here. And a lot of big activity coming from Jin here. Backstep.
Oh my god. No more items. One more arrow left, but Unti is just one hit away. And honestly, he doesn't even need a cage hit.
That's true. Oh, good
nice
flywheel. Okay, just buy a little more time. That's what RC needs to do. Excellent stuff. And this allows the pickup onto these survivors, but we're at 60%. Hey, you know, Unpi doing a great job rebound kiting here.
Good job. Yes, exactly. I mean, which is why it really paid off for City to go for the double down situation, right? Unpi is still keeping the hopes alive. Jin has got to be really careful not to waste too much time right here because look, 2 ciphers have been done, 2 more, a lot of progress as well. But as we said that, Unpi is gonna go down for the final time.
Yeah, and also a note, Nell, we've already used the trump card. We're at the teleport already. Last cipher is only at 2%, so we're just gonna go for a teleport right away, and it's gonna be Soba that's gonna have to take this. Soba, unfortunately, just has one item. It is elbow pad. He's elbow pad right in front of his face.
You gotta react to the hunter, not react before the hunter. You know what I mean?
Oh man.
And he just elbow pad into Jin right there.
Oh man, yeah. And now just able to get a non-cage hit. The injuries are stacking up. He spots out City, and now City forced to use the last pocket watch.
My goodness, you are not gonna have enough resources for the late game at all. Jin, oh my god, a hit, a swing, and a miss. Unfortunately, still trying to buy more time. Soba opening up a chest as we speak at the moment, but right now Jin is just 1 cage away.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Forced out the wow. Oh, but able to actually hit before. Yeah, got him. One more hit, he'll be falling down. So no more pocket watch for City. Lucky Guy is being healed up by the mechanic bot, so that's what he was able to get. Last cipher at 65%. City trying to push for small boat, but he's already in this area. He's gonna get a regular hit, and that's gonna be the down.
Oh my god. And he doesn't have any items for the late game kite as well. Last cipher is going to be pushed to 70%, but here's the thing. Jin is going to have teleport ready for end game. So without an archer to harass at the late game, and with only 1 magician stick, no items on first officer, I'm not really sure how they're going to play this into late game.
Oh man, Soba being chased out. This forces the rescue to happen. Soba though, no flywheel, so he's trying to bait some activity out. Still has to build that resentment. We walk back all the way to City just to see, oh, but Tide Turner's gonna be there, so not sure if Jin's gonna commit towards the Lucky Guy or go back to the rescued chair there.
Yeah, I think he just wants to get rid of City first, you know what I mean? Because once you get rid of City, you're playing 2v1. And if you get a... Wow. Oh my god! Instant hit! Going right down. And you can see, no one dares to touch the last cipher.
Yeah.
Soba's trying, because he's like 1 health, 1 hit away, even without a cage hit.
And it's unfortunate he can't bring the mechanic bot closer towards that cipher. It's already really far, and you have less than a 4th to work with. And Magician doesn't have that borrowed time. At least he can go for another rescue. But like you said, Nell, there's not much you can do. Drop? Oh, we teleport. And now we're able to chase him out.
He was stalking Soba. Oh my god, another preemptive decision to vault before the hunter. Action.
And
this is
look
the
at
second
this.
time.
You camp here on this cipher. Fuku is in the area. First officer might be forced to actually use the self-heal, but then you have Fuku gonna get caged out. We're gonna injure these survivors just to get more downs.
Yeah, this is very unfortunate, but Fuku right here, he still has plenty of cages to use, right? So Jin right now needs to be very careful. CD is already up and running, trying to heal up. Okay.
Oh man, unable to struggle free in time. Fuku's gonna try to force it, but yeah, you have the cage. You built up so much resentment, and I think the first officer at least was able to get a syringe, so that's all good. His heal is already primed. We're gonna see if we can get this rescue going. We have a primed up first officer. He's gonna try to go for this rescue while we still try to hold on to this 93% cipher.
Yeah, Jin needs to be careful. His priority is not Soba now. Oh no, it's okay. The cipher has already been primed. He actually wants to look at... okay, Cypher Pop, and that's going to be a 3-man endgame, but Jin still has access to teleport in 20 seconds. And mind you, all 3 survivors are around the same area. City has no items to kite, needs to be... Oh, yeah. Can't do anything in that situation.
This is going to be really tough. They can't touch the exit. There's a rocket chair right there. So now they need to prolong this end game while detention is there. They cannot go for any rescues. And like you pointed out, now teleport is ready.
Yeah, no one's gonna touch the gate. He needs to make sure they need to make sure that he's committing to one survivor first before they actually decides to touch the gate, right?
Yeah.
But for now, it's safe to assure that Jin has already gotten 2 people out, right? And it should be a 3rd person right here. It might not be a 4K if they play this right.
Yeah. Moral victory, but Soba once again approaching, and now might have to be the sacrificial lamb. Nice. Oh, it's that flywheel here. He needs to provide enough time for this exit gate to open, but unfortunately he falls down. Rocket chair is already being sent back.
Teleport?
He has...
Oh my god, Jin!
You're right. He knows.
He knows. I mean, it's still gonna be a 3-man, right? Unless if Fuku can kite really long. Unless Fuku can kite really long, because Lucky Guy can still stand up and open the front. Oh no!
I don't know, Nell. The gate's not even touched yet. Jin, my goodness, his Goatman was immaculate, but unfortunately it is at the expense of RC survivors. We do see that Soba's up. That means that's my time to chair this magician. We can go after Soba here.
Oh my god. Tinnitus? Oh my god. Okay, he knows. The dungeon's not around here.
Oh, shoot, you're right. This is going to be real tough. Jin staring down the barrel at a 5-point game here now. He knows. Oh, wait. He's actually standing on the dungeon. Oh no, that's sorry. That's the mechanic.
That's the bot.
My bad.
That's the bot.
My bad.
It's okay. But now Soba is actually moving towards where the dungeon is, and Jin realizing, hey, you know what? The Tinnitus ended here, so the route should be from 9 to 11 o'clock area.
Yep.
So, which is why he's going to the 11 o'clock now. Soba, are you gonna find some items that can help you? Oh my god! 4K by the GOAT himself, Jin, right there, Potch. I know I said that it might be a 3K if he can kite long enough, but without any items.
Yeah, it was tough. And the Lucky Guy fell so far from the exit gate that couldn't even make it towards that one. I mean, right idea for Soba to try to go for the dungeon, but yeah, Jin was just really good with how well he was able to play that. Again, I think there was just a lot of overextensions and just a lot of moments where Jin was reacting to what they were doing, like Soba with the elbow pad and also the vault towards him, that he was kind of just reacting to where everyone was going. And I think that's a sign of a good hunter, knowing when to kind of hold back and play defensive and knowing when to push the pace.
It's a lot of mind game when you're up against a GOAT man, right? And here Jin is pretty much just waiting for the survivors to react before he himself responds to it. And unfortunately for Soba, because, you know, I don't know, maybe he's fired up or something, so he's like, he's doing this, okay, I know he might be really fast, right? So I'm gonna be faster. And it turned to bite him in the end, so fortunately did not pay off this time.
I gotta give it up to Unpi. He had a really good rebound kite, but I think where it all started to fall sideways for RC was that failed rescue attempt. Because there was that wanted order, we stopped the magician from coming forward. We get it down onto the magician, and it forced the Cypher progress to kind of slow down. They were able to rebound a little bit towards the end there, but yeah, the Goatman was fully fed. The attrition of items was so apparent on the survivors that they had no items to work with. So that just leads to the Goatman having an easy time for those downs.
It was a calculated strategy by Jin. Not only to chase every chase that he did as a GOAT man, it seems very simple, right? But it's a calculated plan to not only chase and pressure, but also to make them squeeze their resources as well. Because look, he's been squeezing the resources of every single character. Starting off with Archer, great, no more Archer late game. Goes on to the first officer, great, no more pocket watch. Goes on to the Lucky Guy, hey, thank you for the preemptive vault, preemptive elbow pads. And it's a calculated plan to dry them up of their resources and then slowly wring them to dry. So, I mean, it paid off because that was a very aggressive play. And mind you, he instantly teleported. Imagine if no one was there.
Instincts, right? He just knew where they were at all times. And there was I mean, I guess if we're gonna nitpick Jin, there were moments where he didn't have enough cage for him to get the downs, but like macro-wise though, he really had good decision making, he had good resource management, and he was able to, like you said, just attack the resources of the survivors, leading for him to get that 5-point game. So folks, before we get to game number 2, let's check out the highlights.
我很能做到。哦，非常好笑，看一下地窖。他们没有。巡逻一刀，巡逻一刀。哎呀，双11，双11，宙斯可以出大吗？别打木电视啊！8、7。够了。ナイス。船寄んないで。俺がラスト船回す。はい。じゃあラスト船上と小屋にしよう。1折り目。ある。決まって。ナイス。だけ狙うだけ全然いい問題ない。ここにいていいから別に。ね、俺出させてほしいむしろ。あと何割？あと10%もない。オッケー、俺回し行こう。見えてる。うわー。
Welcome back to day number 3 of the Global Finals playoffs. I'm Nello, that's Poch Spice. We'll be your commentators for today. And if you just tuned in, the round 1 win went to
GR.
Team GR. Yes,
Okay,
exactly. Yeah. Goatman, 4-5-0 points. First half, a draw by Aka. So to sum up the situation, 7-2 in round number 1. But honestly, Poch, that was absolutely insane. Like, his Goatman, you kind of wonder, like, hey, Ivy is so good here. Why not? And his Goatman is the answer. Why not?
Yeah, I think he likes running the mirror matches in Lakeside. He did it with Chongai. He's able to go blow for blow with Chongai. But I think maybe the answer was in front of our faces to how to face Jin's Goatman, and look at the survivors of GR. Bring triple tide turner, just make sure that if the first rescue doesn't happen, you have to be ready for that second rescue. Because we were talking, if Unpi was able to rebound kite that well, imagine if the first rescue did happen. Give them a little bit more leeway. So hopefully we get more fight, because RC does have map advantage and they choose to go to hospital.
I mean, that's their favorite place to go, right? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, give the survivors even more advantage, right? Because why not? They kind of need it. And we've seen this happen before. Like Cypher Rush in Sacred Heart Hospital. Less than 4 minutes, Cyphers have already all been popped. Who knows? Maybe they might come up with this kind of strategy in this map. But right now, GR definitely in the driver's seat with 1 round victory. Where's RC? Aka, I mean, he's got to make something happen right here in the hospital, because, I mean, it's the hospital and it's your team's map selection. So what exactly do you want to play in this map that can help you?
Mad Eyes. I don't know.
All right, yeah, that could work. Or the
Nightmare. Clerk. Yes.
Clerk, yeah. Mad Eyes, and we get a 20 minutes game. Right?
Yeah, I'll get some. I'll microwave some popcorn or something. By the time it's ready, the match is still going.
Yeah, the first 6 minutes is gonna be like Tetris, right? You just build like just 6 minutes of that, and then once everyone's frustrated, then he goes in for the kill, right? But
True. It's really a battle of attrition at that point. But I mean, I know that GR has prepared for also this type of map selection, so it's interesting that they decided to go Survivor first. And I think they really are saving up Jin for the killing blow, or they're just gonna set up like a good tied game, set a good benchmark for Jin, and then Jin will try to go above and beyond that. So I think that's the way to. I'd say that's kind of the keys to victory for GR. Just make sure that you set the stakes, or you lay the land for Jin, even though this isn't gonna be a map that hunters really thrive in. But We can say the same for Aka though, because he's gonna have a hard time up against these survivors in hospital.
That's true, and maybe that's why Glory team decides to send their survivors first, right? You know, test the waters, set the pace. In Sacred Heart Hospital, yeah, rejects. This is the place you choose to be in. I guess we'll see who ends up in ICU. You know what I mean? So, so it's good that they want to set the pace, right? Oh, is she winking and staring into our souls?
So me and Kuro were kind of like identifying the characters for the skin. Yeah, the costumes. Okay. You're better at this, so please let us know.
Really...
I think, dude, chat flamed Kuro for thinking it was an Ada Emil costume, but he was like, oh, that's Priestess. So I don't know if that was real or not, but I was with Kuro. Like, yeah, Kuro, you're correct. Don't listen to the chat. So is this Toy Merchant?
I don't
Toy Merchant Gardener? There's a lot of gardeners out there too.
I don't know why, but the first thing I looked at was the face instead of the costume. So
and every time I see like horns, like I think Priestess.
Yeah.
Every time I see like pigtails, that's Toy Merchant. But then it's not even the regular, it's like S tier costumes, and I can't afford that. How do you think? How would I know? But yeah, let's try to identify some.
Yeah, every time we see Bald, we expect
escapologists.
No. Definitely not us, but
no, it's escapologists, guys.
Escapologists, exactly. Yeah. But a lot of supports, right, going in for both teams right here. You can see cheering for Soba. And Soba definitely needs more cheer coming in because I think he definitely felt the weight of his actions in the last game, right? Because those two preemptive actions definitely cut short his containment by quite a bit right there.
Is this Painter? I'm so sorry.
Painter, yeah, it is.
Yes, okay, cool. Thank
Painter.
God.
All right, thank God. The left one, right? The left.
Yeah, the left one. Yeah, because hat. I'm like, okay, hat, Painter. Okay. Oh, we also decided maybe we'll do like a bingo. Like, oh, like let's say how many, if you get 4 gardeners, you win or something.
All right.
But there was a lot of gardeners yesterday.
Really?
Yeah. God. Or if like me and Kuro don't know, that's gardener. Okay, cool, we're gardener.
Okay. Yeah, we're gardener. Everyone's a gardener. No one can say it's not. Yeah. But it seems like Aka's gonna do something different. Doctor's gonna be available. Lanternist is not. So are they gonna? Oh!
Hey, I see someone bald. And a prisoner.
Let's go. Let's go.
I like this. GR really ramping up the pressure here with a prisoner and escapologist.
Yeah.
Now forcing Aka to ban out Pharaoh, Lanternist, Seer. Who else we got? Cheerleader too. So wow, interesting. So this builds a lot of distance. Quite annoying when it comes to kiting the escapologist, and also you can't rest on and just chair in someone where you are because he's gonna disappear. Last ban is the lucky guy.
Yeah, you know what's the great thing about the hospital? It's survivor-sided, so which means as long you can play anything right here and it will still work out as long as it gives you utility and speed.
Wow.
And this is what they want.
Wow.
Speed. I show speed right here, man. Like 2 of these guys.
Yeah, dude. Look at this. Oh, man. Blink and you'll miss it. Ciphers are going to pop left and right. You got a composer and a prisoner. Couple that with an escapologist and a cheerleader. Seems like GR really, with the confidence that they have. All right, you want to play a survivor-sided map? Here are survivors. Nell, this looks like a round 4 draft.
It does, but it also looks like a 4-minute Cypher endgame, right? I mean, we've seen this, right? The mechanic and Luca. Sorry, Tracy and Luca, and now instead we get the composer and prisoner. You choose one of them, the other is still gonna be code like crazy.
Yeah.
Right? So and get the Dream Witch off, because honestly speaking, Dream Witch is the one that can control a lot of them. So what are you gonna play here? Nightmare, Mad Eyes. I think you can play Mad Eyes, right?
You can't. I want him to see. I want to see the Mad Eyes from Aka. You have to play Mad Eyes here, just to kind of control and get people off ciphers. But I mean, you just have too much decoding power on the screen here, so you kind of have to answer that. I don't know what Ivy's gonna be all right, but it's hospital after all.
Nightmare.
A lot of walls. I mean, yeah, true.
Yeah, there's a lot of walls. That's why they have speed, right? To reach corners, to go through pallets. I mean, not too bad. I mean, what can you really expect out of the Hunter in hospital? Here, I think he really should just play. Okay. Okay.
I guess this can help, but the Cypher Rush is still going to be very apparent. You can abnormal. It's not like the Explorer that could just pop a Cypher. So it's still looking all right, but he needs to unlock his capture right away. because he can capture any of these guys. But yeah, it's a lot of walls, a lot of pallets. When you exit your Maxwell Demon form, yeah, the mind games are gonna be very apparent here.
Yeah. Well, the first chase is gonna be super important, right?
Yep.
Because if you take too long or tunnel vision into one survivor, well, before you chair the first survivor, that's gonna be 3.5 ciphers done. So that's the problem with playing into this composition in hospital, right? Again, so many pallets, windows, and
damn,
yeah, a lot of windows and pallets. Like, I mean, QS is still good. Oh wait, what?
No, what?
Okay. Hopefully.
What?
Hopefully.
Wait, what? I thought you
Why is
liked the
Prisoner's not
prisoner.
up there?
Yeah, you leave cheerleader up there?
Sure, man. She's cheering from the top of the
From the top.
hospital.
Yeah, keep connecting ciphers. You got this. Wow. Okay, interesting. They get 2 of their decoders out of hospital, forcing him to actually spawn to completing the T-shaped cross here. So I'm excited to see this. GR picked these characters up right away, meaning that they were able to. I think they've labbed this matchup and they've scrimmed this type of composition before. So I hope Aka will be ready for the Cypher Rush.
Yeah. They're probably thinking RC survivors are gonna try something like this. So why not we try it first? I feel like RC is gonna do this later on as well.
Beat him to the
whole
punch.
thing.
Yeah.
So they beat him first. Like, you know what? Let's start things off with something fast and furious. So, I mean, let's see. Persona traits right here. You can see that there are 2 tide turners. There's a little bit of audience effect right here on Luca. Everyone has borrow time except for the escapologist, whereas for the QS, it's going to be a standard detention, insolence, blink right here. Of course, a lot of points into breaking pallets. That's Poch. I'm Nello. We'll be commentating the second game, first half in hospital.
Someone call the hospital, someone call the doctor. Who's going to need it more? Is it going to be GR or RC? We'll find out in just a bit. We're kiting here at Birdcage, and it is AK on the cheerleader here. We break the connection right away, so Aka has to be very mindful and very careful. I did bring the insolence. We want to unlock the demon form, or at least the cue ball captures right away. It seems like City might be that first chase. I think that's a good choice here because he is the prisoner after all.
Exactimo. And with the help of that pallet speed boost, he's going to be able to transition towards the next area. But there are 2 pallets right here, not that he cares, because again, so many windows, so many pallets. Look, that's exactly what he's going to do. This is exactly what Prisoner's going to do for the next 1 minute,
Zap?
2 minutes.
Oh my god. Zap right in front of the pallet, and now you have to deal with this. We're going to starve you of presence. We're going to try to hug these pallets and just hug these walls for the mind games. Pre-drop it? No, we have another pallet right here. So you're going to be forced to spend your blink. We have not hit just yet, but finally we have the cue ball capture.
Oh my god. And you've already expended your blink. Sure, no problem. But there's gonna be a black hole right here. Okay, go out first. It's okay. Oh, it's gonna be captured. Unfortunately, not the best place to be spending time right there. But hey, pretty respectable start for Aka, considering it is the hospital after all.
Yeah, I think that was good. I mean, it was a really first chase here, but once he got that first hit and stacked it up, yeah, get the cue ball capture. That's what we need to do. We break some of these pallets so the kiting route isn't going to be that good. And now we try to force the 0 out of that shack cipher. Escapologist already using up the smoke screen here, and we've already moved the prisoner towards a different rocket chair.
Yeah, because there are still 2 pallets right here, so maybe this is gonna be a better place to kite. Black hole. That's gonna buy some time. Great. I mean, good. Take the black hole away, right?
Yeah.
Then City would be able to kite a bit more. Remember? Oh shit!
Oh my god!
What?
I think he wants to just go for connections, I guess, more than kiting. I totally get it, but yeah, that was quite the daring connection there, right? Once he goes for that leap. He does have Tide Turner, so it's totally fine. And Cheerleader might have to go for this next rescue while the ciphers are connected. So we do see lower left side of the screen. We have a cipher being worked on and Cheerleader already on the way.
I thought he was trying to bait, you know, like just a crouch down bait. Hey,
Yeah,
you know
like
what? You're
what?
going through the window
Am
or
I?
something like that. But it's like, you know what? It's okay. Ciphers do matter more. But right now, again, thanks to the escapologist, he's going to be put onto a more favorable position. Although this area, there's only one single window right in front, and Aka will have his blink in half a minute.
Yeah, so it's still all right. AK just has to get this rescue good to go. We're trying to get the capture, able to actually force out the hit, and now we're able to get the rescue. We get the zap, and now through the window, no blink.
No blink available, and that was almost a failed rescue, you know what I mean? But City, okay, window, let's go. AK, the cheering starts right here. The pom-pom girl giving more support. City needs to kite for 20 more charges. That will help, but oh no, the kidnap's gonna happen, but it's okay. City, oh no, the blink was ready, unfortunately, for Team GR. Aka's gonna get that first person out of the game.
That was actually an incredible play on Aka's side. I mean, if the cheerleader kept cheering on, that would have been a different story. We captured the cheerleader, we go for the blink, and we go for the down. But now last Cypher, actually they have 3 backup Cyphers just in case. So it seems like he'll be chasing after AC. We're gonna put a domain here just to abnormal it, but we do have a wall here. No more blink for him to use though.
Well, this is the composer we're talking about. So start tuning your forks, right? Boom! Oh no, unfortunately. Oh wait! Yeah,
okay, that's fine. But you do give him access towards that birdcage area though. So now a little tough, but we're still all good. Composer does have that borrowed time. It's actually the escapologist that's going to be hard last chase. AK now, cheerleader, trying to push this Cypher at statues. It's going to be a little tough with no blink.
Okay, start cheering, and she's going to run a little bit faster right here. As long as she's behind the pallets, right, she'll be pretty fine. She's already used up the reset. They'll be able to cheer much more. But remember, if you're Aka, you want to at least pressure more Cyphers right here, right? A lot of progress on the last 3 ones. I'm not sure if AC should be staying here for that long because
yeah, I think a little bit of an overextension there, especially in this area. It's not really the best to kite with, but it's totally fine. Escapologist is already healed up. We do see that maybe they gotta slow the pace down quite a little bit, and AK's gotta really make his way to get this rescue going, and they don't have a Tide Turner here.
They don't. But you know what? I guess, oh no, AK not gonna have enough for a double cheer right here going on. And that's what happens when you are chaired at a really unfavorable place.
Whoa.
Oh no! The slow activation is gonna allow for that hit.
I think they might have to reside to actually sacrificing the composer and just going for that last Cypher pop, because all this time being bought is actually really good for 0 Cypher. But we put a contact point there. AK's still trying to force the rescue, I believe. He's not anywhere near. Oh no, he is actually over at the exit gate. So I think, yeah, he might as well just pop it.
No, he's going for the rescue. Oh no, he's not gonna go for the rescue.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're residing with a one-man escape at this point. The dungeon's there, but Zyro's gonna take quite a bit of time before he can reach. And there's a blink available from Aka as well, so no more camping behind the pallet nonsense. He's gonna put a stop to it. And mind you, Aka might be able to get this 4-man if he plays this right.
This is going to be really good. 0 nowhere near the exit gates here. Does spot where the dungeon is at. Is going to get chaired. So now there's a timer on the clock for that dungeon to actually open up.
There is. Escapologist has no more smoke screen though, so this is going to be a problem as well. And
maybe wait, he's actually rotating to possibly go for the no, he's maybe wanting to open up a toolbox, but I think he kind of spots out. Is the Tinnitus gonna prop up? It's gonna be really, Aka's gotta be really careful here, but he's still trying to look if he's at the back exit.
Yeah, I think he's gonna think he's at the back exit, because by the time AK expires, before he even expires, I think the crow is gonna emerge, unless if he tries to open up an item. I think Zyro really needs to open up an item.
Oh, hang on, he's gonna touch the exit gate. He's touching the exit gate, and now they're not gonna prop up, but at this point, he does spot him out. So 0, unfortunately, no items. It's gonna be really tough for him to even spot, or at least get the exit here. So we're just gonna go for a 4-man elimination. Aka making the hospital map work in his favor.
Wow, beautifully done by Team Rejects. Aka saying, you know what? Might be a tough map for Hunters, but not for me. Not for me today.
So what's interesting here is that I like the Survivor strategy of going for the Cypher Rush. They did push till endgame, but you go up against that COAⅨ, and unfortunately with Blink already, you get the black hole capture, really played into how, like, it really highlights the strengths of this COAⅨ.
Yeah, it really does, right? Because you get to go from point A to point B thanks to that contact points really well. So mobility is no issue for the COAⅨ right here. What kind of surprised me is the escapologist did not use that time to find an item, because with an item, I think he would be able to last a bit longer. And correct me if I'm wrong, when you interact with the item box with a chest,
there's no crows.
The crows won't spawn, right? So
again, I'm not really familiar with toolbox spawning, but he had a lot to work with.
Time, right?
A lot of time to work with, and the whole back exit was the one he was patrolling. So I think there were some items he could have opened up at statues or at ruins area that I feel could have gave him a little bit of more fighting chance and not really touch the exit gate and then run back. But yeah, I think that's one of the strategies they might have to refine on. But yeah, you got to give it up to GR. They tried going full like decoding, but it didn't work out quite well. So that does leave RC an opening. Now all the survivors need to do is tie things out up against Jin.
Yeah, probably thinking, you know what, my luck's not that good. I'll probably get a syringe anyway, so let's not waste time right there. But honestly though, although you can see AC has the most decoding progress, 316%, he was not at the best position. As a matter of fact, he was at the worst possible location to decode, and I felt like he was giving free hits and free downs, and you're hoping for a lot for AK to come halfway across the map to come in for the rescue. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think, AC could have hugged stay away from that T-wall, because there's not much you could do there. And I know you're Composer, you can start tuning your fork for the speed boost, but it didn't work the first time. You're already injured, yet you still keep going back there. Yeah, he's definitely going to punish you for that.
Play with fire, so to speak, right? So with that, seems like Rejects is going to set the pace and get the 4K against GR survivors right here. So already looking like an opening right here. If Reject survivors can get a draw at least here against Jin, the scores will be tight in round wins and points as well.
Hopefully Jin, or at least the survivors, could kind of solidify like a 3-1 or something, because this is a survivor-sided map, right? So hopefully they can show us the reason why they chose this, not just because of Aka, but also the other faction side. Meanwhile, Jin now kind of put in a tough spot because he has lost his Goatman. Can he actually run the COAⅨ matchup, or will they ban that out because he doesn't have a Dream Witch? It's Aka that has the Dream Witch.
That is true, but he's already done his job, right? So I guess it's fine. Getting a 5-0 here is already good for RC. A good start for them in their map selections. So right now, if they can play to their strengths in this hospital and say, hey, you know what? Aka's gotten the 4K here. I think we can definitely get a draw here in the hospital. If they can do that, they'll equalize the score. But if they get less than that, for example, one man out, or even if Jin gets a 4K as well, that is going to be a tie in round number 2. So whatever RC needs to do, it's going to have to be a draw and above.
That's true. You don't want to have that position where it's going to come down to points towards the end. So you want to be able to win your halves. And considering, I just like to bring up the fact that, this is hospital and they chose this. It can't be for the reason, Aka prefers it because he's a hunter. So I want to see some cheeky plays. I want to see some team fights on the side of RC for them to try and score the victory here. But as I say that, also I realize maybe that's what Jin wants. So hopefully they know how to play with fire here. Yeah,
and this is why you see like half baked compositions, right? You prioritize something like speed. And I'm saying speed, not mobility, because mobility, at least you have some items to fight back with, right? Like, for example, aeroplanists, even the Florian here would have helped them a little bit more, because right now they were depending only on Afron, the escapologist, to sort of carry that game with the smoke screen and the chair swaps and stuff like that. So I guess GR tried to go for something out of the ordinary and did not pay off this time.
Yeah.
I really think they should just play to their strengths, play stable like how they did in game number 1. Like, you know what? Nothing too fancy. Tried and tested compositions. And in Hospital, that would have worked. That would have worked.
I do think maybe what GR was thinking was, okay, we have the lead. Let's get rid of these. Remember we pointed out that this looks like a round 4, like Survivor picks. So maybe they're getting these bands out of the way. Then they're saving like their Lanternists, their Antiquarians, their Archers come round 3 and 4. That's the only gamble, but it's a pretty big gamble because you might as you want to be able to win rounds. And I think maybe they just wanted to be very cheeky since it is Hospital. But let's rehash that point in the game number 3, because right now we see some bans on Jin's side. Lanternist and Seer gone.
Yeah. I mean, Aka did this in his game, so it's showing early signs of of a QS.
But
so,
the QS just got banned.
Yeah,
so...
it just got banned. So unfortunately, that's gonna be out of options for Jin. So pretty unfortunate he lost access to Marcus, because that's gonna be a really strong character in the Hospital as well. But RC is going to go for a more stable look. Hey, Florian, guys, Florian's gonna make it into the scene this time.
It was Florian Day yesterday, so it's still Florian Day today, as he is gonna get picked up here in the Hospital. We talked about how there are really good areas for him to actually set up the balloons, so excited to see that. I think maybe Jin might want to try a Hullabaloo, might want to try also maybe Opera Singer in this matchup, but having a coordinator as well, so just really stable lineup here on the side of RC.
Yeah, kind of makes you wonder what that last pick will be. But the last ban should be tanky characters. Puppeteer is going to be the choice right here. So no puppet plays for you in this map. The last one's going to be the Lawyer, though. Okay.
Stable, no terror shocks. Totally good. It's fine. So having a Lawyer here is at least going to be able to provide some kiting support and also some decoding. I'm excited to see how they're gonna make this one work. And now ball is in Jin's court on what he will lock in with in terms of a Hunter.
Yeah. As you can see, it's pretty balanced, right? No Cypher Rush, no. But they do have utilities: the flare gun, the airbags, and of course the 3 pads. If you add Lawyer into it with his book, the map, yeah, well, he gets stronger. He gets stronger the longer he contains Hunter, right? If he opens the map continuously, he's gonna get permanent speed boost and interaction boost. So what is Jin gonna play here? I mean, you have a few options. Hullabaloo, like what you said. Maybe Opera Singer is okay, I guess. Opera Singer, but
he can also go. So he's brought out. He's already brought out the Goatman. QS is out of the table. Hullabaloo is in the mix here. QS and also Ivy. Has not brought out the Opera Singer this entire group stage. Didn't have to. Might have to reconsider it in other maps, because and this is a specialty map pick for RC. So he needs to come prepared here for any Survivor shenanigans.
Yeah. This map though, Bon.
Whoa! Bon. Interesting. Bon Peepers? Are we gonna go?
Bon Peepers?
Yeah, interesting. Okay, Jin debuting the Bon here in playoffs. This is gonna be I'd say that the Survivors still have a pretty good shot here, because the map and also they have such stable Survivors, and they could just play for a tie.
They could. Technically, they could. However, you know, like, it's really difficult to rescue against a Bon chair camp, right? So if the down, okay, so here's what's gonna happen. If Jin manages to get an early down, they gotta come in for the rescue, or at least a full blood rescue. But if the first containment is long enough, One person just needs to give the Nidus, and that will pretty much secure the draw.
Fair. Yeah, star of the Bonbon of that presence. He has one of the most terrifying chair camps. Going to complete the spawn location, the cross spawn here, as Lawyer is actually going to have access towards that hospital. So Bonbon in a hospital, folks. And it just seems like GR with the very interesting choice of round 2. Like they picked round 4 characters.
Yeah, feels like it. Kind of playing weird so far. I'm not really sure what's going on, but who knows? Bringing back the Bonbon Peepers? No, it's the War Kit actually. So it's gonna be Insolence trump card, no detention Bonbon right here. As for the survivors, there's gonna be only one flywheel that's on the Lawyer, and that's gonna be double Tide Turners. Everyone else has borrowed time. That's gonna be game number 2, second half in the hospital. That's Potch and Nello will be commentating for you this match.
Just for that kite to actually end sooner. But as we know, Bonbon, very territorial hunter. Mobility is his biggest downfall.
Exactly. And using Owl's favorite skin as well. So definitely trying to say something right there. But, just saying, you know what? I respect the gun. I'm going to wait a little bit longer. But Anpi so far, good rotations. Gonna get that first chip damage. Pretty good so far. And Auntie just making sure that the pallets are down. Oh, wow!
Wow.
The bombs on point so far, Potch.
Yeah, what do you... If you just throw the bombs by faith and just by instinct, who needs these walls? Able to actually order another one, and a remote control bomb. Unable to get it, though. Umpy does have one last effort here.
Oh
my God! The trade-off now! Oh, no!
Guys, that was a down using all 4 chip damages.
Wow. Oh, this is terrifying. And now that wasn't enough for them to actually secure a lot of ciphers now. So, like you said, they're forced to rescue here. And wanted order is on the mercenary.
Oh my God. Oh my God. We might have maybe that's why we didn't see his Bonbon previously. This is his secret weapon. Oh my
Jesus
God.
Christ. 4. Count it, 4. He didn't even have full presence at that point. Now we're able to actually do a bit of cleanup here. Might go for the full... Actually, no, because Coordinator does stay on the chair for a while and kind of overwhelmed Unp. Very uncharacteristic of him to spend that spend the flare gun right away. But we rescue right away. Able to actually land the hits. Mercenary, 1 more chip damage from falling down. Same with Unp.
Yeah, well, at least the damage happened, right? At least the rescue happened right here, right? Unp just 1 chip damage away. Needs to be very careful. I mean, of course, they would know that this is going to be a 5-second fall.
Oh my God!
Again!
The 3-pointer from downtown, able to throw it at the last minute and down Unp. Oh, man. And that wasn't even a Tide Turner kite. He fell at the last effort. And now it just seems like we have to go for another rescue. We do see that the Lawyer is inching his way, but ciphers are kind of in a stalemate here.
No one can do it. I think they're just going to leave Coordinator on the floor. Soba's just going to be... Yeah, Soba's just going to be providing the Nidus.
He spotted him.
He did. Oh, no. He's just going to take the kite. He knows because right now their priority is rushing ciphers. They're not going to rescue anymore. And that's why Jin, you can see, he's just leaving. And mind you, Jin, finally going to use Warp, I was going to say. He got all kills without any trades, but now... nice flywheel. But the bomb chip damage again.
So purposeful with these bombs. Now we go for the remote control activation. Soba unable to actually take the Windows speed boost, but we do get a bit of boost as we get that regular hit. But now from downtown, let's see if he's going to predict where Soba is going to be at. No more flywheel for him, and he downs him once again, Nell.
What is going on with all of this bomb throws? This guy is like the Steph Curry of IDV. I don't know. I mean, 3-pointers from downtown, man.
Yeah, and just knowing where they're going to be at. Fuku has to be away from his Cypher, which is at 85%. RC at least. City was able to actually pop his Cypher. And now it's going to be able...
Again?
Oh my God, he was able to actually predict that.
Everyone is injured. Look, Mercenary cannot come in for the rescue.
Yeah.
He's just 1 hit away. Fuku with 1 more bomb and 1 more hit. He's going to go down. So how are they gonna win this?
This is terrifying because if you think about it, RC, their sub hunter is Alf. You'd think that they actually can match the pace of Bonbon, but it seems like Jin just throwing them off a loop. Now they're actually just feeding Tinnitus. I don't think there's any chance for the Fire Investigator to even approach here.
That's insane. And the way he sets this up as well, which he sets this up that Mercenary, yes, cannot even come in to attempt the rescue. And Fire Investigator with just one chip damage and one hit, he's gonna go down. They don't even have a final cipher.
They don't. On an 80, well,
a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully, I don't know if Fire Investigator wants to approach that cipher because that's the same T-wall that was just so hard for you to kite away from. RC, oh my God, City, you have to be very careful here. You're one chip damage away from falling down, and he's split pushing these two survivors. Nice tiptoe, but he's gonna get spotted out!
What? There was a blind bomb! What?
Oh God!
What was that?
The blind faith of Jin, I don't know, has hunter instincts going on, knew where the survivors were gonna hide at, and now it looks like it might be a 5-point game.
5-point game with a Bonbon. Mind you, not a QS,
that's
not a meta character.
It's a round 4 hunter. That's wild. And in a map like this as well, we're not even playing Peepers. We're playing Warp.
Yeah. Not trying to throw shade to Alf, right? I still think his Bonbon's amazing and great.
Oh,
but
he
like what you said, no
here.
Peepers. He knows, but
my God, he knows!
Fuku!
Fuku! Get out of there! Oh no!
Okay, never mind.
Hang on. Oh, he didn't hit him. He didn't hit him. That's great.
He thinks that bomb is supposed to land if someone's there.
Yeah.
But Fuku, oh no, Jin. He's just gonna keep hiding right here. Jin is going to find really soon.
He found him. Oh man. And the dungeon is here, but Mercenary's slowly bleeding out. So he's gonna play the exit path game here and just force the survivors out. Look at that, able to just
He's
no
trump
wasted
card.
bomb. Yep.
He has trump card as well, so he can go for the teleport if he needs to.
Dude.
Oh my God, stopping it as well.
Oh wow! So Mercenary about to bleed out here.
Chair Mercenary.
Right.
Go back for the one chip damage.
You're right. It takes so long, and look at that. He just left him. He can't heal all the way through. And
I'll come back for you later.
I'll come back for that one chip damage. Don't worry, stay there.
Stay there. I'm gonna finish up my durian right now. I'm gonna come back for the dessert later on.
But Fuku forcing a cipher, that's good. But like you said, last cipher not close, and we see the Mercenary here able to actually get an elbow pad. Oh man, Mercenary, nice avoidance of the bombs, but able to land two more, one more elbow pad. Just to survive, they need to try and kite this one out, but it's gonna be real tough here.
Just hit. Yeah, he's gonna go down. But chair.
Yes, the chair. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, chair.
If he beats out here, Fuku will get that dungeon. Unfortunately, but Jin though, I mean, I gotta say, I'm really impressed with this Bonbon no peepers in hospital 4K, possible 4K, right? Because my God, Fuku just one chip damage away. Jin, plenty of time to try and find where Fuku is.
I think, he's waiting for Tinnitus to prop, but Fuku now forced. Wow, just warp right in front of your face. You just need one more chip damage, and you will be falling down. Nice avoidance so far. Let's run towards the hospital. Again, saving grace here, but man, he still knows where the routes that they're running. This man's insane. And
Chip
that's a 5-point game, Nell.
Chip damage down. I gotta tell you, if he threw 30 bombs, I tell you he only missed 2. Right? I mean, because every single thing connects. Like, did you see how many times he downed survivors with just chip damages and not his swing? He only swing like once or twice.
Yeah, and then the attack animation was really low. I'm like, oh yeah, Bonbon can hit you outside of bombs, but what I just want to say is, who said that hospital is a survivor-sided map? You saw a meta hunter and non-meta hunter get a 4K, and I hate to say it, GR is still in the lead here.
Someone called the doctor because there are 8 patients waiting to be admitted to ICU right here. Oh
Jesus.
Insane. And what's even more impressive is that he didn't need a QS to do it. He didn't need a meta character to do it. He used a Bonbon. He made basically what he plays becomes meta. And that's speaking volumes of how well he controlled the bonbon.
Oh, man, that was terrifying. I was actually kind of scared. I was like, wow, you know what? RC, they could kind of just chill. They can just have a really strong first kite and then not necessarily go for the rescues. But Unp falling, not even reaching 60 seconds of containment time. That's how fast this bonbon works. And just being able to just know the routing of the survivors. Again, just keeping it simple, not going for terror shocks, but just knowing the routings of the survivors here in this map, avoiding or just cutting them off to get to hospital. Excellent clean plays on Jin's side.
4 bombs, 1 down in exchange for 1 gunshot, but that was absolutely insane.
Yeah.
The trade-off was definitely not in favor of RC right there. And Unp, I think he wasn't expecting this to happen as well. Maybe he was thinking, yeah, maybe I should have just shot from the very beginning and gained some distance. But I think it's safe to say, even RC survivors were sort of caught off guard by how accurate the bombs were.
Yeah. And not to mention also, the rescue did happen last minute, but right when he was able to build up that distance, all of a sudden a 3-pointer from downtown able to actually down him right once the tide turner ran out. So it's just no wasted time. And we're back to a 5-point lead on GR side. Game number 2 is a tie. Round wins are still on GR side. So in hindsight, you can say that they actually saved a lot for round number 3 because you get rid of bonbon, that's fine. I still have access to my meta hunters and my meta survivors too because of how Jin played that last game.
That is very true. And you know what? At this point, you kind of have to wonder what exactly helps either one of these teams to win. Because you saw Japanese division teams over support meta, right?
Yeah.
Here, it feels more like balance. More of like how the Chinese mainland division teams would play. And today, GR tried to play more aggressive with those speed composition in the hospital. Didn't pay off. So that was already didn't pay off. But
yeah,
the balance composition didn't pay off too because hey, Bonbon's thinking no decoders. Great. Let's slow it down.
Yeah, so we'll talk more about that after we check out the highlights, but we're all tied up in round number 2, so check this out.
打不了，自己消了。
60。在哪儿？
近くへ近。
院内も使って一応鬼没多分いけだと思う。やべ。
頑張れ。
いやうますぎる。ねこいつ。うますぎるこいつ。
特水系入ってるよ。C さんも新規回し。
これ。ガチうまいぞこいつ。いいよ。
距離取って一回逃げよう一回逃げよう。
あ違う。新規だよね。手が。ある？
暗号機触る余裕あんだったら使ってるかい。
Well, I wish I could play as well as this Bonbon. I have similar skin, similar character, similar skin, but unfortunately, different skill sets, right? So.
Well, I mean, that's why Jin's in GR, and we're just here appreciating the excellent gameplays that he has brought to the table. And we were talking about it, right? Tell us about Cypher control for both these characters, because it was actually the Bonbon that actually didn't have the end game for the survivors, and it was the QS that couldn't control the Cypher rush.
Yeah, true. I'm glad you brought this out, because even with a QS mini at normal, right, they still managed to get the Cypher's pop end game, right? But here, Bonbon, who is supposed to be horrible in Cypher controls, right?
Yeah.
They couldn't even pop the last Cypher. They couldn't even get the last Cypher to be primed.
This is terrifying if you're RC, because you give map selection to Moonlit River Park on GR side, and GR Jin is going to be hunting first.
Whoa.
And Aka usually gives round 3 to Alf, and he usually goes Bonbon, right? I don't know if Alf has a QS, but you're not even allowed to play QS. I'd argue QS is really good in this map, as well as Hullabaloo. Jin has both that at his disposal.
Well, they definitely need to ban out his QS right here, because no point leaving QS here, right? Second choice probably should be an opera singer, although we haven't seen his opera singer. But I mean, we haven't seen his Bonbon too.
Yeah, that's
true. You know what I mean? So
I think
you better not. I think you better just ban QS, opera singer. I think that should be the top 2 bans right here, which would limit Jin's character even more. Because what are you gonna play here? Hullabaloo? Oh, that works too. Oh,
That works too, yeah. I was gonna say that he did get a 4K against X Team on this map. That was you and Kuro. You had that long tech pause, and that's when Kuro became the tech pause king. That was a really long one.
Oh, that's true. That's true. But yeah, we'll have to see. I guess we have to see if Rejects pays more respect to his Hullabaloo or the unknown opera singer, right?
But man, it's kind of scary to like what gamut would you want to play, right? I know Hullabaloo doesn't struggle as much because of the trapeze he does, because we've seen a lot. I think it was us commentating that match where it was Yuan of I think FPXCQ that did get a dungeon escape up against an opera singer of Chongai in 4th stop, meteorologist, no items, because the opera singer couldn't close the distance at 4th stop. So maybe the opera singer is the lesser of the evil, but man, the early game is terrifying on the opera singer.
That's true. Okay, so here's the thing. You want to draft your composition based on what your win criteria is. Like, how do you think you're going to win the game? How do you think you're going to pop endgame? Either you rush the Cypher, or your character has a lot of utilities that help you prolong the containment time, right?
Yeah.
And in Moonlit River Park, you have the roller coaster factor as well.
Right.
So here, once you decide which one can be your win factor, and with the limited available hunters available to be used by Jin, then you start to draft from there. Like, hey, okay, you don't want fast mobility, you don't want to play against a hunter who can control your ciphers halfway across the map. Cypher control, ban QS. Okay, great. You want to play with an opera singer, but hey, play opera singer, utility characters. That can help you to get the draw.
Yeah.
Aeroplanist, right? So you gotta decide. Do you want to play against someone who can control ciphers, or do you want to play against someone who is not great at controlling ciphers? I think that's one of the aspects they can look at it when they are doing the bad picks.
That's a good macro level sense of how you're able to break down the drafting, because you have to you can't ban all the hunters, right? You're gonna have to face one, so you might as well just draft your composition. Yeah, that's true. You can't do that. Just ban Jin. Like, oh no, we want another hunter on the table, please. Can we get the coach? Can the coach play for him, please? Okay, no, okay, it has to be Jin. Darn. Okay.
And the coach just takes off his blazer,
and he plays better.
and then he's like, yeah. Back then, before Homelander, I was Soldier Boy. You know, I don't know, something like that. You know, like. But honestly, though, being a coach, right? I'm not sure if anyone knows, but being a coach doesn't necessarily mean you play the best, right? In order to qualify as one. It basically just means you have insights that can help the team.
Ooh.
Technicalities. Oh, Ripper.
Okay, we know that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true. I think coaches just unlock the best, because like not every good player is the best coach either, right? You need a coach that can break down the game, highlight the strengths, and also know a game plan or a battle plan to come into this. And we've seen that. We've seen also some pro players that I think Toki of AXIZ Wave, he was the main rescuer of, I think back when they were Sun Sisters, and then they moved to AXIZ. He is now the coach, and I think he's also the national coach for the Asian Games. So, it's good to have that, but that's not necessarily the end all be all for a coach to go with. You really want to know like the macros, you want to know the team, and you want to know like the game plan.
Exactly. How to keep the team together as well, right? I really like what you said. Highlight the strengths of that. And speaking of highlights, well, a lot of fans in the audience right there, showing their bags of merchandises as well. Beautiful cosplays all around, as all of them gathered in Shanghai right now.
Yeah. It was Battle of the Cities, right? Shanghai versus Tokyo, I believe. So, okay, Priestess, and I think this is Joseph?
This is I don't know.
Oh man.
I'm just gonna okay, if I get this wrong, I'm gonna munch a chip. Anyway. This is
Chat helps out. Is it Barmaid?
No. I don't know. I'm just gonna munch.
Go. Yeah, it's again incredible cosplays. We talked about it before. I hope that these cosplayers do get like half off or something when they're able to.
I know this.
Okay, tell me who. No, not Toy Machine. Who?
Coordinator.
That was coordinator. Well, this is mechanic, right?
Oh yeah, this is mechanic.
Yeah, mechanic.
For sure.
Okay, cool.
Tracy.
First
I know
officer.
That. Yay, and that's
barmaid. Because of the
barmaid?
highlights. I don't know.
First officer and barmaid.
Help us out.
Help. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, okay. Is that MX yawning at the side? No, that's.
I don't know. Someone cosplaying
as MX. I don't know too. But honestly, though, it's just amazing to see everyone showing up in their costumes, with their fan signs. And I know because cosplay is an expensive hobby as well.
Oh, Gardner.
So.
Saw one Gardner. Sorry, there was one Gardner. So
okay,
that's one for the bingo card.
Okay, I know this.
DQ. Oh, who's that?
This is. Oh my God! I can't remember.
No, it's not anyone. Actually, no. They have an MRC thing going on. It's just the hair that's different.
It's the hair. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Who's this?
This is Emma.
Really?
No, I'm not
Isn't
sure.
it BQ?
Is that BQ?
I don't know.
I'm getting so bad at this.
Okay.
This is.
I don't know.
Little
wait,
girl.
was that? No, was that journalist? No.
Was it?
I don't know. She had the hair
girl.
like locks of the journalist or something. So yeah, it's hard if they're not the regular costume. Like the S tier is like it's so intricate that like who are they?
Misa, they aren't the best at. Misa say we're not the best at recognizing cosplays. I'm so sad for that. I'm so sorry. But we do appreciate it though. We do appreciate the cosplays.
Yeah, that's good. Oh, we're back to the priestess.
Hello. Yeah, you're right. Hello, Posh. That's me. I'm the priestess. Love signs as well. Thank you. We wish we were there as well. But it's Galatea. Oh my God. Okay, Malakas, thank you. Galatea. How could we forget Galatea with the crown? This is
Go.
This is Goatman.
Whoa. I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't think that was Goatman, but I think the other one was Emma. I'm not sure.
I don't know. Help me. This is
Gardner. Is this Gardner?
It should be anything with a.
Chat, help us out. Please identify and just let us know. Apparently, the other one was Joseph, so we got a Joseph.
So dead.
Yeah, the other one is Vera. Oh, Vera. That was the other one. Okay, here. Wait, sorry. It's back to the other one. Who are the? Luca? Was it Luca? It was
Luca?
Perfumer and Prisoner. Oh, Prisoner. Oh. Okay, that was. But with white hair, really?
Goatman looking a little different.
Yeah.
Cute.
Goatman.
I'm so dead. Help me. Why is no one cosplaying?
All right,
okay, I know that one.
Okay,
one.
go. What? You just froze. What happened?
I was gonna say QS, but
no,
then it looks different.
I think it was
priestess. Okay, I know this one. Mercenary.
Yeah.
With the cap. Yeah. Okay, I got 1 out of 10.
That's like opposite of the bombs of Jin.
Don't worry,
I'm with you there. I'm with you there.
1 out of 10 bombs, Poch. They would probably think I'm being friendly.
Nell has more hunter skins, guys. There's not much hunters here. It's all survivors, so that's why.
I'm so dead.
Who is... All right, who else are we spotting out? Who else in the crowd count?
Well, that's the firefighter with the double layer.
Oh, that's a security guard. The venue.
New character, firefighter unlocked.
Yeah. We're LARPing as cosplayers, but okay, back to business here. Jin, no frills with the bans. We're taking out Seer Lanternist, and now they choose to ban out Opera Singer here, so might play into the Hullabaloo matchup.
Yeah, ban the unknown, right? Because we talked about this before. No Fast and Furious, because even with Opera Singer, you can still pressure ciphers a lot. With Hullabaloo, hey, you gotta depend on your teleport, right? So I like the plan right here. They're preparing probably for Hullabaloo. And what do they need to play against a Hullabaloo? Just in case, right? You need a little bit of mobility to help you with the early game kites. Although I feel like, they lost access to Merc. That's very unfortunate. So they're just going to use Escapologists to switch chairs. That's really helpful. But now with the Aeroplanist ban, maybe Fire Investigator? Oh no, it's already been used. Maybe Haitian? Yeah, very
I'd like to see a
unfortunate.
patient. Yeah.
Acrobat,
yeah.
not gonna be
Yeah,
choose.
there you
Oh,
go.
okay. There you
Like you said, build distance, right? You want to stay away from the stages of that hullabaloo. You want to be able to have safe rescues. So, what else can we actually think here? You don't want Antiquarian's still on the table for them to actually go for. What? No, we actually go Enchantress as the stunner of the group. Pharaoh Lady is going to be the one that's banned out by Jin.
Not the best character against Hullabaloo. Yeah.
The silence.
Well, you can go Dream Witch if you want to. It's such a big map. I mean, you definitely can, right? Because it doesn't matter if you build distance with your hooks or your meteorologist Wingate, right?
Yeah.
As long as you have a leech follower, it follows you to the end of the world. So to speak.
Yeah, he can go Dream Witch. He can also go Ivy. Ivy's still on the table too, and I feel like that could also play into factor. But like he called out, does he want to play into this Hullabaloo matchup? Because he said not the best because they look like they are preparing for that to build that distance. So yeah, I think he has all the choices in the world to go with. Either I do agree with you. Hopefully Dream Witch or hopefully Ivy here.
Unless if he doesn't care and go Hullabaloo and make them waste all their resources anyway.
Yikes.
That could work. I mean, if he can use Bonbon and get a 4K in hospital against RC survivors, if you can do that with a Bonbon, I think you can do that with anything else. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. If you're that confident, you might as well go the Ivy.
Yeah.
Okay, so
all right.
playing, realizing, all right, baited you into thinking I was going to go Hullabaloo. Yeah, like he called out, you can build all the distance you want, but I'm still going to follow you. You have to kite away from the tombstone areas. I could still leech you. You can't tight kite if I'm going to be following you or if I'm going to set up these tombstones around the area.
Yeah. It's crazy no one cosplayed as Efron. I mean, that's a pretty good looking character.
I know.
Yeah.
Chat, you guys should do that.
Yeah. I mean, especially Carol. I mean, Carol. No, we're just kidding. So sorry. But yeah, I mean, the stage has been set. You have mobility, you have sight, you have a little bit of stun, harass, and of course, you have the escapologist, which allows the chair swaps to happen for a more favorable rescue. So it really depends on where they. What is this?
Not having access towards the first and fourth stop.
Nani? What?
This is a Tetris spawn.
This is I don't know what's going on spot.
Huh.
Confuse the opponents.
Confuse the hunter. So now he has full. Yeah, he can either go straight up to the patient. He has to rotate his way towards the last stop, or he could just go straight towards the two-story area where the meteorologist is at. So, not sure. I mean, very unconventional. Just got to see if it's gonna pay off here.
Oh, I think I know the plan.
Okay.
The plan is activate both second and third stop.
Build the distance up. But who's gonna take the first stop though?
No idea. But the persona traits is going to be it's gonna be double tide turners. That's gonna be on Efron and the meteorologist. Everyone else has borrowed time, and of course the usual insolence detention link on Ivy. That's Potch and Mellow, and we have yet to find the answer for who's gonna be at the first stop. Who's gonna be at the first stop?
I don't know. We have to wait and see. Let him cook, I guess. But let's go. First stop. Who's gonna be there? We're just gonna chase away. No one's actually heading towards the second stop for that. Yeah. Again, it's too big brain for us commentators to understand. We just have to wait and see how it goes. But like you called out, it's going to be a 9-6 build on the side of Jin. So Fuku is in the area here. No one has pressed that first stop, that second stop just yet.
Oh my god, if they didn't press the stop, then why did they spawn that way? Kind of weird. You know what? Branch out. This is called the branch out strategy.
Okay.
Yeah, branch out. Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I mean, I don't know. This pro high level tier plays, I have no idea. Although Fuku should probably stay a little bit closer to the first stop. Okay.
Yeah, able to get the scare, so that's good. So just reset the corruption, totally fine. But you unlock the first skill here. So again, what you want here is GR, is you want to be able to set up your Ostracons good placement of the tombstone. So now Fuku is going to be in this area here. Going to use the wind force, but then he's going to actually spawn away from the first stop here. So we do have the spray and scare 30% onto the meteorologist.
Yeah. Spray and scare. I like that. I'm gonna keep that, right? But now they go for the second stop. Where's the coaster? I mean,
oh, there you go. Look, he's actually flying his way just across. So this actually bought a lot of time. There's 3 ciphers that are close to popping. So good kite onto Fuku's side, but no more items for him to work with.
Yeah, that's the strategy. Confuse Jin, and you get the 3 ciphers pop. Yeah, that's the strategy, I think.
Okay.
Yeah,
Confuse.
okay. Jin was probably giggling and like, okay, I'm not sure what's going on. Okay, obviously it's not. It's locked in, but
yeah,
obviously paying off so far, right? Obviously.
Yeah, look, 3 ciphers kited. They do have also the escapologist to move the meteorologist to another part of this map. You do start to feel the vastness of how big this map is, because usually Ivy needs to set up these tombstones. So possibly coming in for late game here is going to be Jin's Ivy. But so far, 2 ciphers remaining. They don't have their last cipher just yet, but at least it's meteorologist's first chair.
Yeah, as long as they don't allow Jin to get that 3 or 4K, this is going to be a successful espionage for them, right? But Fuku is already going to be headed towards the second half of his life.
Oh, yeah, chair time.
Yeah, no one's gonna rescue, I think. A full-blood rescue would happen right here, but City, though, getting sprayed halfway through. Oh, no. I don't think the rescue is gonna happen. Wait.
We're actually able to still push through here, but now we move on over. But yeah, if you're able to get the scare going, oh no, he went back. Oh, he got the corruption. Is it gonna happen in time? No, unable to get it.
The spray as well, just to stop it a little bit, stop the interaction right there. What a play. And you know what? I think we got confused in the beginning, but at least he got the 1 person down. And now City. Jin is building momentum here, but is it going to be enough?
They need to pop this 1 cipher and kind of go for the rescue, but no tide turner for this rescue attempt, so it's going to be hard. He's really good at camping out these chairs. If he's able to actually stop the cipher from Soba, could be a really tough pop for them. Now forcing Soba to actually go for the rescue here. Early rescue,
the spray! Is it the spray that stopped him?
Canceled it? Possibly. Yeah, you're right.
He went up already. Yeah, he went up already. Okay, I think the rescue can definitely happen. No one's touching that 3rd stop cipher, but you gotta be careful.
Oh, 100%!
Oh my god, Jin!
Oh, no.
How is he doing it? How is he doing it? How is he doing it? That was the 3 ciphers kite from Fuku.
Wow. I can't believe he was able to shut that down. The 100% scare, now you got a chair. That 99% cipher is going to stay like that. Enchantress forced to go for the rescue now.
How is he doing this? But obviously Enchantress is still up and alive, but no way you're going to make it through City. I mean, oh my god, the spray?
Oh,
the hit
gets the rescue, the escapologist, but we farm off a hit, and that is going to be the end of escapologist. We do a little bit of a cleanup here, but we're still stuck at that 99% cipher. We also have a blink to work with.
Oh my goodness, just the turnaround right there. Okay, Anpi is gonna get that stun off, but doesn't really matter. As long as someone's at that last cipher, that would be enough. But now, Anpi going to where the last cipher is. But remember, Patient is the only one with borrowed time. Anpi does not have borrowed time.
Yeah. So we already set up the phantom form at the last stop, so that's fine. Jin's just gonna chase this with the main body just so that he can down. We have blink, by the way, so we can down this Enchantress. So just setting it up, he might allow him to touch it just a little bit. No, we're gonna actually put up a tombstone just so that we can be able to set up 2 tombstones on both exits.
Yeah, he doesn't need to set 2 tombstones at both exits. He just needs to set it at that area where it's halfway across, because he's already at the 4th stop. So now that he's gotten Soba down, he just needs to chase Anpi. But Anpi can kite towards the dungeon.
He can.
Oh, no,
Patient's second chair, but yeah, this is gonna be, oh man, maybe a GG's moment. We do have a 2 stack, unfortunately not a 3 stack, and Patient's still far from expiring.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Follow
the...
All right, roller coaster moment. I think it can still work. Stop at the 3rd stop. He still has 2 more stun stacks.
He does. Oh man, and that is
stun,
gonna
bro?
be GG. Where's your stun, bro? It's gonna go back to the manor. So Jin, oh my god, Nell, like Jesus, the kite was so good on the meteorologist, but again, he was able to stuff the rescue attempt, similar to how he did with the Goat Man.
If you do not, again, I just have to say, if you do not stop Jin from getting 4K, if you do not break that streak, you are not gonna win against GR.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Reject Survivors, who, I mean, they're known to be breaking through stuffs against other teams as well. So I'm surprised they have yet to find a solution. And we really thought the Tetris spawn into a branching out strategy.
Yeah.
And couple that with the Meteorologist 3 Cypher's Kite would do the trick. But Jin has been snowballing so fast. Like, he had a slow start, but when he snowballs, boy, does he really get from 0 to 100 in so fast.
He does. And it all just came down to that failed rescue attempt, right? You're able to chair 2 survivors, force another rescue, stop the Cyphers from moving, and also just the interactions that he's winning is just so good. And he plays to really good territorial hunters. The Goat Man with the cages, the Bonbon. He didn't even play the Bonbon territorial. He was chasing Bon. It was a chase Bonbon. But this one was so scary, as Ivy is known for, right? Just able to get play with the corruption so well that he was able to stuff any attempts. And this is very uncharacteristic of RC, but we can't undercut the performance that Jin is bringing. Like, yes, RC is doing well. It's just Jin is just on another level today.
On another level, and whatever character he's playing, he made it work. Right? Because we were definitely thinking, hey, you know what? A 3 Cypher's Kite Meteorologist doing really well. It's looking like a very strong draw, considering from where, as long as you don't get that rescue, as long as you don't fail that rescue. But I think both you and I can agree, Jin is so good at camping as well. Not just in chasing, but in camping as well. And that midway camp was so good, it stopped Escapologists.
Yeah, it did. It's wild. An escapologist, you stopped an escapologist that already moved the chair and already put the smoke screen. He's just really able to play with the scare and the spray really well, that yeah, you're able to interrupt the rescue attempt. And getting the hit before you get the scare is really what you want to do with the Ivy. And this is tough. It's a 10-point difference at this point.
Very true, very true. I think one thing that can be done better is you probably shouldn't fool around too much. Because remember, he had plenty of time with the smoke screen to go in for the rescue. So I'm not sure why he had to wait for so long. You might as well just go in and
early rescue.
Earlier. You gotta come in earlier. But then again, Jin was also playing with the cooldown of the corruption.
Yeah.
The percentage, like, okay, I know you're almost up to corruption. I'm not even gonna look at you, or things like that. But the back and forth, though, I feel like he has enough time, but he waited a little bit too long to take that rescue.
He played that very well, and I wish that was they were hoping it was a hullabaloo matchup, but unfortunate. But Alf coming on in here, the legend himself. He has only brought out the Bonbon though. He needs to bring in something different for them to kind of bounce back from this and just try to tie things out. And there you have it. Just the Bonbon, maybe saving his really meta hunters towards the later end of this set. But now is the time for RC to upgrade.
Upgrade, for sure. But you know what? If you're GR right now, you might as well just ban everything else and just leave the Bonbon to him. Because there ain't no way your Bonbon is going to be able to control Cyphers and camp in this big map. Unless if you nail all your bombs, like, you get a really fast down, but stuff like that.
Imagine if they do the Tetris spawn. A Bonbon would love that. But if you spread apart, first stop, fourth stop, bridge, and also 2-story, oh man, a Bonbon's gonna have such a hard time chasing one or the other. Imagine a Bonbon early game chasing after, let's say, Meteorologist or Aeroplanist in fourth stop. That is gonna be a nightmare here for you to get a 4K.
That's true. Which is why GR is probably thinking, yeah, let's just leave the Bonbon to him. If he wants to play it, great. If he doesn't want to, well, good luck, because we're gonna ban out everything else. Like what? You don't have access to Goatman, you don't have access to COAⅨ. That's very important in this map. And now we can ban the opera singer. We can also ban What else can we ban?
Hullabaloo, I guess.
Hullabaloo. Yeah, Hullabaloo for sure. You can ban Hullabaloo, Opera Singer. And that's it. Leave you with an Ivy. Or maybe ban out the Ivy. Leave
True,
the
that's another
Hullabaloo to
one.
you. For you.
That's another one he could actually go for. But yeah, it's just really not in the cards for, because of how round 2 went, that they used the Qist. The fact that they needed to respect ban the Qist and also the Ivy, the Opera Singer made, kind of set up Jin for him to use up that Ivy in this round. And GR Survivors, they just need to, draft a mobility built characters. They've already used up most of the round 4 type survivors, which is fine. You still have access to Lanternist. You still have access to Aeroplanist. You still have access to Meteorologist, I believe. So it's looking kind of healthy on the survivor side for them to at least tie the things out.
Yeah. I mean, he definitely has the potential right here, right? As long as he gets that correct pick into this composition. And hey, at least you're coming in fresh in BO3. But here's one thing, right? Remember what happened to Jin? He was playing really great. He was getting wins left and right. But there was only one team, I believe one team, 2 teams, one team that really gave him trouble with their play style, which I believe it was Zeta Survivors, right? The over support, was it?
I think that's Bailu.
Bailu, yeah. If they can do that to Bailu, I think that kind of playstyle can sort of work on Jin as well. Because if you're gonna play the standard route, play safe, well, let's just say they played it by the book. Rejects played it by the book. But he's good at countering and the players that play by the book.
Right.
So maybe it's about time Rejects go back to their roots and go aggressive.
So I'm 100% for that, and I just hope it's not too late for them because they are down a couple of rounds here, and they still have to wait for their survivors to come in round 4. So now the burden, I mean, I feel like Alf is holding his neck because he is stressed as heck here because he needs to carry his team to round number 4 with better odds because the point differential is very apparent. It's 10 points and 1 round that they need to be able to answer to coming into this matchup.
That's true. Someone give him a neck massage. Like the coach, right? Which team was that? Giving Dongshen the massage, right? And Xiao Ma as well. Oh yeah, that was GG as well. But right now, coming into the ban picks right here, seems like the priority is going to be the Aeroplanist and Seer. And they're going to get out the Opera Singer and Ivy. So, okay, great. I give you Hullabaloo.
Yeah. But we give you Lanternist. So now it seems like not even going to consider any cheeky plays for now. We go Lanternist Mercenary. This does heavily scream meta characters that we can expect on GR's front. So how is Alf going to respond? We take out the Florian.
Oh no, Mystical's going to be
it's over.
Happy with that. No,
Turn off the stream. It's done. No more Florian.
It's done. I guess we're done for today. Come back.
Okay, bye guys.
Bye. I think we're done. But what can he play? Oh, wait. Coordinator in this game. Okay, so you prioritize a little bit of gunpowder right here. Forces the hunter a little bit, right, to choose excitement, consider using excitement, or face the full wrath of the gun. But we did see the missed gun happen yesterday in the double story. Moonlit Road Park, so maybe he's okay with it. But this team does not exactly say mobility, you know what I mean? Only Mercenary can.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
you gotta wonder what the game plan is, because are they expecting something else other than Hullabaloo? I mean, even Peddler can work here, but you need a 4K.
Oh, wow. They're not going mobility. They're going Gardener here. And this kind of plays into Hullabaloo. Remember we saw a matchup where, you pick Gardener, I pick Hullabaloo. You have to stand still to get the... just for you to be able to get the shield, and that's what Hullabaloo kind of wants, because he has no attack recovery. He's gonna get you down or get the marks on you before you can even transition.
Exactly. Well, we'll see. I mean, the composition of the survivors are there for you to take, right? Although I would say if he plays Bonbon here, survivors are not gonna have a good time. You know what I mean? Because they cannot get far away enough from you, right? So I don't know. Do you want to trust your Bonbon, or do you want to go something more mainstream like the Hullabaloo?
It's tough because you're gonna have to hedge your bet on that because so far I don't even know if they're gonna switch back to Aka. Aka usually just plays round 1 and 2, so Alf might have to also prepare himself. Yeah, is he done? He's done.
He's done. Aka's relaxing right now. He's cheering at the backstage, right? But you know, I mean, Bonbon, Hullabaloo, Peddler, and it's so hard to tell because Alf has only played Bonbon first so far. They never really needed Alf for BO3 up until now. Up until recently.
That's a little tough, right? You usually want to be warmed up for the playoffs, but the fact that they were kind of keeping Alf at the back pocket, he's going for the Bonbon.
Bonbon. Yep, Bonbon. Why not? Like, they don't have the best mobility. And you try to kite Bonbon, well, good luck with that because the chip damage goes through walls. So I think that would be a perfect choice for them. But again, remember, there's always going to be a sacrifice strategy in case things doesn't work out. So I feel like for GR, the strategy is Cypher Rush, every man for himself. Yeah, you're on your own. Exactly. You're on your own. Like,
and I'll bring it back to I'll bring it back to the point that you mentioned before. He's not going to have that much Cypher control here. It is a huge map. And the numbers would be this you can't throw from first stop to fourth stop. You wish you could send a bomb on the roller coaster so it's sent to the next station, but unfortunately that cannot happen. So
wow, another. I mean, coaster would be great here. No problem. Yeah, no problem. No problem putting coordinator there. In that case, even if Bonbon decides to go for court first, she can shoot first, right? So no problem with that. So, oh wait, okay, never mind.
Conventional. Look at this.
Yeah, he heard us.
Yeah, he did. Oh, right. Sorry, we gotta stick to the script here. We gotta go conventional.
Exactly.
And now it seems like chasing the Gardener or the Lanternist here is an option for Alf to go with. But yeah, you called it. Alf Bonbon here. No mobility in this lineup, but just more of survivability. So let's see how the tight kites is gonna go. I think he was inspired. He's like, oh, Jin playing Bonbon? I'll show you how to play Bonbon.
All right, let's go. I would expect Gardener to bring Max Snooze and no more time. You know what I mean? Yeah, no more time. So. Max Snooze, sit on the chair as long as possible. Waste Alf's time as long as possible. If Alf only has one trait, he's gonna maximize, faster.
Oh. So no snooze actually on the Gardener. We do have broken knee-jerk reflex here and also tide turners. So both tide turners on 0 and AC, but we have warp, detention, insolence, berserker on Alf's side. So let's get to the match here. Second half in Moon River Park, Potch Spice and Nello Mello at your service.
Let's go, guys. If you're cheering for RC, Alf right now on his Bonbon. Gandalf trying to find that first target. It's not going to be the Gardener. Gardener can breathe, sigh of relief for the moment, but he's going for AK instead.
Okay, so we did try to go a bit of a rotation there just to get Meteorologist at the start, but AK would gladly take this kite. Does have actually a full kiting build here, so also has a gun to work with. So let's see, let's hope that his flare gun is going to give more value compared to the flare gun we did see through the pallet before, but it's fine. We just move on away from this area. We're kind of in the open here, so let's see if he's going to actually use that flare gun.
Wow, missing the bombs so far, but getting a normal hit, totally fine, right? But heading towards where the Gardener is, so the plan for Alf is probably to push Coordinator to kite nearer towards where the Gardener is and give a little bit of control right here. But Coordinator, nice flywheel, but the chip damage coming in. Alf, one chip damage away. Let's see if Alf will be able to nail his magic. But no, again, getting distance. Go through and shoot.
Oh, we shot, and now we're able to actually move on over here. So Cyphers are looking kind of healthy, but you're kiting in front of 0 here. So AK does have the living frame to work with.
Does have the living frame, and with that window vault speed, it's going to be able to rotate away from the Gardener. But that final chip damage. But so far, so good. It's going to almost a 3 Cyphers kite. Different from the one in hospital.
That's true. all things considered, it's still quite good because they can go for the full cell strategy here. And City still very persistent, wants to be able to push this Cypher. It is actually quite close. We have to move on just a little bit just for a rotation to happen. Just gotta wait. Let's see if we can pop this Cypher. It's gonna be quite apparent, and now we can go for the pop.
Yep, gonna pop and head into the double story, right? I think that's if there's a Cypher there, or the one behind double story. Yep, he's gonna go into double story. Zyro, again, he doesn't necessarily need to commit for the rescue. He just needs to keep Alf here.
Yeah, feed that tinnitus. You do have last effort. I mean, you saw a Tide Turner to work with, but do you really want to risk it? Maybe just get one more Cypher to pop, and then you'll be able to kind of get this rescue going. But Coordinator sits in the chair for so long.
Yeah, and Zyro's gonna accompany Coordinator all the way. And Alf is like, okay, yeah, I mean, this rescue is not gonna happen. Why should we?
Is it?
Oh, wait!
Oh,
wait a minute!
Oh
wait
my
a minute!
God! Backdoor rescue, Alf. Oh, wow, overextended there. AK has last effort. He could just die away in the corner here. It's totally fine.
Yeah, it's totally fine. No more flywheel, unfortunately. But it's okay. Die in the corner, like what you said. Insane!
Yep.
Alf keeping his eyes off the prize for a moment, and Zyro just took advantage of that.
And now he could go pop that Cypher, able to actually push him away towards that bridge area. So incredible stuff. We have Warp already. So now we're going to get the chair. Can he get the pop in time? Is going to be so important for him to open up this bridge Cypher. Able to actually get the Gardener Cypher. And now we're stuck with the last 59%. And we still have 3 survivors remaining.
Alf knows the last Cypher is in this double story. He saw it shake, which is why they are doing the 4th Cypher right now. The 4th station Cypher. Oh, wow. What an awareness of mind right there. City is going to be the next one to kite. The Lanternist can hold his own a little bit.
Yeah.
So far, avoiding all chip damage.
So far, so good. And now they're opening up another Cypher here, able to get the living frame, but no, couldn't pull it back, get the hit. And now at least this Lanternist does have borrowed time, so that is good in his book. So far, City might have to be the sacrificial lamb. I think the mercenary, oh, actually they're pushing the same Cypher here. So now living frame damage here is gonna be done. And now we're already primed that Cypher, but hang on, that's a lot of hits. Gonna have to pull back. Nice flywheel.
Whoa!
Can we pop that Cypher?
That was so smart. Flywheel, that damage thanks to the living frame, and then a go for the full blood because he knows no detention.
Look, roller coaster, unable to get it, forcing Alf to go on foot. No detention as well, and you get 3 survivors, healthy survivors.
The dungeon's
you have
there.
No warp, and the dungeon's there now. Oh my God!
CT doesn't need to go. He can go for the dungeon. Oh wait, never mind. AC's here.
We're breaking the chair too. Uh-oh, this is actually not good. Alf, 3 survivors here. He's gonna try to get a 3-man exit. 2 have already been there, but Gardener does have also the bubble, and that is gonna be a 3-man escape.
Yeah, GR playing that to perfection, knowing that, you know what are you gonna play? Hullabaloo? Bon, and when they saw Bon, you can almost see that smile from them because they were expecting this.
Yeah, my goodness. Wow. Can I just recall Zyro, man? Clutch rescue. We thought like, okay, not gonna happen anymore, but no elbow pad to get that rescue. And I feel like from then on, Alf was kind of thrown off a loop, and the 3-man escape. Now they won on both sides. It's not just the 10-point differential. Add 3 to that.
Chinese mainland division teams this year are absolutely insane.
Yeah.
And you saw the technical aspect just now, right? Just using the frame just to flywheel off the damage and then pop the Cypher, getting full health because he knows, hey, Bon definitely does not have detention right here. And it paid off because it totally helped them. I mean, even if, okay, here's the thing. They probably didn't know where the dungeon is.
Yep.
But the safer route would be if they knew where it was, he could easily run towards the dungeon. They would have still gotten that 3-man, and there's nothing Bon can do there because they know, hey, once he used up that warp gate at the 2nd floor, they're like, okay, we got this.
Yeah, and the fact that they were able to also change up the coaster for a 2nd stop, really allowing the the Lanternist to get that exit. And it was just so apparent that you really felt oh man, that's a big point differential. It's a 12-point differential. You really felt the mobility of Bonbon being so lacking in a big map like this. And if they can't turn the tide, okay, wait, that's 2 rounds in already. So in game number 4, they need to win, but they also need to answer the point differential, because even if they win game 4 and 5, you still have to answer for that 12-point differential.
If it's going to be a draw game in game 4, that's not even going to be a game 5. Yeah, because you're not going to be able to catch up with 2-1 in the end. Right. So it's safe to say, if the first half ends up with a 5-0 to GR,
yeah,
there's not even going to be a game 4 second half, because even the draw wouldn't change anything anymore.
Oof, that's a tough pill to swallow if you're a Reject fan, because those odds are really tough. And considering how GR has been drafting, they've been saving a lot of their mainline survivors for this moment. Yeah, you picked up Lanternist, but you still have access to Archer. I think you still haven't accessed Aeroplanist. And this is also GR's map selection in map number 4.
That's absolutely insane. But you know what? Please do catch up the highlights, and we'll see you right there.
开枪了，打满就卖了，好吧，就保加吧，最后1秒。哦，对，漂亮！太门站在坐车，看他们3跑。对，现在别做，新修吧，来不及爬了。我们这边2、换铁7、6、5能直接开，可以直接开。走了，漂亮，3跑了。
And there you have it, folks. GR cementing their lead here. 2-round wins and also 12-point lead up against Rejects. The clock might be striking midnight here in round number 4, and we are going to head to Chinatown. And apologies, it's actually going to be Rejects map selection. So hopefully this can extend their tournament life just a little bit, but we called it out. Not only do they need to win rounds, but they need to win in terms of points, because 2 rounds isn't going to cut it anymore. They need to answer that 12-point differential.
I'm not sure if it really matters at this point, because yeah, sure, you choose, our Rejects choose Chinatown, but GR is going to send Jin first, right?
That's
so
true. Oh my
so
God.
It's like he's saying, you know what, we're not even gonna give Alpha a chance to play in the second half. If possible, we're gonna end this with a 4-man elimination.
4-man. Oof.
If it's a 4-man,
I also think, Nell, if we even just... Can they even tie it out? Because if they tie it out, there's not enough points left. Yeah, they can't even tie it out. They need to win this half.
Yeah, they cannot tie it out, because if they tie out game number 4, it will still be going to GR because of the round wins. It's already 2 round wins and 1 tie in game number 2. So if you have 2 ties, 2 games tie, it's basically 2 wins, 2 round wins, and you win. So this game absolutely cannot be a tie. That's 1. Yeah. And number 2, absolutely cannot allow Jin to get 4K. 4K and it's over. Yeah. That's not even going to be a second half. So whatever it is, Rejects needs to reject Jin's 4K right here.
Easier
and that's
said
tough.
than done. Oh my gosh, that's hard. That's pretty tough.
Yeah, it is.
Who was it? I mean, it was only Axis Wave Survivor that kind of survived a bit of the onslaught of Jin's Peddler in round 3, but they still won at the end of the day because their survivors are very strong as well. So GR for me is like kind of the complete team as we've seen in the group stage and as of now. I know MRC is also in that conversation, but you did bring it up. When Zeta just kept harassing Bailu, he kind of crumbled. So maybe Zeta kind of showed the blueprint for Bailu. That's a match that we have to wait for because it will be AXIZ versus MRC after this. But right now, I don't know what RC has to do to kind of just... It seems like Jin just has their number.
Yeah, and he's definitely pressing on even until now, right? He wants to end it here and now. But honestly, I feel like COAⅨ is really about the rise of the Chinese mainland division, especially after they lost the title, right, to Zeta division, the IJL team, the Japanese division last year. So I feel like everyone's just so fired up. Look, if GR wins this, it's basically 3 Chinese mainland teams secured for the semifinals and waiting for MRC versus AXIZ. So, I mean, I don't know. I feel like Chinese teams are really strong this year.
Yeah, I think that Zeta win last year lit a fire in them that like, wow, it's not going to be as it was in 2025, but 2026 they really ramped up their game, and it kind of shows that they might have the blueprint to kind of face up against IJL teams, because so far we have not seen like a decisive... I mean, there was only that one decisive 4-man elimination on the side of Aka, but unfortunately he's not playing anymore. So it's Alf that's up to bat. So it's just GR seems like they're just a step ahead in this competition up against RC.
Yeah, at the beginning of the match, I did say that the further the game progress, RC should have an advantage simply because they have 2 hunters coming in. But Jin has been getting 4Ks from the very beginning, so this was the factor we did not account for. We would have at least expected RC to at least get some breakthrough in one of those rounds. Even Hospital, which was honestly was the best opportunity opening for them to get one round wins. But it didn't happen. It ended up with a tie, right? So yes, of course, BO5 is the first team to 3-round wins will win. But if there's a tiebreaker with the remaining slots, this is honestly the last game. If Jin gets a 4K, it's the last game. So RC, 1 survivor out is the minimum requirement to continue the game.
Oh man, that's going to be a little tough, but we're going to have to wait and see how they're going to do that. Banning out the Qist opera singer. So we only have access 1 meta hunter, which is the Hullabaloo. Let's see if he's actually going to consider that, as Priestess and Seer are banned out. Now we pick up the Novelist and Lanternist on RC side.
Yeah. He still has so many other metas to use. You know what I mean? Like, for example, he still has Hullabaloo.
Yeah.
And
that's one.
Okay, that's one. Okay, not so many.
Yeah, I think that's the only.
But still, whatever he plays is kind of meta. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He makes the meta. He makes the meta.
True.
I wouldn't even be surprised.
Spider's good in this map. If he wants to go Clown, to go up against Weeping Clown here. But Embalmer here, yeah, they just want to go for safe rescues since Jin is just a god when it comes to camping chairs. They do have 1 stunner in the Weeping Clown, and the Lanternist being there is also going to help them Cypher Rush. But yeah, I don't know. So coming into this playoffs, I was actually worried that GR might not be able to keep up with the best of 5. So this is actually a big test to see. Now the metas are kind of off the table. What's Jin gonna use?
Like what you said, Spider, maybe. Or Joseph.
Hullabaloo. Yeah. Joseph.
I'm just kidding. Peddler would be more likely, or Gamekeeper, or Hullabaloo, or... Well, Evil Reptilian would be nice here too, but...
Oh, I'd love to see that. A lot on the line though for Evil Reptilian pick.
True. Then you gotta expand a lot of energy as well to get it. Sculptor would be nice to see. I mean, considering how good he was at chip damage, Bonbon, I mean, Sculptor would be pretty insane. Like, you know, Weeping Clown go for a zoom, boom, 1 statue to stop you, right? That could work.
Possibly. So we just have to wait and see which one of the hunters he's gonna go for, and it is gonna be the Hullabaloo. So has fallen in terms of meta as of late, but still quite consistent. The Jin Baloo also was quite terrifying in the group stage. And in this map, there's a lot of good jump spots you can go for.
There is quite a few jump spots, but again, nothing matters if you can't unlock your double surprise and your trapeze, right?
Yeah.
So the deal with playing Hullabaloo is your first 2 double surprises needs to be perfect.
Yeah.
It needs to land. Because if it doesn't, you're wasting a lot of time chasing that first survivor. You're basically running around with normal attack hits, right? But here, it might not be too bad because Weeping Clown's the only one with mobility. So, well, I guess he's going to probably set himself up on top Aesop or next to Lanternus. I mean, those are the 2 probable ones. But honestly, though, 4K or 4K, there's not going to be a second half or 1-man escape at the very least, and at least Rejects will be able to continue on.
Yeah. I will say, though, if you do get 1-man escape, you're kind of kicking the can down the road for Alf to kind of carry. So hopefully they get the tie at the very least or more. But up against the Hullabaloo, up against Jin, it's going to be a tough call. But we got to still believe in how Rejects is going to try to turn this situation around. This is round 4, championship rounds, folks. So Rejects need it now more than ever to get this victory going. So let's look at the Persona web here. Insolence, Detention, Warp, Wanted Order on the side of Jin. Meanwhile, we have 1 Flywheel, a full kiting build on Unpi's side, Audience Effect as well on everyone, just to be able to pop ciphers. And we also have just 1 Tide Turner and Borrowed Time. So folks, let's see, potential last stand of RC? Let's find out. Pot Spice and Nello Mello on the mic for this one.
Well, Jin right now heading straight to where the nearest survivor is, and you can see that Fuku is just right across the building here. I'm not sure if the 1 Tide Turner is going to play, but they are playing really aggressive with this build. So Fuku, Lanternus, being the first chase.
Already landed the black mark here. We're gonna try to activate the hunt trait just so that we can speed up towards this Lanternist. Lanternist, once again, really tough mind games you have to play with this character, but if you're able to actually land your double surprise, like Nell said, could be an easy down. But right now, we're gonna use the living frame just to use this palleted area.
Yeah, not only does he needs to land, he needs to land with the proper marks as well. But Fuku coming back in, trying to... Okay, that's gonna be the second mark, red mark in. 1 more white mark is gonna do it.
Oh, wow, beautifully placed. Now we get the trapeze, land the red mark here just for a bit of silence. We're still going with the living frame. And now Warp Mind Games, able to actually go back and forth in this palette. So excellent stuff. Now we warp right back. 1 more black stage, able to down the Lanternist.
That's got to be the shortest, best warp I've seen.
I mean, yeah. Oreo warp, right? Like Oreo portal. But it worked out quite well.
They're gonna use the coffin straight away. Wait, the coffin's so close though.
It is.
Yeah, they need to go for 1 rescue here. But you gotta be careful though, because none of these survivors can handle a terror shock. You know what I mean? There's no merc right here. Or a first officer. It's only the Weeping Clown.
Okay, we do have the rocket set already. We just avoid. Unfortunately, can't go for sharp turns here. But now Weeping Clown, red mark, Lantern is already on their feet. Able to actually get the Weeping Clown. So now we can focus our attention on Fuku.
Okay, Fuku just trying to run away as far as possible from the coffin, right? But again, Jin gonna get Fuku for the second time. But I feel like Jin's going to bring... Wow, even the coffin's going to be placed even further away this time.
Okay, that's good. At least they're able to actually get a safe rescue. But no, we actually want to just harass the Cypher.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay, good. Changing targets right here. So fast. That was really fast. I mean, no point in sharing Lanternus at this point, right? You might as well make him use the selfie.
That's true. So now Novelist forced to actually use the book, and now this is where we choose to just chair, I guess. Just chasing him out, but look at this. It's still unresided. We keep on trying to push this Cypher here.
He is, yeah. And you might think that there are more Cyphers done, but honestly, 3 minutes in, 3 Cyphers almost done. They're really pushing all Cyphers at this point, right? But what a smart play, delaying time until Warp was ready.
That was actually very big blurring, and I was not considering that. I thought he was going to change targets completely, but now we're still locked in onto Fuku here. So he does have a bit of that tide turner, but now it has already ended. We're going to get some red mark here just for the silence. Trapeze on over, and now we get the down.
That was absolutely insane. But at least there's hope for RC survivors. You know what I mean? Because it's definitely going to be a 3 survivors endgame, and there's no word for Jin. It's going to be popped really, really soon.
Okay, City needs to pop it right away. Don't force it because endgame detention is still going to be a factor, but at least if you're able to tie it out, it's still all good. 50 seconds on the clock for Warp. Soba touching the exit gate. Everyone is still on their feet, though.
Everyone is, and it's just a matter of time that they get the gates open, right? You know what I mean? So honestly, Jin should really, I think he really needs to just settle for a draw here.
Yeah.
The audience effect, the triple 4 audience effect definitely paid off for them to rush the Cyphers in the beginning, but careful though, RC might be looking to make a 3-man escape.
Uh-oh, RC able to actually make his way towards the dungeon. We still need to get these marks on, but unfortunately, we'll get a bit cut off here. Weeping Clown gets the red mark. One more, and he will be falling down. Just needs the white stage. Able to get the down onto the Weeping Clown. But just like that, we are able to tie it out.
Beautifully done as well. But again, they are not quite out of problems, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They are not quite out of trouble because remember, a draw is definitely the minimum that they need. But don't forget, GR survivors did get 3 men out from ALF last game.
And Nell, if we keep tying this out, if we tie it out round 4, it's over.
It's over too.
Yeah, they can't win any more rounds. They can win round 5, but they need to answer the 2 rounds. So
the round 5's not gonna happen.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen anymore if they tie it out. And like you said, our GR survivors are more than capable of tying things out. It's just that one game that they did get a 4-man elimination, but that was against the Qist of Aka.
Yeah. But now that all of those hunters are gone, I mean, let's face it. Jin had 1 good game with Hullabaloo, maybe 2, right? But most of the time, his Hullabaloo wasn't always his go-to hunter at the very beginning, right? So getting a draw here, not too bad, really. Because why? The coffin factor. When you see an embalmer, you kind of have to expect a draw. And that's exactly what happened. But is it enough, though?
That's true. Also, I like what you pointed out, audience effect. The Cyphers moved on along quite well. And the fact that he did chase after Fuku at the start, the Lantern, is really tough to deal with because, I mean, just mind games with the living frame. So, yeah, RC really gave it their all, ended up in a tie, but you're kind of giving the reins to either Alf or Aka to carry your team to that 5th round, and you have to be able to, you cannot tie, you have to be able to win the round.
Yeah, you have to win the round. And even then, yes, sure, you will go to game number 5, but the points difference are going to be too great to come from. And that's because Jin has done his job, right? Triple 4Ks in the first 3 games. Look, 5-0, 5-0, 5-0. I'm like, it's 22-10.
Yeah, 12. You need to answer the... Oh, man, yeah, you just kind of...
There's only one way.
Okay, what's the way?
There's only one way. 5 points in second half. Alf needs to 4K in second half. Game 5, Survivors needs a 3-man escape. And Alf needs a 4-man elimination.
To tie it out, right? That's how you get the 12 men to win.
Because it's 22-10, right? So if that happens, it's going to be 23-24 or 25, somewhere along the lines. Somewhere. My maths is so bad. I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. I get you. But yeah, they need to win. Like, they need to answer that half of games 3 where they win, where GR won both halves of the factions, both Hunter and Survivor faction. So yeah, here on out, they can't afford to lose. They need to. They can't tie. If they tie, it's over.
They gotta win, and they gotta win a lot, right? They gotta win a lot, and that's mostly thanks to them having a dominant start. GR having a dominant start. So Rejects should continue playing the way that they did just now. Sure, it's already the 4th game, but at least, hey, you're denying 4Ks right now from Jin. So that's a good start.
Yeah.
But whether or not it's enough, nope. It's gonna be really hard. You got to go for the 3-1s, you gotta go for the 5-0s, and that's it. Both sides, not even just one. Yeah.
That's true. Man, that is a tough call. I just wonder what Alf can play now, because now he doesn't have access to his Bonbon anymore.
He can play. Yeah, what can he play? That's 4K. Bloody Queen. I mean, I'm just kidding.
In this map.
Geisha.
Geisha in this map would be fire, but man, you need to get at least a 3-man to keep things going.
True. But if he gets a 3K, let's say he gets a 3K.
Okay.
The points is going to be 5-3.
Yeah.
And game 5 is not going to matter much anymore too.
We still have to play it out, but they cannot afford to lose any of the halves. At least they need to answer the 5-point difference and another 3 points in game 5.
Yeah. I mean, if it's 5-3, okay, here's the thing. If it's 5-3, even if you get a 10 points match next game, the points wouldn't be enough to, I think, 10-0 next game. Now, because it's 22-10 right now, if he gets a 3-1, it's going to be 23 to 13. 22 to 13.
Yeah, 13.
And then
they need to perfect the next game.
Oh yeah, they can. They gotta perfect.
But they need to perfect the next game, which is very unlikely. But we have to get through this matchup first. So Priestess and Balmer ban first. So allowing the Seer, allowing the Doctor. Are we gonna go Wax Artist?
I feel so. Feels like it. Because if he plays the Wax Artist, yeah, it doesn't matter if you have a Seer or not. Yeah. Right? Oh my god, play a cowboy, please.
Please.
Play a cowboy. Oh, the forward's coming in. And the mechanic. Oh my god, how could we forget about the mechanic?
Yeah. Having the mechanic here would really help. And man, GR has always been pressing on the pressure here in every Survivor side. And the fact that they bring up mechanic here, they're not shying away from Embalmer. Oh no, Florian, instant win. Oh no.
Instant win. This is not looking good. And this is where you see that the strategy that they had saving these characters until game number 4 pays off.
Yeah. Full circle at this point.
Game 2 was bad for them, but hey, at least.
Yeah.
But honestly, I feel like if they played well game 2, they wouldn't even need to come to game 4. You know what I mean?
Maybe they just tried, hey, let's try this out. Let's try to go full support or full whatever. But hopefully this will be a big SOS moment for Alf in this matchup.
For sure. But one thing is up right here. That's the forward. That's, of course, the mechanic, the patient, and the fire investigator as well. So the question is, chat, who are they going to face up against? Alf really has limited options right here in this map. And against characters like mechanic, fire investigator, forward, and patient, there's the mobility factor right here. So this is not going to be an easy lineup at all for Alf. I kind of wonder. Like, I mean, there's no Ivy. There's no Sangria. There's no Marcus. There's no Bonbon. There's no Goatman, right? So, unless if he wants to play Hullabaloo, that had be an option as well. Joker, I mean, Jade Pierre. Noel saying Joker. That could work, but I don't think that's going to be the 4K Hunter that they need. I don't think Mary is a 4K
Lion in chat says Axe Boy.
Axe Boy. Ooh.
There's also, Joker Mary. There's also a lot. Oh! Joker.
The clown.
We're gonna get a clown. Huh.
Oh,
well,
wow.
that's gonna counter a lot of the mobility, I guess. So in this map, I like it. Maybe he learned from Aka also with this clown.
He needs to have an amazing start.
Yeah.
Because here, I would say Clown 2K at best.
True.
Unless if he gets an amazing first chase and double downs or Terra Shocks the rescue, then that will allow him to get a 3 or 4K. Yeah, mistakes. In a nutshell, Survivors needs to do a lot of mistakes for that to happen.
Let's see. I mean, game 2, they did try to overextend here, but man, GR so close to the finish line. Not sure if they're gonna overextend up against this Clown, but the stage has been set. Let's look at the spawn locations here. This Clown needs to set up for him to get the unlimited rocket dash. We're gonna be able to give the center spawn on the mechanic here, but L shape, we gotta wait. Seems like they might lock this in.
Yeah, L shape, saying, you know what, take the L, give the L to Al. But honestly, mechanic middle might not be too bad. You know why? Because you don't want the forward to be the first chase. Right. Because the forward is going to end up wasting so much ball and it might not even matter anyway. So with the mechanic, hey, at least you have the bot for the body block. And if you go for Florian, hey, at least you have the balloon that stops turnings, make a long wall with the balloon, right? With the airbags. But easier said than done because Joker can maneuver left and right over it.
Yeah.
So is this the hunter that will allow RC to come back with a win right here?
Let's find out as we look at the persona right here. Blink, trump card, insolence, no detention, mischievous, and berserker here on Alf's side. While we do have audience effect as well and full effect in GR's side, we have 3 tide turners and a full kiting build on this mechanic. So final stand, all or nothing on reject side. Can they reject their limitations and accept victory? We're going to find out in just a bit. Nello and Pot Spice, your commentators for this matchup.
Alf's Joker coming in strong right here. Remember, there is no one with borrow time at all in this team. So it's all or nothing. Okay, already equipping the first, first rocket propeller, trying to get more rocket parts. That's very important in the long run because you need it. Alf is gonna miss.
Oh my god, wow, City just banking it all that he couldn't make that turn and right away getting the pallet slam, and City being the mechanic. Actually, wait, no, did he drop his bot? And that's what
he
got,
did.
oh wow, okay, so yeah, able to actually get that, so beautiful stuff on City side.
Beautiful thing, like you use it to body block. That's the whole thing. And Zyro is gonna slam, but at what cost? At what cost? But hey, at least you're making the Clown waste his parts. Look, he's burning through the rocket parts fast, but right now Zyro just one hit away.
Yeah, we do see that Zyro already at the second floor is going to double back, but able to actually catch up in time. The pallets are going to be dropped, but we're able to actually get a little bit out of the way, but no, the balloon unable to stop him in his tracks. We finally use up the blink.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Thinking that he going up would be great, but I think they should have noticed that Alf's blink is already up. The correct place to go should be the bottom towards the pallet area. But hey, you know what? Cyphers are not really moving fast.
Right.
And I think Alf, so far, he's slowing down the survivor space, even with maximum audience effect.
All right, gets the rescue pretty clean here, but AC might just move away with the tide turner. Totally fine. They need to get objectives on the board here just for them to be able to secure that victory. Again, a tie is all they need for them to just move on to the semifinals here.
Yeah, a tie is all they need, but whether or not it's enough to make a difference, Alf needs to get a 3K at least, or a 4K even better. That's going to help them equalize. But he's halfway there. I mean, he's already got half the team injured. Boom! Goes the dynamite. Very fast rescue, but hey, it's pretty risky if you play like this, you know what I mean? Because you're not...
Tried to vault it out, but AK still in the area. Not sure if we're actually going to go for another stun. Yeah, maybe got to focus on... Because, no, there's still 5 ciphers remaining. Yes, there is some progress, but you want to be able to finish up these ciphers. Because, yeah, Alf endgame is going to be a little well, not really, because they didn't bring it to tension, so it's kind of all or nothing for him to get the mid game going.
They just don't want Alf to get 4K. At this point, they're just playing for the tie. Although, it's like, if you're expecting a Cloud right here, wouldn't it make sense to have something like an Embalmer or a Prospector? But I
Maybe
guess
they
they're
weren't
not playing
expecting
that.
a Clown.
Yeah.
Okay, he's got to be very careful here. Nice maneuvers on Alf's side. We flywheel just to cancel out the rocket dash. And I got a dash of my own, says AK.
Exactly, but whether or not it's enough, that's a different story, because if you cancel it out using flywheel, the cooldown is not as long. Yeah, so it's reduced by half. But hey, thanks to that, at least they'll be able to finish up that third Cypher, almost finishing the fourth one. And now, changing targets, Alf realizes that, you know what, I just need to get everyone injured, and that's it.
Wow, a nice block off onto the Alf's just entry towards the pal here. Nice voltage as well, but now we get the Terror Shock onto the Fire Investigator. So last Cypher remains, no Tide Turners and no borrowed times on the board for these survivors here.
Beautifully done by Alf right here. The Terror Shock onto AC, keeping the hopes of rejects alive, and the Cloud is halfway there. He's gonna put down the Fire Investigator. He wants more.
Yeah, so I like this new style. Alf really wants to go for broke here, and now no one's touching Cyphers as Alf is patrolling around the area, but this slow game could actually get their survivors' bearings back into play here. Mechanic might be the next chase here, able to actually get it, but able to get a pallet slam in return. So let's see if we're going to get the pickup onto the Fire Investigator.
Alf is going to have his blink up really, really soon. With everyone injured and Mechanic not having a bot at all, this is going to be really tough for them to come back in this. But again, this is kind of looking like a 4K game by RC, simply because, hey, decoding's not fast, and number two, slow decoding. Number one, slow decoding. Number two, no borrowed time for any.
Whoa, hang on. We're able to actually get but no magic wand, unable to actually cut it for him. And now we get the down onto the Mechanic. We also get a rescue onto the Fire Investigator. So back to the slugging strategy. AK now is going to be the one to be chased.
I just love this slugging strategy because of the slow rocket drill, right? He can safely go for the fast dash and keep everyone on the ground and make them waste their time healing, make them waste their self-heals, and no one's going to be able to touch the Cypher. So the game plan of Alf right here. I mean, he wants vengeance, right? And this might seem like his redemption character.
Oh, look at that. He actually kept him at bay here. And they're able to actually force out the strong hit for AC to actually move on away. Fire Investigator forward are up. We need to get some parts here, but we also have the balloon ready for any rocket dashes.
Well,
wow.
He's going to save that balloon for the late game, but you got to be really careful though, because two survivors are injured, and Alf has already changed to peepers, so keeping Fire Investigator down the ground even longer. But while all of this is happening, look, Alf is burning through almost all of the rocket parts, and he only has one left.
Yeah, that's true. So now he needs to be very careful here. City's gonna get found out. Luckily, everyone still has their exit path. We flywheel through, and now we have to chase her down. Able to go through the pallet. Oh, what an exchange!
Look at what he was doing. The double hit onto back. Like, he's just trying to bait it. But the exchange definitely not favoring the survivors here. Alf keeping the hopes of RC alive here. Will the smiley face be the answer to the comeback of RC, starting with this Cloud play?
Able to flywheel through, but we force it out. Everyone is knocked down, so now the forced healing has to happen for the Fire Investigator to come up. City will be the first one onto this rocket chair though.
It's paying off. Everyone, because of the slow drill and the peepers, everyone's on the ground waiting to be picked up.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Incredible stuff. So now AK might be the next one, but you got to be careful because AC is right on top of that dungeon. But yeah, this is the first rocket chair for everyone, so it's totally fine. He could definitely find out where he's at. But no, we actually get the pickup onto AC. He needs to survive this. The Fire Investigator does have his balloon to work with, but you're kind of on a timer here. Not sure if you're able to kite it out.
not sure indeed. And this is such a bad spot. And there you have it, smiley face. My goodness, coming into this game, Alf, the 4K, the savior, the saving play that they very much needed. Could this be the comeback of Rejects right here?
It has to be. It's not like Alf already, you know what, was able to break on through. The first domino piece has fallen. So now the rest of the survivors need to follow suit. Coming into this next one, they do have their work cut out for them because they don't have map selection, but this is the first time they're actually able to break on through. So incredible stuff. And it feels like, yeah, GR was not ready for that clown.
They were not. And the fact that they all brought 0 borrowed times, it was already questionable from the start. I know that I said survivors need to make a lot of mistakes. The rescue needs to fail. And although they did not make too much of a mistake, but the mistake already comes from the ban picks itself. Because they were so focused, number 1, ban picks, number 2, persona traits. Because look, the requirement to win, what's the requirement? They don't have a clear requirement. They don't have the best Cypher rushes. Audience effect was not in play because no one could touch the Cypher because of how fast the pace was by the Joker. And they don't have anything that's pressuring Alf, right? You don't have Cypher decoders. You don't have anyone that can stop. You don't have a character that can help you contain longer. And it was just well countered right there. As a matter of fact, I feel like if they actually replaced the mechanic with an embalmer right there, a mechanic, okay, maybe not mechanic. Mechanic's body blocks were really good right there. But if you want to do that, might as well play psychologist, right? You can play psychologist.
Yeah, true.
And then bring out the embalmer. Bring out the embalmer. That would have at least helped you a little bit longer because no way a clown is going to bring a teleport.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. And they are not even playing at the corner bottom right story right there. That's actually a really strong area as well. They're not even playing at that area.
Yeah. It just shows that they were not prepared, or they kind of, I'd say, maybe underestimated the Alf factor that did come out. But hopefully this is why you save Alf for game number 4 and 5, and we're really gonna weigh it down the wire. But the fact that he got the 5-point game, they cannot afford to lose any more of these halves because it's still, I believe, 7-point differential. So they need to get 8 points for them to secure the victory. Oh, it was 8 points. That's one. So they have to perfect one game. Then the next game, they can't 3-1 because if they 3-1, they allow 1 more point. So 23. Oh.
They can still afford. Yeah, they still need to win both sides.
Yeah.
They still need to win both sides. Yeah, because 5-0 throughout the board, right? But we're going to come back after this highlight. Don't go anywhere.
95分で90するから終わりぐらい。あと待ってるんだと思う。実際我慢しといて。時間すぎる。8なしね。8なし。レストランかレストラン8考えて。レストラン8が逆ゲーでもいい。2、1。無理。
我赌吧。
闪向。4楼没看到。
有电吗？在哪？找机械是吧？
And welcome back, folks. Are we witnessing the RC miracle or the RC comeback? We did start out with Alf getting the 4K. It's still an uphill battle, but now we're going to play in the terms of the map selection being in the advantage of GR. So hopefully we'll get to see a bit of Redemption Arc on RC side, and now Red Church. So this is a map that's technically a map that GR likes to go to a lot. So I don't know. Maybe we're gonna see some interesting plays on GR side, but I feel like GR cannot afford to underestimate RC at this point. I believe Nell is experiencing some technical difficulties, so I will carry the conversation here, chat. What is going on, chat? Oh, there, it's me. Hello. I am duplicated. But yes, shout out to each and every one of you. Let's lock in for this game because we have a very big opportunity for RC to control the game here. And there you have it. It's both me and Nell. PNG tuber era. I believe Nell is not back yet. Oh, is he back?
Am I back?
Are you back? You were frozen.
What was I? Oh my
Yes,
god, I'm so sorry.
No, it's
I'm
okay.
so sorry for that. Well, it's kind of weird because you know what? I actually wanted to debut my PNG tuber era, so yeah, so that's pretty good. Yeah. But I'm so sorry. Back from the abyss, crazy stuff. Not sure, but a really short blackout just
there you go.
sent me spiraling right there.
We back now. We back.
Yeah, I'm back.
We are back, folks. So once again, I'm doubled up now, but I think Nell is listening to me from the Shadow Realm. It's totally fine. Back to PNG tubers. We're going to Red Church now. It seems like RC has already laid a bit of the groundwork. It's still an uphill battle here, and Alf seems raring to go to try and turn this ship around.
Yeah, for reals. You gotta go all in right now, right? And this is exactly what RC is good. When you go for the BO5s, you have two hunters. Whereas Jin needs to play every single game from the very beginning up until now. That's going to be super hard. So whatever it is, RC is definitely on the right path right here.
True. I actually, wait, let me just kind of go back a little bit to see the, it was Red Church. I forgot who had the advantage when it came to that. It seems like it was going to be GR's Hunter Jin that comes in first, so they have to prepare for his Peddler in this matchup because that is a very terrifying Hunter to go up against.
Yeah, I'm going to wink right here. But yes, beginning of the comeback for Rejects, right? And what happens is they need to get wins on both sides. A 7-2 is not going to cut it, if I believe, because round 3 it was 8-1. So they definitely need both factions to win to bring it to a BO5 overtime.
Yeah, that's true. Unless they get perfect on both sides, that is going to be
then our Rejects win.
Yeah. That'll be amazing if they're able to do that and turn things around. But as of now, the fact still remains. You want to win in terms of just factions, maybe a three survivor escape against this one, and make Alf bring out. Shoot, he doesn't have his bonbon anymore, but he can bring out another hunter. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. And Nell is back to the Shadow Realm, so it's all up to me. Chat, how's everyone doing? Are we good? I see Sasabella, I see Tomato in chat. Just the Girl is here. Chocolite as well. We're seeing some new names here, so hopefully y'all are doing well. Salty Sugi, Karma, Marielstro, I hope you are doing good. Nano, Horton passing around the water. Hopefully y'all are good because we gotta lock in, folks. Seer, Mechanic out of the way for Jin to work with, and usual suspects. We're not going to see Jin actually use up his Opera Singer, his QS. That does get banned out. So if you guys have been following the group stage, he has a very terrifying Peddler in this map, but you can also kind of run Hullabaloo. They're really good spots here for you to work with. Not sure if you kind of want to go with that. He did only get a tied game, and actually, you can run that because if Jin does get a tie, it would actually work out. So it seems like he can offer that Hullabaloo in the mix, but Lanternist and Novelist will be picked here along with a Weeping Clown.
Yeah, I mean, at least they have characters that can sort of play into this map. like Lanternist itself, I'm kind of amazed that they managed to save up Lanternist all the way up until round number 5. So Rejects has survived the brutal onslaughts in the beginning game. And now let's see if Jin can deny them of that win in this first half.
Yeah,
then RC will be in such a good position to win.
For sure.
If they get a 3-man, if they get a draw, then nada. But if they get a 3-man and above or a 4-man escape, then yes, they will have a chance in second half with Alf coming in.
Yeah, 3-man escape or bust is the win condition for RC. Meanwhile, Jin having access to his Hullabaloo or Peddler in Red Church. But I'm liking that they saved up the Lanternist. They also have Aeroplanist, and you know what? They do have the team fights of the Clown and also the Novelist just in case. And considering it is Red Church, it's not going to be as big as Moonlit River Park. It's not going to be as big as Chinatown. So they're able to give that support. Come on in.
Yeah, that's definitely what they need to do right here, right? Support. And of course, just making sure that, hey, that person can contain Hunter as much as they can with minimal support. You know, so to speak. And honestly, unless if I mean, even if Jin wants to go for a Clown, if he has a Clown right here, Lanternist can sort of negate those.
Yeah, that's
Lanternist
true.
plays.
Yeah, he's gonna go back to the Hullabaloo. I think it would have been hype if we see a Clown matchup, but maybe this is the win condition of RC. Maybe taking Jin to unfamiliar territory come round 4 or 5 could. I mean, they were able to stop the 4K streak of Jin. So do you guys believe in RC or GR? Let us know in chat. Because it's do or die time. If your apples are still on the line, yeah, either GR Jin's eating it up, or I'd say RC is planting a new tree here to just give you that new faith in them. So now let's look at the spawn locations here.
Yeah, Charles is going to be in the middle of the church. That's great because he can maneuver away from all directions, right?
Yeah.
But whether or not he wants to be the first chase, that's a totally different thing, because I think you would generally want your Lanternist or Novelist to be in the middle. But hey, now it seems like Hullabaloo is going to have access to everyone but the Novelist.
True. So let us see, chat, how this one's going to play out as we look at the Persona web in this matchup. Do or die time for RC. Can they actually put up a fight up against Jin's Hullabaloo for a round 2, but we change things over to Red Church? Again, this is the map advantage of GR here. So it seems like Warp, Detention, Insolence, Claustrophobia on the side of Jin. Meanwhile, we still have three tide turners here. Knee-jerk Reflex and also Borrowed Time on the side of Fuku, but Audience Effect counted up 3 on the side of RC Survivors. So folks, let's get to Red Church. That's Nello and AXIZ for your commentators for this matchup.
All right, this is a much smaller map. Definitely going to be way better for the Hullabaloo to make his first chase right here. Right now, Jin trying to find that first target. City is going to be in the vicinity. That's the Weeping Clown, though. Although we know, as soon as you're near, he's going to zoom away.
Yep. So now it just seems like, yeah, just they need to go for more than just a tie. So let's hope that they're able to actually get this 3-man escape. City now does have the black mark, does have the red mark. These double surprises doing really well. You want to unlock that first presence just to have that trapeze, but this pallet area is going to be real tough to deal with.
Exactly. I mean, basically, you just got to put down pallets a little bit and not allow for him to get close enough for you to hit, right? But so far so good. Weeping Clown buying quite a little bit of time, although there are still 2 marks. Again, the Oreo warp right here.
Works out well, man. And now you're able to get the trapeze. You're able to actually double back in this area. Did get the silence. We do have a little bit of a cooldown onto that rocket. Are we going to spend it right away? It seems like we're going to just go back and forth here. Goes through the window, able to get the black mark, unable to actually use the rocket, and now just one white stage and the city would be fallen.
But it's okay because look, City is buying so much time. There's going to be a 3 Cypher's kite, as a matter of fact. Yeah, sure, City's going down, but not too bad, not too shabby. Use up all your resources, but hey, you got the 3 Cyphers down.
Yeah, true. So now, again, they need to play for that tie strategy, but we do have a lot of tide turners to work with here, Lanternist and Novelist, and it seems like we will see a rotation happen. There is someone feeding that Tinnitus, and it is the Novelist.
It is. Novelist has a tide turner that he can use to swap him away. I mean, that will guarantee a successful rescue into the pallet, into the slam. No damage rescue, and things are continuing to look good for Team RC.
Yeah, so far so good. Weeping Clown does fall, but we still have endgame detention to worry about, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Seems like City's going to be sitting back onto that rocket chair. Meanwhile, Airplane is using up that jetpack to get closer. We see at the lower left side of the screen, the red carpet is going to be occupied by the Lanternist, so 3 Cyphers needed. 3 Cyphers are being worked on here for the endgame.
It is. And this is still going to be City's second chair, right? You can already see Soba already in position, also has a tide turner, has a jetpack to work with, and he's going to use it straight away just to levitate towards where City is. And he might be able to get that no damage rescue as well.
Oh, hang on, Weeping Clown. We've seen how well he can kind of kite this out, but just go for the rescue. It's totally fine. We get the black marks. The Weeping Clown does fall here, so it is going to be a down onto him, but last Cypher is moving on quite well here, Nell. So they need to get 3 Survivor out here just to survive. City's gonna fall, but possibly in time for a pop. I don't know if we're gonna be able to get it. We get the pickup. No, we get the pickup.
It's okay. It's still a 3-man endgame, and everyone has tide turner. Borrowed time, except for the Novelist. So 3-man endgame right here, and look at how fast the gate is being opened.
Warp able to actually close the distance. He just needs one more for them to be able to get the victory. Trapeze on through, unable to get it in time. It's stuck at 80%, and now he's gonna focus on Fuku.
Oh my goodness, Jin! Oh, he needs to make sure no one touches the gate right here. But
open already. And now it's RC Soba needs to try and survive this out. There's actually the jetpack to work with. He's gonna get out in time, but there's gonna be everyone that is here. It's gonna be a pickup on the side of this Lanternist. Unpi is using up the novel book here, but we're gonna try to just get a little bit of silence. 1 red mark, no. Able to get the chair in time.
He's gonna settle for the draw? Is he gonna settle for the draw? Because the draw's not gonna be enough.
I think they will. Yeah, they're already here. No one's escaping yet. They need to get the 3-man escape here.
They need to. They cannot escape with just 2 because they know even if it ends up second half, a 3-man or even a 4-man, the points is not gonna matter much at all. So right now, Hullabaloo, Jin right here, still has 3/4 of a minute.
Hang on, Lanternist up and about here, but we try to change our attention to down the Aeroplanist, and now we're going after Unpi at this point. He's gonna try to slug everyone.
He's gonna try and slug everyone because he knows that he can do this. No one's gonna leave. So as long as he doesn't chair, you're buying time for to get the next survivor down. And look, this is not gonna end in a draw. That's for sure. It's gonna be either 3-man out or all-man eliminated situation.
Lanternist can go for the rescue, but yeah, this is already an Aeroplanist second chair, and we're gonna take him a lot further here. So just buying a little more time. The tension is gonna wear out, but it's all good because everyone's injured. So
it is.
Now let's see how this one's gonna happen.
I mean, again, either everyone makes it out or none of them makes it out. Right? That's the game plan right here. They cannot afford a draw. One person can only buy time by diverting attention.
Yeah, and now this Lanternist, apologies, it's Lanternist second chair. They do, it's musical chairs at this point, and he's just dragging them further and further away from the red carpet exit. We're gonna drop down here just to try and get, Novelist pallet slam though.
Yeah, farmed enough of that book, right? But this doesn't clear them out of problems yet.
Yep.
Remember, they don't have tide turners anymore.
Yeah. Man, this is going to be really tough. So now second time on the rocket chair for this Lanternist. It's gonna be real tough. Soba's the only one that's healthy enough to go for this rescue, but he doesn't have enough to work with. We do have a pallet slam here just to kind of close the distance, but he's gonna be stopped in his tracks here, and that is gonna be it, folks. GR are gonna move on in the playoffs.
That was so close, though. Because imagine if Jin did not make it at that last minute, 87% the game. That would have been a totally different story right there. But then again, it is a two-man secured right there. And ultimately a 4K. Congratulations, Jin, with his 4th 4K.
Incredible performance. And you got to give it up to RC. They really tried their best to survive. That was the win conditions, but you kick the can down the road too many times. Unfortunately, the road is going to end, and the point differential will be a lot. If this was a best of 7, could have been a different thing, but we don't have the energy for that, nor the manpower to do that. But GR facing adversity, RC showing that GR does have some weak spots, might have given maybe the other teams a blueprint of how they can handle the GR matchup. But yeah, sign of respect being shown here. Again, just utmost respect on both sides, really pushing each other to that limit.
Yeah, kind of makes you wonder if they could have just sent Alf out first, you know what I mean? But then again, it's going to be hard, both factions, either way. But yeah, I think this is the closest that the fight as can be, right? Because again, it's such a close match, neck and neck. I mean,
yeah. It was a back and forth, and I mean Aqua was able to get the 4-man elimination. I just think they came online a little too short, and like you called it, like maybe the support strategy came in a little too late, right?
Yeah.
You kind of want to do that surprise strategy from the start. So it's unfortunate, but hey, we want to find the best of the best, and we have to say bye to RC. It pains me to say that because I really thought they'd go really far, but GR just on another level here, denying the second half from happening. But at least we saw the game number 5.
Yeah, that's true. But you still got to give it up to GR, right? GR's Jin especially, because hey, it's easier to say it than actually doing it. Like, how many hunters can actually perform a continuous 4-man elimination against a top-tier team, right? So congrats, congrats to GR, but RC definitely putting up such a strong fight right there. But unfortunately, in the end, they couldn't quite catch up in terms of point. And for those of you wondering in chat, wait, what's going on? Why are they not escaping with a 2-man? Because they could, but it's not gonna matter anyway because 2-round wins, but difference in points.
Yeah,
that's why.
Speaking of chat, I just want to take this moment to thank you guys for the greetings. Again, thank you, Hanako, and thank you everyone for greeting me on my special day.
Happy birthday!
Thank you. I appreciate it. Best gift would be actually this matchup. It was actually an incredible matchup. Here are the match stats.
Here are the match stats, but you know what? You're supposed to say what?
Oh, sorry. I was waiting for you to... What? Sorry.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Poch.
Thank you.
Okay, I got it.
That. Yeah,
thank you. It's fun. Always the 3rd of May every year during COA⅓. We're going to get to celebrate the birthday together. But glory, all glory to glory right here because it looks like we'll be celebrating the victory of GR alongside Poch's birthday right here.
Yeah. Again, after Florian's big day, it's May 3rd. It is I've survived another year on Earth, so thank you guys for being here with me. And also an incredible match. I couldn't ask for a better birthday gift because I did put GR to make it to grand final. So I hope they make it all the way. That might be a birthday gift wish. Hopefully they follow that script. But yeah, just an intense back and forth. It was a little heartbreaking to see RC kind of fall there, and we saw a little bit of the old Alf come out of that clown. So yeah, just a little unfortunate. We couldn't go all the way till the last half, but couldn't ask for anything better.
Yeah, he still showed that he still has what it takes, right? Especially with the 4K clown. Very unfortunate with the Bon 3-man escape, but he still definitely has a lot. And a lot of people in the chat as well, singing along with us.
Yeah, start smiling, chat. I'm gonna take a video of this and I'll post it.
Ooh, start
Thank
smiling.
You for the greetings, chat.
Yeah, you're probably gonna wait a little bit longer before they can hear your message.
Oh, they were singing along with you.
Oh, they were? Okay. All right. But anyway, well, lucky winner gets to fly with Poch to Shanghai.
Wow.
Just kidding.
But let's
Just
check out
kidding.
the highlights before we award our MVP. So check this out.
頑張れ釣るよじゃあ北京区新崎北京区突っ込もう突っ込み開ける開ける開ける白白白白白白なるべくね劣化側向かってじゃあ無理頑張ってこっち来れるいや無理だないや惜しい警戒警戒一旦当てるわこれさ当てにするあと白あと白あと白いやーまあいや無理や
Ooh, let's go.
Oh, there we go. Oh, sorry, we were talking about strat. This is my birthday plans, but we're back. I want to give a quick shout out to everyone. I see Don Bori giving a shout out. Thank you, Felista. Thank you, Caro. Thank you, Nairobi. Thank you, Sasabella, Sage Scorpio. You're too kind. G1R. Yeah, big shout out to each and every one of you. There's a lot that's happening, but yes, Nano, I hope I'm that age. I don't know, just forever young. Let's try to keep it at that.
Yeah, definitely. What's 22? He's 18. Come on.
Jesus.
18. 18. Everyone in this crew is...
I started commentating this 6 years ago, so...
He was still in high school.
I was in high school? Jesus.
Yeah. Poch is younger than Chocho, by the way, so...
Sure.
Yeah. I'm just kidding.
Maybe by maturity. She is definitely more mature than all of us combined, but yeah.
Whoa. But still 3 apples tall. But anyway, anyway, guys, thank you so much for making this moment memorable. For Poch, I mean, he and I, we've been doing forever. And we never fail to have a birthday song every single year.
Thank
and
you.
there have it.
Yeah, we have GR's Jin to get MVP 5 best deductions, by the way. Always Jin. So congratulations to Jin. And yeah, no, thank you for this block of commentary. It was super fun. Best way to spend the birthday.
Of course. And you know what? We gotta say congratulations to Jin as well. And I think I know what he's gonna say after this, right? During interviews. He's gonna say happy birthday.
Wow, his English got so much better if he says that.
Yeah, happy birthday, Poch Spice from the English broadcast.
Wow.
At least that's how I think he will sound like in English. I don't know.
Oh man, Jin, thank you. Oh, that's so good. If I can only imagine him saying that, that'll make my day. That'll be wild.
For sure. But he's gotta be the MVP, right? He's got so many MVPs so far. But you know, like the 4 back-to-back, 4 eliminations, allowing him to get the MVPs. I would want to call him the man of the hour, but seems like the man of the hour right now will be up on stage.
Thank you guys. See you on the next one.
では、年金選手、津手選手、お願いします。こんにちは、GR の年金です。GR の津手です。では、歓声がちゃんと聞こえるようにお願いします。本当に素晴らしい試合でしたね。まず、津手選手、44424って何ですか？年金選手の戦績ですね。そうですね。本当に素晴らしい戦績でした。もう言葉で表現できないほどの強さで、第1セットですぐ4釣りできて、その羊のプレーについてどこが一番良かったですか？終盤の辺の立ち回りが良かったですね。最初はちょっとミスったんだけど、あとはチャンスをちゃんとつかめて良かったです。そうですね。流れを握り返したんですね。では第2ゲームで、病院の後半戦で4釣りできるのはさすがすぎると思うんですけれども、自分の、ボンボンに何点つけたいですか？正直最初そのファーストチェイスのダウンができた時に やっぱりこのゲームは速いペースができて4-3のチャンスが見えてきたんですね。この視野外の、爆弾の命中は本当にすごすぎて、ツテ選手、裏でそれを見てどう思いましたか？本当に尊敬してます。では、第3ゲームでニンジン選手、3台分ファーストチェイスで稼がれて、でもその後にまた4-3できたんですけれども、どういうふうにアイビーを椅子狩りができるキャラに変えたんですか？最初はちょっとチェイスフェーズが遅くて、もう椅子狩りでしか4-3のチャンスがないので、そこで頑張りました。そうですね、2回目の休業の時に本当にチャンスをつかめた感じがすごくしましたね。では、ツテ選手、その後のサヤバ戦で救助のシーンは本当に熱くて、どういうふうに連携で、BBC で連携取りましたか？ずっと最後のギリギリの瞬間の救助を狙ってました。では、救助ができた後にどうやって3-2ゲーまでつなげたんですか？僕は隠密しながら時間稼いで、できるだけ味方のスペースを作ろうとしてました。そうですね。それで3-2ゲーできましたね。では、有利を最初からずっと握ってて、ニンジン選手、また4-3でこれ試合を終わらして、でこれからちょっとウェイボのファンの皆さんのメッセージを伝えたいです。ニンジン選手、本当に素晴らしい選手で、これからすべての願いが叶うように、毎日楽しく過ごせるように、で JR チームも幸運を全部上げたくて、ちゃんと優勝できてトロフィーを上げれるように、祈っております。では、お二人からファンへのご来場とご視聴の皆さんにメッセージありませんか？ありがとうございます。お疲れ様でした。この万人公演の会場のすごさを分かったんですが、本当にすごいですね。では、ツテ選手、皆さんありがとうございます。毎日楽しく過ごせるように。そうですね、予選と、グループ戦を経てずっと勝ち続けて本当に素晴らしくて、では明日もグッドラックと言いたいです。ではこれからの試合も楽しみましょう。
Beauty, merely the first breath of terror. Death, perhaps the opening act of eternity. I've sought proof my whole life. The cost insignificant. I give the dead an eternal shadow. The living a face untouched by time. What I truly desire is not to freeze the now into forever, but to bring the once into this moment. I long for silence to break, for light to turn for you again. I long for you to breach the album and speak my name again. I long for you before my very eyes.
Joseph?
Claude, I'm back.
Life is an endless adventure, and danger waits at every turn. The more you flinch and hide, the deeper you sink into despair. Only courage can cut through the darkness and reach the dawn. Only those who have walked the world with their own 2 feet earn the right to be called the greatest explorer.
Well said. What a thrilling day we've had. Time to catch our breath. Shh. What is it? Wolves! Kurt, look out! Kurt! Kurt!
Get away from me! filthy beasts! Get away from me, you filthy beasts!
Call the doctor! Hurry! I'm sorry, Kurt.
I beat the wolves, but lost my freedom.
Given your condition, we can't let you leave yet. Please rest.
I must leave this cage. Because my next adventure is about to begin.
To return to school.
I'm deeply grateful to my parents. After fulfilling my dream of performing on stage, they supported my choice and gave me the chance to pursue what I've missed beyond the spotlight.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mai. Nice to meet you. Hi!
On the person that's on this character, it will be a very tough chase. As you see, they teleport over the back lead as well, but the hits, no biggie. Sprinzer still continuing as we see a back lead, but the hit I think will still register with the panel as we see a flywheel. So there's something to note when we come to the late game as we see City will be swinging the burst watch, but the...
He still has enough time, but if he looks, she only has one arrow left to utilize. Hunter is going to be able to get making his way towards the chair, is able to get the rescue without getting hit. Gonna go back towards the middle where he will be able to run into the next survivor, Soba.
Yep, and we'll get that switch as we see the ward effectively used and transition to the other side of the pallet. But I think this hit will be inevitable.
Part up all the way to 70, so they're gonna go in for this after half rescue, it seems, because they're just waiting for that last cipher to be primed. But gets a hit onto the fourth.
Yeah, which is like instant over half kind of situation. City will be seeing that hit, but will they just pop this cipher? It seems like they just have to. As we see the pop immediately happens, but nobody's at the gate.
Hunter is gonna be leaving a remnant here and gonna be teleporting to the gate.
Alright, Fuku will be getting this mini shield, but blocked by sprint.
Hunter unfortunately does get tinnitus here and she's looking for him and she does spot him out.
The second Magician's Wand, so he's able to buy a little bit more time here. The fact that we're seeing the front gate being open, and that window hit once again, I think it's 2 times in a row already. Yeah, my apologies, not 1k, 3k, and one escape as we see the and yeah, Sprinza with this 3k, what a start to...
Is on, so we will have at least a heal onto Sands on Doc.
Get a bit of more speed boost. He knows that Blink's gonna be up, so no point in trying to heal right here.
Yeah.
The area to kind of get some pressing here. But
whoa.
Right now, Pallet Slam saying, "Tada! I got you this time." Free rescue onto the doctor, although no tide turner. Oh, the Rocket's gonna buy some time, so Sands has already healed up.
About over support in the second round, and it seems like they are playing this one really well because now out of hand too much. as we actually go.
That's actually not too bad.
Yeah.
Because Doctor has tight turn. So
right. Bit more time for them to be able to get these ciphers going. So seems like Mercenary get to his first chase at the start. Nothing like your first love, but we're gonna get a hit on Ocean, and he could just farm off a hit off S10.
Nice. Okay, he knows. But you need to be very careful though. Last Cypher is already at 61%. STN just playing around the palace right here. Chongai missing. My god, how long are you gonna wait?
It's gonna look like a 3-man endgame here.
3-man endgame. As long as it's very likely gonna be a win for FPXQ because Chongai does not have teleport ready. So they are very likely to get 2-person out. I think that was what led to him going down.
Trying to go for it, but we just get a hit away. Able to actually get it. He's gonna hit him towards, but he's gonna try to crawl his way, pick it up. He got it!
Spam pallets and the graveyard.
Yep, able to do just that, and still missing out on the white one as well. Not expending the... Sorry.
Double surprise. He avoids it once again, but it does look like he avoids another one at this window. Still only the red bomb on her so far.
Both are ongoing and still not a single hit onto Nian. Now the first one has already been registered here, but it doesn't really matter. Flywheel is available.
Able to finally injure the survivor. 2-color bomb.
Right, that's the only way I can describe him. To pull Nian all the way to that chair. Can Nian struggle free? She does! So Nian... Oh my goodness, single chair onto the survivors here. Abnormal not being used at all. Down again onto Nian. You have this abnormal, but so what?
They're gonna be also coming in for this rescue. The exit gates being open. They only need 1-man escape. Is gonna be able to injure this Gardener, but she does get that rescue with tight turner.
She does. They just decide to escape, right? This game would have ended in a 3-minute 30-second mark. As we see a teleport to Flywheel out of it, I believe. Right, we'll be missing out.
Much other than injure or down the Gardener, and that's still a 2-man elimination. Right now, he needs to get a... And it looks like he's going to be able to get the double color on her so far. Got a push from the upper propel by the aeroplanist. Got a pallet stun as well, and that's going to allow the 2 survivors to...
Jump spot there, but it didn't work out. Hametu's here though. Oh, but we warped through and now able to... Okay, but no, you disarm, and now we just close the distance. Another one works out.
True, already 52%. Buying a lot of time though, but I'm not sure.
This could possibly help, but we don't see any more sticks for the Antiquarian to work with, and now able to actually...
Cyphers are still moving, Hametu, providing some cover. Boom!
Nice.
Goes the Dynamite.
Slides a bit of attack recovery here. Whoa.
Wow, already the second warp being used. This
be able to see that the last rocket was utilized.
Needs to be careful of the cold wax. Hot wax?
Oh, hot wax trick. Able to actually get the flywheel. Nice.
And the Cypher is about to be primed. They're just gonna pop the Cypher. It's
used up the warp. Is he gonna change targets? It seems like he will. So
you can certainly drag all the way up until 1 minute is up. Look at all the survivors coming to Dolisu's aid.
Rescue here, a split push towards this exit gate, towards this rescue. Able to sneak the focus on Dolisu, able to actually get the freeze. Hot wax, slow him down.
Yeah, just keep slowing him down. Oh my god. Yeah, the Titana is only for like 20 seconds. You're not gonna be able to... No!
Oh,
that's actually...
jump pad! Hang on, can they make the exit? He needs to go for the pickup, able to get it, and just like that,
oh no.
Still get...
Shinami's gonna rotate back to the 4-star. Using up the last jetpack. How much of the time can he buy though?
A little overextension, and unfortunately the double surprise.
Run in.
Yeah, just try to avoid as much as he can. Gets a clean rescue, but has to avoid the black mark, unable to do so.
Because one single stun, and you need 3 marks to down the survivor again. But rescue's gonna happen. Shinami, see you later.
Yeah, and the warp is gonna
a black mark is gonna bring Kazuneko down, but Kazuneko not gonna go down without
to get themselves out of this situation. Barrel Lady gets the rescue, but last of the football to work with just to get behind these pallets. Yeah, this is actually great strategy. Stand still, and he buy enough time, but try to move on away here. Mind games did work. At least you have borrowed time onto the Pharaoh Lady. You have to pop it right away, but no, we get the pick.
Pointed to the direction of where Haneku is, but where exactly? Oh, but Golisu's not going down yet.
Yeah, that's what's so hard. At least if he was able to fall right here, it could have made his way. Called it 4K on the side of T.
荣光未散，新城已起，圣城大门轰然敞开，6大赛区千锤百炼的20只铁血之师，携满身锋芒与必胜信念，奔赴而来，齐聚圣坛之巅。
紧系好安全带。
估的好，你们已经见识过了，估得败。Yura 997马拉上。
别队员走！
我喜欢吃小胖，一起加油！来。 微博，单车变摩托。 勝ちまっちょ。快醒醒，要比赛了！Before you fight it!
Beauty. Merely the first breath of terror. Death. Perhaps the opening act of eternity. I've sought proof my whole life. The cost insignificant. I give the dead an eternal shadow. The living a face untouched by time. What I truly desire is not to freeze the now into forever, but to bring the once into this moment. I long for silence to break, for light to turn for you again. I long for you to breach the album and speak my name again. I long for you before my very eyes.
Joseph?
Claude, I'm back.
is an endless adventure, and danger waits at every turn. The more you flinch and hide, the deeper you sink into despair. Only courage can cut through the darkness and reach the dawn. Only those who have walked the world with their own 2 feet earn the right to be called the greatest explorer.
Well said. What a thrilling day we've had. Time to catch our breath. Shh. What is it? Wolves! Kurt, look out! Kurt!
Get away from me, you filthy beasts! Get away from me, you filthy beasts!
Call the doctor! Hurry! I'm sorry, Kurt.
I beat the wolves, but lost my freedom.
Given your condition, we can't let you leave yet. Please rest.
I must leave this cage. Because my next adventure is about to begin.
To return to school.
I'm deeply grateful to my parents. After fulfilling my dream of performing on stage, they supported my choice and gave me the chance to pursue what I've missed beyond the spotlight. Hello, everyone. I'm Mai. Nice to meet you.
On the person that's on this character, it will be a very tough chase. As you see, they teleport over the back lead as well, but the hits, no biggie. Sprinter still continuing as we see a back lead, but the hit I think will still register through the pallet as we see a flywheel. So there's something to note when we come to the late game as we see City will be swinging the first watch, but the...
He still has enough time, but if you look, she only has one arrow left to utilize. Hunter is going to be able to get making his way towards the chair, is able to get the rescue without getting hit. Gonna go back towards the middle where he will be able to run into the next survivor, Soba.
Yep, and we'll get that switch as we see the ward effectively used and transition to the other side of the pallet. But I think this hit will be inevitable.
Part up all the way to 70, so they're gonna go in for this after half rescue, it seems, because they're just waiting for that last cipher to be primed. But gets a hit onto the force.
Yeah, which is like instant over half kind of situation. City will be seeing that hit, but will they just pop the cipher? It seems like they just have to. As we see the pop immediately happens, but nobody's at the gate.
Hunter is gonna be leaving a remnant here and gonna be teleporting to the gate.
Alright, Fuku will be getting this mini shield, but blocked by Sprint.
Hunter unfortunately does get tinnitus here, and he's looking for him, and she does spot him out.
The second Magician's Wand, so he's able to buy a little bit more time here. The fact that we're seeing the front gate being open, and that window hit once again, I think it's 2 times in a row already. Yeah, my apologies, not 1k, 3k, and one escape as we see this. And yeah, Sprinza with this 3k, what a start to...
Is on, so we will have at least a heal onto Sands on Doc.
Get a bit of more speed boost. He knows that Blink's gonna be up, so no point in trying to heal right here.
Yeah. The
area to fight against Approximate here. But
whoa.
Right now, Pallet Slam saying, "Tada, I got you this time." Free rescue onto the Doctor, although no Tide Turner. Oh, the Rocket's gonna buy some time, so Sands has already healed up.
About over support in the second round, and it seems like they are playing this one really well, because now out of hand too much as we actually go.
That's actually not too bad.
Yeah,
because Doctor has Tide Turner, so
right. A bit more time for them to be able to get these ciphers going. So seems like Mercenary gets to his first chase at the start. Nothing like your first love, but we're gonna get a hit on Ration, and he could just farm off a hit off Estienne.
Nice. Okay, he knows. But you need to be very careful though. Last Cypher is already at 61%. STN just playing around the palace right here. Chongai missing. My god, how long are you gonna wait?
It's gonna look like a 3-man endgame here.
3-man endgame. As long as it's very likely gonna be a win for FPXQ because Chongai does not have teleport ready. So they are very likely to get 2-person out. I think that was what led to him going down.
Trying to go for it, but we just get a hit away. Able to actually get it. He's gonna hit him towards, but he's gonna try to crawl his way, pick it up. He got it!
And welcome back. Day 3 global final playoffs for COAⅨ. We've just had our first very exciting match, GR versus RC, where GR will be moving up as one of the top 4 teams.
Definitely, and especially after the very last game, right, between GR versus RC, especially when we have been seeing Jin playing Bombon quite a lot during the practice seasons, for him to be able to get that 4-man elimination in Sacred Hearts Hospital was quite a divine eye to see as well. Not only that as well, we're able to see Alf Joker 4-man elimination against GR Survivor in Chinatown once again. The last time they've done it was with WBG, but this time with GR. I would say another great achievement here made by Alf, but unfortunately speaking, they were just a few steps behind to try win over GR, as Jin was just better today with a 4-man eliminations, ladies and gentlemen, out of this best of 5.
Yeah, I would say very great performance on GR Jin's side. Our next match, our last match for today, where they will be able to see which team will make it to the top 4, AXIZ versus MRC. AXIZ is the last team representing the Japan region, but they have to go against MRC. So far in the group stage, they placed first. They haven't lost a single game. So it's an uphill battle.
Yes, definitely. Not only that too, I'd say for AXIZ currently, they've had the hardest route to go from, right? In their Group B, they went up against 4 IVL teams, and then in their top 12 to top 8, they went up against ACT, in which they did definitely win. They currently, if I'm not wrong, 4 out of 5 wins up against IVL teams, as they've only lost to GR. But now the biggest hurdle comes along with MRC going up against Bailu this time, in which is a very prominent hunter, and I believe for AXIZ this road is not over yet, because even if they do win up against MRC, there's still a rematch of GR, which is on Monday.
Yeah, so today is going to be the final eliminations. So far, 7 teams have been eliminated. The 8th team will be eliminated. The remaining 4 will be fighting for 1st through 4th place. I guess they're not fighting for 4th place. 1st to 3rd place. So they just need to make it past this one last stage.
Yes. And not only that as well, right, Gummy? It is our final day of quarterfinals. We had quarterfinals first half yesterday, and this is our quarterfinals second half today. We concluded just the first game, in which a best of 5 last game was actually brilliantly done. Like the back and forth, especially in game 4 and in game 5 as well, where RC was trying to go for that 3-man escape to see whether or not Alf can make it into second half of game 5. But this time, especially as we have seen, during the first 3 games as well, right? It dictates so much for Game 4 and for Game 5. I believe for AXIZ, they definitely know that they cannot hold back, especially during these first 2 to 3 games.
Yeah, just having the advantage in the first 2 rounds. GR was able to win round 1 and then round 2, I believe. Just having that advantage coming into round 3 and not being able to win one of the rounds up till round 3, they were able to finally get a win in round 4. They were already at such a disadvantage. So coming into this round 5, they were trying to do as much as possible just to get more of that advantage. But unfortunately, they were not able to do so.
Yeah, because if you think about it, right, from both Hunter's side, it was a back-to-back format elimination for both Aka and for Jin, in which it was COAⅨ and that Bonbon respectively. And then we moved on towards Game 4, in which, yes, we were able to get a 4-man elimination and the tie game, in which it was 7-2. But the Game 1, 8-1, was just way too much, unfortunately speaking, there from the side of ORC. 7-point difference is very hard, especially in Game 5, to pull back when you don't have that much meta characters to use anymore. Especially in the Red Church game, if we just reminisce between SST versus Wolves again, in which it was actually not Jelly, but the initial rescuer of Wolves, who was able to get a rescue with Mercenary to actually jump the dungeon. It was same dungeon jumping location, but unfortunately speaking, to our new permaban picks, Mercenary was permaban, in which when ORC tried to go for that 4-man endgame, it was just a tiny bit too tight. The Cypher Rush was brilliant, but the XK opening, unfortunately speaking, was just a tiny bit more lacking.
Yeah. And if we do look at all the other games that we saw, I would say a very strong game on the side of T versus FL. I was actually the one casting it, so FL was the first in their group, and T was the third. But the T survivors and hunters did such an amazing job. They were so solid that there was just no room for FL and the hunter and the survivors to just get their points back. And we had a very early game yesterday, just finishing up in 3 rounds in the best of 5s. Was very interesting to see. And then there was the WBG against FPXCQ that you commentated.
I did.
Yes.
I did. Yesterday's game was actually really good between these 2 teams as well. The back and forth was good. However, unfortunately speaking, it was Game 5 in which WBG cannot surpass the hurdle of Fun plus Phoenix. It was a sky too high, unfortunately speaking, for a team without wings to surpass. So therefore, FPXCQ being able to get a revenge match on WBG for them to move on towards semis, which is also on Monday as well, first half up against TE. I do believe, right, you currently see what FPXCQ, a long prominent team, now also GR, 3 co-op wins in a row, a 3-peat for them, a potential 4th win for them this year, and then finally MRC versus AXIZ today. But of course, there's also TE, in which, if I'm not wrong, 2024, 2 years ago, they were able to make it to 3rd place, beating AXIZ. So this time, let's see whether or not they can make it higher to either 1st or 2nd on that podium.
Yeah, so a lot of potential and a lot of... Yeah, I mean, FPXCQ, they were 2nd in Group C, and WBG was actually 1st in Group A. So...
Yes.
Very interesting turn of events yesterday. And another very interesting turn of events, I think, Zeta being eliminated very early on against TE on day 1, I think was one of the unexpected events for, I'm saying, for a lot of the people.
Definitely, because I do believe, right, especially in our tourney scenes, especially with everyone here currently watching as well, we do get more benefit the more games we play. Because especially seeing Wolves, right, I believe Wolves is a really good example to make, especially, Wolves were able last year to get into group stages without much games, as they were 1st place in IVL, and then this year as well, as they were 2nd place to MRC, being able to get into IVL once again, not IVL, to get into co-op group stages once again. I believe the biggest issue with a lot of these teams is that you want more experience. The more games played, the better. Missing out on the regionals and alongside with missing out on a lot of practice games beforehand going into the quad group stages, you just don't have that much information on the meta, which is one of the issues. And of course, one of the issues that Wolves could not tackle coming into the group stages, as we did see their performance was not really the best. So maybe even saying for the potential future, especially with teams that want to make it even further, but have a hard time adapting to the meta, especially for Wolves, potentially speaking, making it into third place and playing in regions would be better. But of course, we saw Zeta last year, they did skip the regionals, however, they were very dominant. But this year, a little bit more different. I think the meta just caught up to them this time.
Yeah, the QS suddenly coming into the meta and being able to get those 4-man eliminations is something that we didn't see as much during the regionals. But during the group stage, we've been seeing QS performing very well in Moonlit River Park and in Dark Woods. I think are the ones where we see them being played quite a lot and being able to get those 4-man eliminations. I feel like as the tournament continues on, survivors are getting a little more accustomed to it, so they are doing a little better against the QS, and there's another interesting point
it's the experience, right?
Yeah.
It's also the experience of knowing where you've done wrong to lead to that loss and where you've also done right to lead to that win. Especially when we see in the early stages, we all thought QS wasn't going to be that good. However, it was a lot of the triple Cypher machine locks, especially during endgame, where we know, okay, we have to finish 4 Cypher machines, but there cannot be a triple in a row that allows QS to Cypher control for that 4K.
Yeah, and another thing that I noted, there were certain teams that actually didn't play much QS during the group stage, and when they debuted, they weren't as strong as the ones that already practiced QS quite a lot. So they weren't able to get the same kind of results, and I thought, as I saw the difference between the ones that played QS early on, is they were able to preserve the contact points. Usually towards the end, when they're not as good at playing, I shouldn't say as good, but they aren't as experienced proficient at playing QS, you see they run out of contact points. So then the back and forth, the mini abnormal is not available.
Yes.
And then another very, oh sorry. Yeah.
Oh no, I was just about to point out as well, right? If we saw yesterday's FPX games, how Dongshan performed, you know, the cue ball capture on towards the chair and then instantly hitting the survivors without any time wasted, and their rescue was delayed by so much to the point that Donex had chances to double down survivors to aim for the win, even though he didn't use a single contact point to perform mini abnormals on ciphers. It is as you just said as well, right, Gummy? It's the more you play, the more you learn, and the more proficient you get.
Yeah, and the game that I wanted to talk about was when AXIZ was going against the QS. They had, usually we see, and it was Moonlit River Park, you usually see that survivors make sure that the Cypher machines are completely on opposite ends on the different complete corners, so that the QS will have to utilize all the contact points to go back and forth. But in this instance, we saw AXIZ Wave have all 3 Cypher machines on the working carousel, the tent side of the map, which is something new, and I haven't seen them do that before. And they just kept taking hits, healing up, taking hits, and then they just slowly build up that progress, which I thought was a new type of strategy to go against the QS.
Yeah, and it's especially with now, with the meta kind of did change when Goldman was brought along, where a lot of early game was just rotation, waiting for your stacks to be ready, and then blink hit open and an instant blink hit down, in which they do not have enough Cypher machine decoding progress during the early game stages. With QS now being introduced, it does help us out a lot more, and not only that as well, because we had a lot of regional plays, a lot of pillars being played, slowly moving in towards the tournament. From the group stages, you've seen multiple peddlers, but as we now move on towards the playoffs, she has yet to be played, if I'm not wrong, or even maybe really rare. Yeah, as it's just like, it's very easily harassable, even though she does have metal affinity, but also at the same time, very easily Cypher rushable, especially with the fact that the most you do have is that chair camp, but it's still harder compared to chair camping with Bonbon, chair camping with Sculptor.
Yeah, seeing that she gets the ties quite often, I feel like they just changing it around a little bit. Now we're seeing more bonbons coming in because it's extremely hard to rescue against the bonbon, and they can get a possible more than a tie. So they are swapping around characters a little bit and readjusting. We see Ford suddenly coming back into the game. Ford was barely played on the China side, but we saw Ford being played even in the previous matches. So a lot of shift in the characters that are played, and since it is going to be the best of fives, we are going to see a much more larger variety being played.
Definitely. And like, it's especially when we kind of talked about the Weeping Clown meta before, right? First introduced by Juan from WBG, and it slowly kind of got adapted in yesterday's games in Chinatown, in that WBG match, alongside with multiple other games as well. It's kind of like a lot of these characters are really good characters, but there are just better alternatives. Weeping Clown, initially speaking, was seen as the main rescuer with basically free containment time, as his rocket dash provides so much distance and the hunters can't really catch up. But as we do now move and pivot slowly towards the Game 4 and the Game 5s, even in Game 1 and Game 2, we see pocket picks like Barmaid and Patient instantly chucked out. And not only that as well, Acrobat is kind of being picked a little bit less compared to before. So it is quite a big meta shift, and you can kind of see the disparity between the two metas, right? In IVL, they like non-metas of Gamekeeper, they like non-metas of Bonbon and Gamekeeper a lot more. However, in IGL, it's a lot of Dreamwitch, Bloody Queen, and also here and there Peddler, just depending on who's the one playing that Peddler.
Yeah, and another shift I've been seeing and noticing is usually a lot of the teams like to avoid big maps, but we've actually saw a lot of big maps being chosen. So Lakeside, Moonlit have been the top 2 picks for during the group stages. They've been choosing the big maps first.
Definitely. And not only that as well, we don't even see small maps anymore. I don't see Arms Factory being chosen that much. Group stages, best of 3s, always Arms Factory. Now you rarely even see Arms Factory. It's a lot of Chinatown, it's a lot of Moonrara Park, which isn't first pick but always third pick. And then especially with AbyssⅨ in town being picked a little bit more, and Lakeside is currently the most popular map pick, surprisingly, especially in IGL and IVL regions, where they didn't even choose that during their own COAⅨ regional qualifiers.
Yeah, and another interesting trend that I've noticed is when they're banning the maps, Chinatown has been banned the most. So they just want to avoid Chinatown. And then second to that is Moonlit, but Moonlit has been picked second the most. So they're banning Moonlit, and then they're picking Moonlit later on when it's their turn to choose the map. So very interesting strategy here to see that it's the second most banned and the second most picked. But if we do look at the trend of survivor bans, we see Seer has been banned the most at 180 times, and then Doctor is 106, and then it's the Antiquarian and Lanternist. So
yeah, it does showcase Doctor. Don't really want to go up against her. It's a bit hard to go up against her as well, especially if you don't have a Bonbon on the team. But even if you do have a Bonbon, it's kind of just so much distance pulling speed, right, by Doctor. And not only that as well, vaulting boost by Doctor, especially up against Bonbon short legs. Bit too hard for Bonbon to waddle his way up towards Doctor fast enough to get those hits. However, at the same time, because of those 2 medical bottles, it's just way too easy for Doctor to continuously contain alongside with touch effect. Now, not only that as well, especially for our viewers here currently too, we do have a final COA⅓ reveal show on the final day, which is the mid-interval showdown, mid-interview showtime between Turn and 4 plays to the immediate finals. So we'll probably see a lot more collaborations alongside with character adjustments coming in soon. So knowing that as well, IVL and IGL summer will be quite fun. And not only that too, Asian Games qualifiers will be starting soon again. So it's a lot to see and a lot to digest, but seeing how Dentist and our Queen Bee has been modified this much now, I believe after this COA⅓, in which we didn't really introduce Queen Bee, I say this COA⅓ is more of a curious showcase for us before he finally gets that nerf in the official tournaments.
Yeah, now that you do mention Queen Bee, I was actually hoping to see her because I've been hearing that she's very strong, and then on the other half, they're like, no, she has a lot of issues. And then I did notice that Dentist is actually doing very good and is very strong at the moment. So they are getting a few more nerfs on his side. So I think that will be a very interesting addition to the team, and I'd like to see how well they do during the tournaments. And they are starting to slow down the new numbers of characters that are being introduced each year. Before it was 3, now they've tuned that down to 2. So then new players, I think it'll be much easier. So then they'll be able to adjust and learn characters without having too many being added all at once.
Yes. Definitely. And I think we're going to stick a little bit more closely to the lore side of the game as well. Because we should be able to see more character switches, especially coming in when we saw Game 0 being held on with Psycho Patient and Sculptor alongside with TME as well. But I think we are finally moving on now from our interview, from our small analysis stage, and we should be able to see, well, if you're looking at the CN broadcast site right now, they finally started the team introductions, but I think we're going to move into that now.
インタビューで早く踊りてえな。
战火已起，紧张刺激的比赛即将开始，让我们有请中国大陆赛区 MRC 战队登场。欢迎笑笑、花慈、奈奈、小迪、白鹿、小程、可可。让我们有请日本赛区 AXIZ 战队登场。欢迎令武、卡卡科、阿斗、娘、卡基里、卡卡卡、莫诺皮。让我们一同期待这场比赛的精彩较量。
There you have it, guys. Today, the last match of this game, AXIZ versus MRC.
And right after the two team roster introductions as well, we're finally back now after a small analysis section of our EN side, in which, of course, if you're watching the CN or the JP side, I don't think they had that section. So if you just came in, don't worry, we just started. Whatever happened 15 minutes ago during that YAF session just happened. So we're now finally move on towards the game. And let's just see what the map selection of these two teams is going to be, right? We've no idea who the home team or the away team is just yet. So during the map selection, it'll be quite interesting to see whether or not they're either gonna first pick up Lakeside, which is what MRC has been doing. And there you go, MRC instantly locking in Lakeside Village.
So it does look like they have chosen Lakeside Village the most. And that's the same thing for AXIZ though. Axis Wave has also chosen Lakeside the most. So this is going to be benefiting both the teams because they do prefer this map quite a lot.
Yes.
Which is quite interesting.
It is. You also see the ban there though from the side of AXIZ Wave, right? Banning out Ever Sleeping Town and Darkwoods, believing that those are the best maps that MRC can be played in. However, we do see the two rosters now from the teams coming in for the quarterfinals, and these are their stats comparison.
Yeah, we can see that the preferred map is going to be Lakeside Village on both sides. Hunter's average game score, MRC is currently higher at 3.8, while AXIZ is 2.5. And we'll go straight into introducing the players.
Yeah, a bit fast on that side, honestly. But you see here, right, the captain of this team, Xiaodi, once again, currently 70% escape rate on second place with preferred character picks of that Lucky Guy and Gardner. The survivors of MRC were initially first place in their group stages. However, if I'm not wrong, there is a survivor from FPXEQ Lin who's currently at 77% of a first place in their overall escape rates too. So if Xiaodi can maintain it, I think second place isn't bad.
And next we will be looking at Nanako playing the archer and the meteorologist, so the harasser and support of their team. Plays... Oh, and sometimes he does play prisoner and pharaoh lady, so sometimes he does take the decoding role, so a very versatile, flexible survivor player for MRC.
Definitely. And not only that as well, right? He does have pocket picks like Painter and then Aquarian, so you cannot forget about that. He is still considered the harasser of this team. And finally, Xiaoxiao from the side of MRC, our main rescuer here. Average containment time before first knockdown is 93.88 seconds, especially when playing Gravekeeper. I was about to say Gamekeeper. Especially when playing Gravekeeper, ladies and gentlemen. Up against Hullabaloo, up against Opera, up against, Ivy. A lot of the first chase does go to Gravekeeper, so it's still a lot of pressure for Xiaoxiao, especially knowing Kakiri has that Ivy available on hand to use. That is prominently scary.
Also having the mercenary and wildling and first off, okay, but we'll be looking for COAⅨ. We do see he as the aeroplanist and the patient main, 8th in the average containment time before knockdown, so 75 seconds, which would be over a minute, which is very important if you are the first survivor that is chased.
But you do see though, right, with the average containment time there of 62 seconds, it seems like we do struggle a little bit more when it comes to max presence hunters, especially after first elimination. Not the best when it comes to trying to handle off the pressure after the first survivor, but definitely one of the best first containers in MRC as well. You also see Hong Hong here, who was the previous rescuer of MRC and now finally coming back after 2 years to aid MRC in their potential first co-op run. But not only that as well, this is AXIZ Kakiri. He's just been here recently as well within the last 2 years. Though formal elimination rate might not seem like much, but let's not forget, he's went up against 5 IVL teams and this makes his 6th.
And seeing that he is usually the player that only plays for the first round and then he'll sub out immediately, that's why he doesn't have as much characters and stats that show him... Oh, actually... Never mind, he does play most of the time. I got him confused with another team. But that's why the stat is averaged out much more.
And it's for IVL teams, so like it's just so tough for Kakiri to handle so much pressure. I don't think AXIZ has ever had a game where they were up against any different regions aside from CN. So it's just tough. Very, very, very tough from the side of AXIZ, and they are the last team now of IGL in this quarterfinals. But let's move on straight towards the ban pick phase.
The first 2 survivors ban, I think we could have guessed it, was going to be Seer, but oh, interesting, he's going to be banning the first officer as the second character.
We want to force out the Gravekeeper earlier on, but no, MRC decides that, you know what, I am an explorer main and I will stick to it, is what Xiaodi definitely wants to say. And the Puppeteer second pick, which generally speaking just guarantees a very solid containment time up against that Goldman. Oh,
they switched it out for the Perfumer at the last second. We do see Explorer being chosen a lot at Lakeside Village because there's a little grass bushes that he can hide and it may take some time for the hunter to look for him. But changing to the Perfumer last minute, not too bad. We have been seeing this happening before as well.
Yeah, and like you see the Enchantress here banned, so we kind of want to force out the Archer early on too, but it just depends on whether MRC wants to take this, because one of their rescuers is gone. So it would be smarter to select a guarantee rescuer, in which yes, Gravekeeper would be for the best. But in that case scenario, ladies and gentlemen, Kakiri can't just ban out the Archer here if he wants to go Goldman.
So the third, the last ban is going to be the Lucky Guy instead, so he just wants to slow down that Cypher progress. Usually we see them bringing up a bot and just decoding and having 5 survivors on the team.
Yeah, but this does look like Ivy now, doesn't it, with Archer locked in? Because like you banned Enchanters and Lucky Guy, which you can stun without really looking at the Hunter. So I think Kakiri might want to commit into this Ivy, but Ivy's way too hard to chase after any of the 3 unless you go for Archer first.
Yeah, so we just need to make a decision whether it's going to be the Goatman or the Ivy. Ivy hasn't actually been chosen as much. The most hunters that he's chosen so far has been the Opera Singer, Goatman, and then the QS. So not quite sure if he is going to be bringing her out. Definitely still an option.
Yeah, it's a lot of possibilities here, especially, I mean, Honolulu wouldn't be bad if you want to go into that Gravekeeper and the Puppeteer, of course, but then Archer is your main issue. It's a good solid team comp here from the side of MRC, because like Xiaodi is an S-Bash Perfumer, Huazi playing on that Puppeteer, we know he's a very good solid first container, and Nanako on that Archer as he always have been. The only issue will be Ivy, however, but if you give him a good rotation point, this is too hard for Kakiri to take advantage of.
And we haven't actually seen all that many Qists in Lakeside Village, so I don't think it's going to be a Qist. So either just go for the stable meta hunter as the goat man, he gets the job done, or just go in for like a specialty meta character as the Ivy.
Yeah.
Or Opera Singer. We have been seeing a lot of Opera Singer as well on Lakeside Village.
Could be. But Gummy, what if they want to bait him to play Bonbon? That's the scary part. Oh, okay, no Bonbon. Well, no, he's played Bonbon in Moonlit before, but yeah, Ivy being played here is tough because you have a Perfumer who can instantly perfume right before the 100 stacks of corruption. Puppeteer can do the same thing. A Gravekeeper is just too hard to chase because of the distance pulling, and then last but not least, you do have Archer, who is considered the easiest chase, but this is what MRC wanted from Kakiri as well, and this just means they're sacrificing Archer so then they can play the harass comps game 3, game 4 with us knowing that there is no more Ivy left to counter it.
So we will be going into the ban, not the ban, the spawn points, where we will see, oh, interesting, we're going to have the Perfumer and the Gravekeeper both towards the middle, and then we're going to have the Archer safely on the big boat area, as you need to be able to look at the hunter if you want to aim those arrows, so they are going to keep her in the safest area, while the Puppeteer will be off towards the top by himself.
Oh, spawning by Perfumer here at Small Boat. If we spawned at the shore at beach, then it would be a bit harder for Archer to rotate out, but this does make it a bit easier, right? Because everyone in the triple middle has to rotate. Archer most likely going towards the big rock, leaving big boat safe for decoding later on, and then Gravekeeper might just have to rotate a little bit further away from Perfumer, in which probably the rotation is either A, towards double 11, or B, towards the beach away from Puppeteer as Puppet rotates towards the shack. So right now it's kind of just a mix and match here, but with this spawn location, Kakiri decides, you know what, we want to go for the early game rotations. As you can see here, Instant Detention with Blink on the side of Kakiri, alongside with Survivors as well. Double Titan Puppeteer and Gravekeeper need your Reflex Perfumer with Flywheel Archer, as this will be the first matchup between AXIZ versus MRC for our final quarterfinals.
Hunter's going to be utilizing the Ghost immediately, sending it towards the middle, where she will be able to run into the Perfumer, but she's already transitioned out, actually going towards the 11 area.
Oh, are we looking for Gravekeeper, or are we trying to get that shovel down? It seems like main body and phantom bodies both looking at GK. Then I guess it's instant shovel mode, no questions asked, as probably want to make a mad dash out of this area as Nanako is nearby.
Oh, Ghost is going to go towards that Archer, while the main body is still going after this Gravekeeper, still inside of his shovel. He may have to leave it if he wants to get this window vault, which he will be doing. Hunter just dropping down immediately.
But let's not forget, Hunt is currently ready, so it's a bit scary here. Gravekeeper, there's no pallet there anymore, but there is two right in front of us. Can we get the revelation? Nicely done, Kakiri. As the first hit, we'll wait a little bit. Nice 42 stack, and there we go. Still two shovel though, so it's overall not the worst.
It does look like the Cyphers, since they had to rotate out, is taking a little bit longer. Hunter's going to be sending the Ghost straight back to the Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper trying to get away from his teammates. Hunter's going to be teleporting to the tablet.
Oi, nice revelation from the side of Ivy. This is a relatively fast end, but let's not forget, Puppeteer can still rescue, Perfumer can still rescue, and we have two shovels on the side of Gravekeeper to use, so it's a guaranteed body block scenario here for Gravekeeper on himself. As you can see, the Cypher machine, it's actually not bad as well.
And it does look like the Puppeteer will be coming in for this rescue, but he is the only Tide Turner available, since Gravekeeper was the other survivor with the Tide Turner. Going to go inside of his puppet form immediately, and the Hunter's going to be recalling the Ghost.
I think we can instantly rescue here, no questions asked. Nice, cancel, but that's a good no damage rescue on the side of Puppet. The side is not the body block here because there's really no point. Gravekeeper just towards the corner we go, and let's see what Perfumer can do here for the side of GK.
And as he's still in his Tide Turner state, he's going to go into the water so that when the Hunter does pick him up, he will be slowed down and just buy a little more time before he's chaired.
You see, Hwatsu getting rid of the Ostracon there. It is 3 Cypher Machines done, which is good. Perfumer's not gonna rotate, that's fine as well, but we do need someone nearby. It seems like it's gonna be Nanako the Archer who wants to come in for the rescue. A bit tougher here, but you do have Flywheel. Nice blink open as we're trying to make it for the rescue right now. Can we try Revelation cancel? We can't, just about on time, but teleportation back here. Can we get anti on towards Gravekeeper? Gravekeeper's 40 stacks. Can we maybe dodge this one? Because that's the most important issue here right now. We didn't! And that's such a beautiful Revelation counter by Ivy. Instant force out of his shovel. And 1 bow and arrow gone from Archer.
Will be able to chair this Gravekeeper for the last time as he will be returning to the manor. 2 survivors are injured. The Ghost already nearby the Archer will just go right towards the Cypher Machine instead.
Puppeteer's last Cypher though, we're going to leech for a 25% is so less. Now we need to see whether or not Perfumer can do much as we can't teleport due to this stun. Now nice Revelation, 59 stacks as right now the chase begins on that Puppeteer.
Hunter's going to be vaulting this window. The Ghost is going for a different target. He's looking at the Cypher Machines. No one in the middle does spot out Xiao Di working at the Little Boat Cypher Machine.
Teleportation, however, didn't really get much of that as we do manage to vault down here on time too. Not much will be used as Perfume will be fully not completed, but depleted. As Hwatsu is going to be forced out of his 40% Cypher Machine one more time.
Ghost going towards COAⅨ, the main body going towards the Perfumer, so a lot of pressure on 2 of these survivors, which allows the Archer to move around freely. And the Hunter is around the middle at Nanako, with Nanako.
We're rotating a bit closely towards that Puppeteer, which is a bit scary, but let's see here. Can we get this Revelation on 96 stacks, ladies and gentlemen? Well, we know that Shadi really wants to go for it, but very beautiful bait by the side of our Puppeteer. And right now, Perfumer slowly dropping down stacks. However, ladies and gentlemen, 47 seconds left until we have teleport ready. And the perfume bottle was beautiful by that Perfumer as we were able to rotate out here one more time. Puppet, who has to dismantle this and will not get leech on time. But can we teleport over here on time? We decide not to. 98 stacks, but let's not forget, Lil Lewis can be used and Undaunting available on hand as well as our 2 Cypher Machines here, currently 90% plus.
There's going to be teleporting straight to the Perfumer. Perfumer already has quite a lot of distance away. The Ghost staying around the shack area. Does look like he can't find the Puppeteer quite yet. The main body continuously guarding this Cypher Machine, and a lot of back and forth here on this Ivy.
Oh, are we going to teleport? We won't here just yet. Puppeteer, teleport over here instantly as well. No corruption transference, at least Mac presence remains. But Puppet will get blinked out in exchange though. That's the worst case scenario as Perfumer may not be able to pop open that Cypher Machine on time. We didn't get to pick up there just yet, but we decide to pick up now. That's not good, Kakiri. You can't do that. Cypher Machine on the other side currently at 99%. Nanako here currently in Big Bow, but let's not forget Big Bow drop down area is where Nanako can stand in order to prevent that Tombstone leech. Let's not forget though, ladies and gentlemen, we want to get a hit on towards Xiao Di right now, who's on his way over to make it for the rescue. No Titaner, however, one last perfume bottle left on hand to use. Doesn't need to be consumed here just yet. And no blink for endgame.
Yeah, with the Cypher Machines primed, with all 3 survivors have borrowed time. She's going to make her way towards trying to body block here at this pallet. She's just going to be able to slip through. Needs to get this before half rescue so that if he does get hit immediately, Mind Games on the chair. Be very careful, is able to get the rescue with no damage.
Okay, but here comes the issue. There's no pallet shock, so we need to rotate out. And then we have to wait here a little bit. That's going to be instant pop there, so we can tank a terror shock hit. But then 5% movement speed, we shall the instant leech, instant go over. It doesn't matter. Oh wait, it does matter. It was just about enough for this Ivy. My lord, that was so game changing here from the side of Ivy. Couldn't really have perfume back there on time because of the animation for corruption transference. But let's not forget here at the same time too, Puppeteer can't get leash on the same time. We need to run through it towards the other side, but we got stuck in between. No max presence, which is good, but Hakiri somehow manages to get this 3-man elimination.
We do see the Archer is opening up the gate at the shore area. Hunter with the detention just waiting for the Puppet at 75%. Now he won't be able to tank that detention hit, but Hunter is not quite nearby him, which is fine because he's slowly making his way towards the gate, but he still has quite a lot of distance and the Ghost is still latched onto him.
Yeah, the only tough part here is Nanako can't really do much in this scenario. The hit down is going to be enough to guarantee the 3k, but even if Nanako stayed there, you could have just leached on towards Nanako to guarantee that 100 stacks of corruption. So let's congratulate Kakiri. A very beautiful, precise detail being captured during this endgame scenario, able to catch the Perfumer off guard without blink and to guarantee the double down endgame for his 3-man elimination.
Well, being able to get that hit onto the Puppeteer with that blink so that he wasn't able to utilize his puppet just in time, was able to down him and then just move on to the endgame situation. However, the survivors did have the upper hand as that last Cypher machine was primed. They all had borrowed time, but that endgame decision-making on that Ivy, being able to down that Perfumer incredibly quickly and then find the Puppeteer in the middle of the map so that he couldn't make it to the gate that was already opened, I think is what really helped her get that 3-man elimination.
Yes, and I believe for Kakiri, this 3-man elimination is what we wanted, as you can see here on the match stats as well. It's 103 seconds from the side of Puppeteer, but initial first containment was Xiao Xiao, who is playing that Gravekeeper, a total of 63 seconds of containment time. Best deduction is given to Perfumer with 200% decoding progress and 75 seconds of containment time. However, Kakiri, it was that endgame play here that guaranteed his 3-man elimination with only 9 hits on survivors.
And another thing that the hunters really like to do is when they expect the survivors side, their persona to only bring 2 tide turners, they will go for the rescuer in the beginning. So then if they can't get that second rescue with tide turner, then they won't be able to buy as much time. Seeing that this is a bigger map, that will hurt the survivors quite a lot. And I think that is the reason why he did end up going for that Gravekeeper as the first chase instead.
Yes, and not only that as well, this is a map chosen by MRC, and currently with the points here, as you can see on our screen, 3-1 for AXIZ Kakiri. Basically, mission completed right now. The 4-man elimination is tougher, especially with a counter team comp like that, but being able to get a 3-man endgame, I'd say for Bailu right now, especially from the Hunter of MRC, I don't think Goman can be a possibility. We might have to try either Opera or Ivy for this 4-man elimination.
So catching the survivors off guard at the end, securing that 3-man elimination. Bailu has also have to either replicate this result or get that 4-man elimination. I'm wondering, is he gonna go for the stable goat man just to be able to secure that 3-man elimination, or is he also gonna go for a little preferential pick, seeing that we saw the Ivy coming out in the first round?
Yeah, because it's now pretty tough, right? Considering how Kakiri was able to get that 3-man elimination. I believe for AXIZ at the same time, they could replicate the same team comps once again, especially forcing out Archer early is good, but I feel like there might be a potential where instead of Archer, we try to go for anti-Querying instead, as you kind of guarantee the fact that you have 5% movement speed boost by spinning, and it forces the Goman not to be played, but instead that Ivy.
What I was wondering is, when the Puppeteer utilized, but if we do go for the AXIZ survivors, we're going to be seeing Addo first here playing the Lucky Guy and the Doctor. So a lot of the Kiter support, more of the Kiter, seeing that Lucky Guy is chased quite often. Stats-wise, he doesn't have the top 10 rankings, but it seems pretty evened out on the Pentagon?
Yeah. Yeah, on the stats pages, so usually what I call it. But more or less for Atto here, right? Having that Doctor just means that I believe Bailu might be forced to ban the Doctor. You can't have a Doctor out there if you want to play Goman or Ivy, so that's the toughest part of it all. Now, for our next survivor here, it's going to be Takako, first officer and the mechanic. I mean, we've seen him play mechanic in the Arms Factory games quite a lot. Currently 7th overall on escape rate being 62%, average reduction of 7,180, containment time of 52.68 seconds, rescues of 0.94, average decoding, progress of 129.19%, and average containment before first knockdown is 70.19 seconds. Overall, very solid container. Can maintain or use that mechanic during this early game like what WBG has done, but the question is whether they are willing to do so.
Next, it is going to be Mono P. We see him playing the Puppeteer and the Meteorologist, so plays a lot of the support character and the sub-rescuer role. In his stats, the containment time around 52, so yeah.
Not the longest, yeah, but sure, look, at the end of the day for Monopi, he is kind of seen as a sub-rescuer, sub-container type, when he does contain well, he contains really well. That's kind of, it's a very volatile type survivor who Monopi is. But let's not forget, with Nyan on the team, anything is possible. We've seen him contain Ivy with that anti-current, so it's always been possible. Not only that too, 73.15 seconds of average containment time here, currently being 9th, and average containment before the first knockdown is 4th of 78.78 seconds.
Nyan is also the Survivor MVP. There was only 2 Survivor MVPs during the group stage. He was the Survivor that got the MVP during the group stage, and then again towards the playoff stage, he was the one Survivor that also got the MVP once again. We saw some excellent kites in the previous matches, so it's definitely a Survivor to look out for.
Definitely, and especially knowing that he is the one known to introduce the fundamentals of kiting up against the Ivy. It's going to be a very tough matchup here for Bailu. Bailu here from the side of MRC main hunter as well. As you can see, stats is overall loaded. 11,176 average deduction points. Average knockdowns is 7.2 with average eliminations of 3.2. Average terror shocks of 1 second place. Average time to knockdown is 56.27 seconds of 4th place. And average 4-man elimination rate is currently 60% at 2nd place. Preferred character picks once again, the Goatman and of course that Hullabaloo.
So very high stats here on the side of Bailu, seeing that they were able to finish all their games within 2 rounds in the group stage, except for when they were going against Zeta. They did do that overtime. So the stats are very high. They've been getting their victories very quickly. Definitely a hunter to watch out for the side of AXIZ. They have to be very prepared for this.
And now knowing, right, we did get a 3-man elimination last game by Kakiri. For Survivors this game, tying isn't impossible. We've seen a lot of teams that are able to tie up against Goman and Ivy during their round 1 phases. It's a huge possibility. Replicating the same team as last game wouldn't be a bad plan, but knowing this is AXIZ, they definitely want to maintain that mechanic potential 1st round or 3rd round or 4th round play. But let's see here, ban pick phase, Anti is immediately gone. That's a full respect on Nyan.
And we did see how Nyan is very good at kiting and utilizing the harassers, so definitely a good choice on Bailu. The Survivor side, they are going to be securing the first officer and the puppeteer, so the rescuing roles have been completed.
We're banning out so much harasser here. Archer being banned just to allow the Enchantress to come out from the side of AXIZ 2. So that's going to be locked in for Nyan as Perfumer banned for the Magician as our final pickup.
So it does look like your standard team comp. We have the rescuer, we have the sub-rescuer, we have the harasser, and then we have the kiter being the magician. A little bit of a exchange here. In the previous round, we did see that the hunter banned out the first officer, so then they had to be forced to pick the gravekeeper. So in this round, the AXIZ survivors did choose the first officer first, just to be able to secure him and play him in the first round.
So this is tough for Bailu to play Ivy. This is tough for Bailu to also play Goman. So it's actually a very well-rounded verse comp. Opera Singer might be a bit tough here too. The only kind of one exception I can see him play is, potentially speaking, if you want to go for long distance, is BQ. But this is round 1, so that's not possible. So I would say, right, it is now his choice between either Hullabaloo, Hullabaloo, Ivy, or that Goatman.
He is the one hunter character that did play Bloody Queen when he was doing the overtime against Zeta, so it's definitely a possibility, but not in the earlier rounds. Maybe in the best of 5, the last round.
You never know, but yeah, there we go. It seems like he wanted to opt out for Opera Singer instead. It's not a bad decision, because if you want to save Ivy for Game 2, Game 3, that's fine, as we know Goldman is always from a band. But for Opera Singer here, our biggest hurdle is definitely trying to get that Magician or Puppeteer down ASAP, with the potential Enchantress harassing for either of the 2 main containers.
So the most vulnerable character does seem to be the Enchantress, as it does take time for her to build up those stacks. So she will be in the safer areas. They're going to be spawning her at the big boat area, Magician taking the small boat, the Puppeteer, it's Shaq, and the first officer off to the bottom, which leaves the middle open. It looks like they're still readjusting the spawn points. They're going to be swapping the Puppeteer and the Magician.
Okay, not bad. I'd say Magician spawning a shack would be better, especially when you can put your illusions right in between those pallets to prevent Upper from dashing and force hit. But for AbyssⅨ spawning by the big bow, Enchantress first chase here probably is not the best. However, second containment can be decently long if you do go for Ench first. So we might see a normal rescue and then sell afterwards, depending on whether or not that puppet has the additional Tide Turner.
So if we just wait for the Persona points, we'll be able to find out which of the survivors will be bringing Tide Turner. On the side of AXIZ survivors, they may bring a triple Tide Turner because they need to get at least 2-man to win up this round, but no, they're going to be bringing 2 Tide Turners. Hunter's going to be bringing Blink, Trump Card, Detention, Destructiveness, Berserker, and Hunter's Instinct. On the side of the survivors, we see 3 borrowed times and a full kiting build on the Enchantress. I'm Gummy here with Kuro, bringing you the live commentary of this match.
Targeting directly, seeing Nyan instantly upstairs there as well. That's such a bad spawn location for Nyan there, as Bailu instantly starting the chase. And it seems like we're gonna try play mind games there. However, Shadow Dancing back upstairs might be a possibility. Bailu, can we get this? Bailu! Oh, we decided not to Shadow Dance. That's so unfortunate, as there goes down Nyan for the containment.
She's going to be dropping down as she does see her vault that window. She's out in the open here, but lots of pallets here to work with. Hunter's going to try to cut her off here, but utilizing the mini stun. Oh, gets the hit, even though she used the mini stun.
Nyan does still have 1 stun left on her hands to use though, but let's not forget 2 pallets here. Blink is barely ready, and you're also very closely towards that puppeteer. Now rotating towards shore to contain. Yes, we can drop the pallets down as much as we can, but you're depleting so much resources just for this first containment.
Is going to be utilizing the last stun, but another one just charged up. Lots of pallets here to work with, but also a lot of remnants, so she's going to be transitioning out towards the wall pallet. Hunter's going to blink through and will be able to down this Enchantress. It is a 1 minute and 10-second kite.
There's no hesitation on that blink at all. I thought we were about to play mind games with the Flywheels, right? But here you can see Monopi already on their way in as the puppeteer for the rescue. However, Cypher Rush isn't the worst, but Monopi might get found here.
Hunter does notice she doesn't see the blood trails, and he's able to sneak past her. Now she's gonna have to dash back, but she can utilize the remnants and cut Monopi off, but he's already close enough to the chair, just trying to buy a little more time and gonna get the rescue with his puppet form.
We decided not to go for the hit because we're still in Lil Lewis form, but okay, I thought we were about to force him to use it one more time, but I guess this is fine as well, as we're going to go back straight towards middle here and force our first officer to come in for the second rescue, as he did just finish off that Cypher in Big Rock.
Enchantress going to be going down here at the middle. Hunter is going to be able to chair her towards this big rockish area, which also keeps them away from that shore, so they will be able to start that shore Cypher machine.
But here's a big issue, right, Gummy? Even if you start shore Cypher, there's a Cypher at middle at 53, and there's 2 Cypher machines at big boat, so it's way too close to each other. And not only that as well, first officer is going to be forced to rescue here. Nice Shadow Dance back here just on time, as you see Magician trying to pop open that Cypher at the same time.
So 2 survivors nearby, but the Hunter is going to try and stuff this rescue. Going to utilize that pocket watch, so the after image is going to be able to get the no damage rescue, but the Hunter will be able to get the hit onto the first officer, but that allows the Enchantress to transition out.
Nyan, can we kite until 3 stacks here already is a good question on hand as well, because if we can, that'll be so good from the side of AXIZ. We did get the battle drop down there on time. We Shadow Dance here ready on hand to use as well, but a nice stun on time. Flywheel is available on hand as well, but no mind games here being played. Nyan vault over here first as the Sasha goes over, but no, that's going to be a terror shock hit down, and it's just a slow vault over there, unfortunately speaking. But the good news is 4 Cyphers done. Last 2 Cyphers big bow, and the final Cypher double 11 near small bow. Teleport is ready though, ladies and gentlemen, and let's see who's going to get injured next.
She's making a dash heading towards Addo, who will be having to take this next kite, but he is at full health and he has all the items left to utilize, so it doesn't seem to be too much of an issue. The most vulnerable survivor right now is the first officer, but he is quite far away and doesn't look like the Hunter is heading towards the shack area. No one there so far.
Oh, but we can't waste that much time finding survivors, so we need to commit to one Ado here. Magician finally back on towards the Cypher Machine, double 11. We know that Puppeteer is a bit of a harder chase here at the same time, but it's the map and Cypher control that matters here the most. Such beautiful shadow leaps as well at the same time, chasing after Ado. Nice shadow dance back. Let's see here. Can we get it on towards Magician? Magician to play this mind game here correctly. Did we get it past? We did! What was that? Bailu hits past the mirror image, the illusion image. Alright, now 2 survivors here. Going to injure, teleport straight towards Monopi. Lulu's here needs to be forced out instantly as well, but that's going to be a half health there. Instant hit, no questions here at all. And now, let's see where the Pala mind game come through. If we're going to run towards the open area, 2 survivors here trying to force the Cypher Machine at 20%. But how long can Monopi actually contain? Can we get the hit pass? We did, but it doesn't matter.
Now, the Puppeteer does have a little bit left from his puppet, but it is going to be his last puppet. A lot of the... unfortunately not able to vault. Will be able to down this Puppeteer next.
Magician on that final Cypher. Tadako rotating from Shaq. If Tadako here gets found from Shaq, it might just be over, especially with the fact that he will not have any items to use during the endgame scenario. Bailu now going straight towards Shaq scenario here. Not only does well, I do think he almost saw Bailu there at the same... Not Bailu, he almost saw the first officer there at the same time. Shadow back here, then there's no one nearby. But if we fully committed, it might have been a little bit better, but Bailu just wants to play this a little bit more safely. Cypher Machine's almost done. We're going towards the wrong direction. Tadako is going to make his way in here from the Shaq.
If she just dashed one more shadow closer to the survivor, she would have gotten tinnitus, and then she wouldn't be going and checking the big boat area. But unfortunately, she didn't get it, so now she's making her way back. We'll finally be able to see this first officer forced to utilize his
mind games
pocket watch.
Boss. We didn't get the second activation. Hold on a second, but that's still okay at the same time. One last activation on hand to use as well. If we get this officer knocked down, we can go immediately for the officer afterwards. When that's like we pop out of a beautiful activation there at the same time. Okay, we have to go for officer here. Can we get the hit down? We didn't get hit down, but that goes straight towards officer. Puppeteer on towards the other side. Teleport ready in 6 seconds. We need to commit to officer because committing to Puppeteer here might be a little bit too hard. But Bailu says that he wants to give it one more try. Puppeteer on his last final leg. Little Lewis, one more to body block for that detention hit, but that's 8 seconds on the blockade that we have to buy for. Nice tank at the same time. At this gate is not opened here just yet.
Puppeteer doing a very good job cutting around the pallets. Oh, but the Terror Shock will be able to down this Puppeteer. Exit gates are not even being worked on yet, so it does look like they're playing it very safe as they do realize the Hunter does have teleport up again.
It's a survivor at a gate each. Teleportation immediately on towards the other side. No one is nearby. No shadow dance here available on hand to use as well as Tadako needs to make his way straight towards the dungeon. Dungeon is also so close yet so far away. The slow ball over there at the same time trying to hide away from this opera singer. But once again, who do you think you are to try away to hide from this opera singer? As the vault over here came over on time as well. Sees that by his on the other side, but we're able to make it straight towards the dungeon on time. Tadako, very beautiful dungeon jump with that wand. My god, a guaranteed tie game from the side of AXIZ. Such a strong game from their side as well, and a beautiful rotation by this officer.
I would just say very good mind games on the side of the survivors. The fact that the Hunter was able to get the hit onto the Magician, she said, I don't want to spend any more time here because he still has 2 more wands to utilize. So she teleports right back to the Puppeteer. Things were a little dangerous. We had 3 survivors at half health. And after downing that Puppeteer, that made the rescuer very vulnerable. But the fact that she wasn't able to spot out that first officer earlier on, if she did spot him out, that would have been very dangerous because the Cypher machines were not ready. But the fact that she didn't get tinnitus at Shaq and had to go all the way back towards Big Boat, that allowed the survivors to prime up that last Cypher machine. And with that last pocket watch and being able to get that rescue, just had the 3-man endgame situation that AXIZ needed.
Not only that as well, like you have to take into consideration during that scenario, right? We saw officer crouching down looking for an item in chest in which he instantly got that wand. However, seeing the containment time here from the survivor side, 71 seconds here from the side of Nian, and a very good push and pull strategy during the mid game to try to get that last cipher done away from everyone else. If Bailu only committed to that Shaq rotation, he would have been able to find officer immediately and guarantee that 4-man elimination.
And another thing I think the survivors did very well was during that endgame situation, they didn't rush to the exit gates. They actually waited and made sure that the Hunter first teleported to one of the exit gates, having the first officer waiting around the middle-ish area where the dungeon was, I felt like was a very good choice. If the Hunter teleported to the shore exit gate, then they would have swapped around. The first officer would have worked on the cornfield exit gate and the other survivor would have tried to make their way towards that dungeon.
Yes, but like let's not, like, they primed. No, the thing is, it's so smart by AXIZ. Oh, the point there was wrong because it was a tie game. It's not 3-1. So just for the viewers real quick, AXIZ has won that one unless I missed something, but it was a dungeon jump from the side of the officer, so that's fine. But like, it's not endgame scenario, right, where the chest was primed. We saw officer crouching down to get open the chest. It was fully primed. The moment he opened the instant one, slow mouth over the window, and then plays the mind game to go towards that final dungeon jump. I feel like for Bailu, he should have just dashed towards dungeon first and then leave the clones nearby for the shadow dance back for a potential hit down. But there we go. That is the point circling fixed. 5-3 for AXIZ as they take game 1.
And during the game, in the middle, after he eliminated the first survivor, he actually dashed around for quite some time, and that allowed the survivors to transition and relocate and get ready for that endgame situation. But first, let's take a look at the highlights.
闪现是不是没下？下了。判断6。哦，我账目是我直接3、2、1交了。行，怎么开？
タイガーノートどうぞ。ちょっと待って、カナ。ナイス。
伸ばし。
あ、向けて。ナイス、向けて。足下がった。いや、これ注射器でなかったら、カラスマン。うまいよ。次よ、よくやって、2が向けてがいい。ナイス。2が向けて。ナイス、上げて。出る。最速で出た。ナイス。
What a beautiful highlight of the dungeon jump, and not only that too, the voice chats of AXIZ survivor during that jump as well, as we did here in our highlights, was something that, of course, from our viewer side is something, is definitely what we believed at the same time. Do a very crucial jump there from the side of AXIZ. Being able to take game 1 away from MRC when they got to choose the map is such a divine start for AXIZ today.
Yeah, we have been seeing AXIZ doing so good against the CN teams, and then now against Bailu for the first round, giving them the advantage in early on. It does look like it's looking very positive for AXIZ, but obviously it's not over yet because this is going to be the best of 5. We will be seeing the band map picks.
Oh, would you look at that? Chinatown band alongside with Moon Rural Park here currently being selected. Actually, with choosing Moon Rural Park is not surprising, especially knowing the fact that it is Kakiri who wants to play the opera singer on this map and Bailu who's only left with that Ivy. We want to put MRC at an even further backseat as AXIZ just wants to keep pushing their advantages up during these first 2 games. Now, of course, it's going to be Kakiri playing first once again up against MRC survivors.
I feel like what you mentioned before is very significant here. The fact that MRC did not go through the regionals gameplay, and then they also got first place here against these teams. They don't have as much match experience as AXIZ does. If we see that AXIZ had to kind of work their way up all the way to the top, and they had to play much more games, they also had to play in the regionals, so they were able to adjust quite a lot, and we saw how well their survivor team has performed, being able to secure that 2-man escape when it was a very quick down on the puppeteer. So
it was. Yeah, and like not only that as well, we saw how last game went with Enchanter's early game, right? Being able to get the hit right past the pallet for Bailu's game up against Nian. But AXIZ being able to take that back instantly during the mid-game was something definitely not expected. We do move on though, however, back to MRC Survivor this time, in which, look, last game was very well done by them. They've kind of done the basics that needs to be done. However, it was just endgame scenario where we were caught off guard by Kakiri's instant, not back by Kaki's, yes, ambush, excuse me, on that perfumer to guarantee the trim elimination finally on that puppet.
Is strategy-wise AXIZ not going for the standard Goatman or the QS in the first round? I feel like helps them quite a lot, especially since the survivors may not be as well prepared for it. So in that way, I think strategy matters quite a lot. Seeing the interesting bans, also getting rid of the Gravekeeper, leaving the Seer open, but most of the times the team comp, they expect the Seer to be banned, so even if Seer does get released, they don't actually end up choosing to use the Seer. And that kind of is what I feel like the AXIZ wave Hunter did very well and took advantage of.
Yeah, not only that too as well now, if you think about it, Ivy is gone. They've now chosen a map that's really good for his opera singer. If he wants to, that QS is still a potential as well, but if you do play QS and opera, then all survivors would just be running knee-jerk reflex anyway, so I do wonder if there's any possibility of Hollow Blue here being chosen by Kakiri, as they are in a lead, yes, but the point difference is only 2. So I would say it's kind of a decision of whether or not we want to save these characters for endgame.
So a lot more pressure on the side of MRC, just so that they don't get too much of a large point differential. Thankfully, there wasn't a 4-man elimination, and they were able to secure that 1-man escape. We saw that to be quite detrimental in the past games. Just not denying that 4-man elimination is definitely a very important task for survivors. But getting that 2-man escape, I feel like, was very well played as well on the AXIZ wave survivors.
Definitely. So it's an even bigger map this time with more with the same dungeon jump locations, but just a bit far away from one another. Not only that too, like you also have to consider the fact that now moving on towards our final game of quarterfinals. You do see as well here with the cosplays. I'm quite sure that's Prisoner, but I'm not too sure who's the one next to Prisoner. I think that's a different character from a different game, if I'm not wrong. I do think that's a different character.
She had a jacket on, so I think maybe you couldn't see the. I think you couldn't see the actual cosplay. So unfortunately, if you saw the dress, I'm sure you would have been able to, because that's your expertise, right?
Oh well, I don't know about that part, but the hairstyle was a bit different. But let's move on towards the band pick phase, though, shall we?
We're going to be seeing the Seer and the Antiquarian band. Very standard. It's either the Seer or the Doctor first, but it's going to be the Seer and Antiquarian this time around.
We don't have Archer anymore. We have to ban Goldman to face up against that Opera Singer. Kakiri's Opera Singer is way too strong. So let's see what our destined first 2 picks will be. There's a lot of selections. We know Patient has been selected a lot. We know Acrobat is decent enough up against Opera, but there are definitely way better options like that aeroplane is available on hand.
They are going to be securing their rescuer first, the mercenary, and then they're going to be securing the meteorologist. Mercenary has been showing up quite a lot in Moonlit River Park because since it is such a big map and it's hard to get the heals off on the rescuers, just being able to rescue while you're injured does seem to benefit the side of the survivors quite a lot.
And Lantern is here being banned alongside with Celeste coding speed. Do we want to pick up Arrow here? Arrow wouldn't be bad, but I think you can save him for the later rounds, especially with those mini decoding speeds being able to help out so much. So the question here is, no, Patient. Not bad. I think it's a good substitute for Aeroplanist.
Yeah, we have been seeing Patient doing a very good job, especially in the first stop and the fourth stop. Yesterday, I saw a very good Patient gameplay where he hooked on right to the first stop area and got on the roller coaster immediately, and that just bought so much time. So in that sense, even if he is spawned at first stop, if he's able to utilize those hooks well, it does seem like he will also be able to kite in that area.
Yeah. But then banning out the Lucky Guy, though, I'm not too sure about the Lucky Guy ban, because I know he's like a nice trump card to use if you want to have that additional decoding speed. But it's just MRC saying, you know what, let's pick up the Doctor. What's the worst thing that can happen if I get hit instant dash out and 2 medical bottles, which guarantees me at least 3 hits if it is indeed an Opera Singer here being played.
It does look like he's also trying to slow the Cypher decoding, especially by banning out that Lanternist and that Lucky Guy, which also leaves QS open. He has played QS twice, so not as much, but it is a possible choice being that it is such a big map, and we have been seeing QS played quite a lot in Moonlit River Park.
Yeah, so it is nice when it comes to overall counters between the two. But it is a bit susceptible to Hullabaloo though, isn't it? Because Doctor and Patient can't really pull that much distance up against Hullabaloo, especially with how fast they rotate. Maybe a Meteorologist, yes, but for everyone else, a tad bit difficult, unless you're like, okay, I don't mind the no damage rescues, I just want the guaranteed tide to see how it goes for my Survivor side later on.
Being able to secure the Doctor in such a big map, she does also still take time for her to transition towards the survivors and also heal them up. But if she is chased first with utilizing the potions, she can tank a few extra hits. Seeing that there are a lot of good palleted areas that she could just pallet spam and keep healing. Oh, but we will get the Opera pick.
I guess it's kind of just standard. Knowing Kakiri as well, he personally speaking just prefers his meta character picks with some, specialities here and there with a Soul Weaver, alongside with, other characters that he has played in group stages before. But this Opera is somewhat expected. The only big question is, do we want to go after Doctor first, or is it a usual Patient chase for the Opera? Because during the last 2 years, when Patient was choosing, it's almost always him being chased as 4-stop, as you can see here too.
Oh, and just as you mentioned, the Opera Singer will be spawning right above the Patient at 4th stop. We have the Doctor at 1st stop, we have the Mercenary at the Cypher Bridge area, and the Meteorologist at the 2nd story. It does look like a high possibility that the Patient will be taking that first chase.
Well, the good news here, right, is Opera Singer has to land those shadow clones, land those remnants in order for her to be able to teleport over. So the Patient can actually make it towards a pallet near 4-stop, he can instantly hook after the shadow dance has been used. So let's just see how it goes though. But for now, Titan Knee-Jerk Reflex Patient, Knee-Jerk Reflex Doctor with Flywheel Meteorologist alongside with Titan Healing Effect on our Mercenary. Kakiri with Trauma Detention wanted to order Destructiveness and Warp here on his side, as this will be Game 2 first half between AXIZ versus MRC, with the professional commentators being brought to you by Kuro and Gummy.
Hunter will be making her way straight for the 1st stop area. We can see the Patients already on top of the platform and rotating out. Hunter's going to be setting up a few remnants here as trying to catch him off guard.
Let's just see here, right? Drop down. Are we going to shadow dance back? Nice shadow dance back, but that's just an instant pullover straight towards the other side. Patient still on the stop here, however, though, is going to maintain quite a nice, decent distance as he will get in between the pallets here right before Opera can catch up.
We'll be able to throw down this pallet, hand a little bit of mind games. We're going to get ready to utilize the 2nd hook. We'll be able to make it to that platform once again.
Not bad. We decide to move towards working carousel here just to double check where Opera is coming from. There is a window there to use as well. However, Patient, unfortunately speaking, cannot take the windows, and this is where the mind games officially begin. But instead of saying, I don't want to play mind games with you, goodbye, have fun. Opera, nice warp over as the instant hit early. We missed the hit! Kakiri needs to go back over straight here once again, but there's a warp here all over towards the other side, but that's okay. No more hook slap on the hands of this Patient to use as well. Now, Patterson, can we get his Patterson on time? We didn't! That's not too bad from Kakiri, but it's already 75 seconds in towards the game.
Gonna go right back into his shadow form. He did get that window vault. He has that one pallet to work with, but playing a lot of mind games. Hunter's putting a lot of remnants and now forcing him to go to the other side. Will be able to finally down this Patient.
Wow, that miss warp was so crucial there. Look at the Cypher machine. You've 2 full Cyphers done and another one at 70%. Let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, 3rd stop Cypher machine is the current one being opened, and it's done by Meteor.
The one thing that's really working in favor of the Hunter is that the wanted order was on the Mercenary. Unfortunately, not able to get a hit onto him when he's far away. He's going to have to elbow pad right away. If she can get a hit here, she can force an early rescue, but he's doing a very good job hiding behind the wall.
Whoa, we saw so much time there, but Merc has to be careful. We cannot get a double down here. Patient decides to rotate out here first. But look at how well MRC survivors have actually allocated the Cypher machine. With third stop here currently being gone, the triple chain at the north side of this area is up, but not a nice vault over by Patient one more time. So much time here being bought, and no hit past the pallet there one more time. Ty Turner is over. This is not good for COAⅨ. We do get the ball over one last time, but it's a tear shock hit down on the other side of the window. And look at where Mercenary is right now on the bottom left-hand side of your screen.
She is getting healed up by the doctor so he can come in for another rescue. We're going to be able to chair the patient for the second time. Was rescued before half, and Mercenary already making his way towards the chair.
Look at how far the Cypher machines are from each other. There's one Cypher at the back of tents, another one at first stop, but let's not forget Two-Story also maintains the Cypher machine too. Mercenary a little bit tough here on the side to note as well, but there's the doctor coming in for the body block at the same time. MRC, what are we cooking?
It does look like the doctor will be taking this hit and will be getting the rescue. No more Ty Turner, as Patient is the other survivor with the Ty Turner getting a bounty block. Oh, will be not even able to get the hit onto the Mercenary. Hunter going back towards her remnant. Oh, double body block situation. The fourth Cypher machine is being completed. The doctor taking another hit and healing in front of the Hunter.
Okay, here comes Xiao Xiao here once again. The body block needs to come to. We need to be able to cancel out the dash here. Xiao, very beautiful block by Xiao Xiao once again. The warp over straight towards our side, but we aren't able to make it towards any pallet. So at least warp saved us somehow in that scenario. But ladies and gentlemen, if it wasn't for the warp, that would have been so bad. And let's not forget, the last Cypher has finally been started.
And all the survivors are at full health. Doctor still chip damage, but she can just heal herself. Hunter going straight for this Mercenary. Still has 2 elbow pads to utilize and at full health.
He doesn't need to utilize the elbow pads as well, because look at how fast these Cypher machines are currently being decoded. Everyone having borrowed time, alongside with the fact that this is a Mercenary English doctor can continuously rescue. We're going to try to change target here straight towards the meteorologist, but does it really matter that much when there's a doctor near working carousel to decode that Cypher machine?
Hunter's going to be in her shadow form, dashing towards the first stop where she'll finally be able to run into Nanako, seeing the Hunter for the first time, but she has a lot of items to utilize.
Oh, dungeon is nearby as well, let's not forget. So if we actually force to commit on towards this meter, it's not good. Let's not forget here at the same time too, we do use the wind pushback, but we can actually get straight towards Two-Story here to try and make it for the dungeon jump. Nanako taking the hit there instantly as well. Maybe there is actually no coaster here nearby at all, so that might be the scariest part of it all. Warp here is almost ready on hand to use. Nanako going straight behind this area here, and a beautiful pass on in exchange, but a little bit more time for us to pull a bit more distance away. Clouds here currently ready on hand to use as well from the side of our meteorologist. Dungeon on the other side, gate currently being open here at the same time as well. Flywheel ready on hand to use. Let's see, Nanako, can we make it or break it here, as COA⅊ wants to make sure that he can't get away straight towards this area. Device very nice shadow dance back here at the same time. One last flywheel, one last hope, one last jump vault over, and we did manage to get over here on time, but let's see whether or not we won this one, and it's a vault over right behind the pallet here. Can we get a pallet? Son, we don't play it, we decide not to play here anymore, but this just means one last win push back. There's a dungeon right in front of us. Nanako needs to make it right now as the warp here is currently ready to hand to you as well, but there's no need to worry, because it will be applause from the side of Nanako to say, you do have warp indeed. I will not win this time, but that's 3 mind games here, 1 just to force out the warp.
Wonderful job on that meteorologist, having all 3 items and utilizing it so incredibly well. First utilizing that cloud, and then the wind push coming in clutch, pushing the Hunter away at the last situation when the exit gate was already open. 2 survivors are already there, but thankfully that warp was back up and she was able to utilize it to at least secure that 2-man elimination.
Wow, could you imagine what would have happened if he changed directly to teleport right after that warp on the patient? If he did, it would have been a guaranteed 3-man escape from the side of MRC, but they have done what they needed to do this game, and look at this containment time.
109 seconds on that patient. That one missed warp and then dropping down hurt the Hunter quite a lot. He was able to transition all the way towards the corner and that pallet. He was able to down him eventually, but then he got the rescue with that Mercenary. He was able to outlast Ty Turner for a couple of seconds, and then without a second Ty Turner, the survivors came in for the double body block, and that bought so much time. By the time the first survivor was sent back to the manor, they've completed all 4 Cypher machines.
It is such a crazy body block. MRC deciding that we need to go for this with one full Cypher remaining on the hand to use. Not only that as well, Doctor coming in for the rescue, force double bottle, Mercenary coming in for the body block, forcing the warp out. As with that game, it definitely could have been a 3-man, 4-man for Kakiri, but it was that Doctor game changer once again for MRC this time that brought them this tie game.
Very well played on the side of the survivors. I would say no mistakes whatsoever. The Mercenary going in for the first rescue. The Hunter did have that one in order, but then she couldn't get the hit onto him early on. So then it allowed him to allowed him to elbow pad straight to the chair. And then on top of that, he kept hiding behind the walls. So then he got that rescue just before half. And then the Doctor coming in, very useful, healing up and going for that double body block. She got hit like 2 times and then she just healed up right away.
Yes.
And then the Hunter going for that Meteorologist, but with all 3 items still available and that last Cypher machine being worked on by 2 survivors, it was just finished way too quickly.
But like, oh my lord, that game, especially with the mind game they're being played by the patient as well, let's not forget, after the initial warp, instant double back, forcing Kakiri to drop them without taking the hit at the same time too. We read the Hunter's movement so well there, and the prolonged containment allowed Meteor to rotate from 2-story to turnstop and finish up the turnstop Cypher to prevent a triple Cypher chain.
Yeah, just in case people don't realize why she hit and dropped down immediately is so that she doesn't have to have that attack recovery, right? But then the patient kind of predicted that and just walked right away from that area. And so, yeah, definitely, as you mentioned, very good play on the patient's side. And
like,
I would say, yeah.
No,
the Meteorologist.
Yes, the Meteor as well, right? All the knockdowns today are via warp. From the side of MRC Survivor. Meteorologist knockdown is via warp. Patient knockdown, both knockdowns is via warp as well. It's just so well played here from the side of MRC. However, that will have to be put to a stop here, as now it's up to AXIZ survivors to try replicate the same thing as what MRC has done last game.
And the similarities we see between AXIZ and MRC is they both prefer to choose Lakeside first, and they also prefer to play in Moonlit as well, as they have both been playing in this area. So a lot of similarities. We can say that both the Hunter and the survivors are comfortable playing in these big maps. So there isn't too much of an advantage, disadvantage on both sides, even though this is AXIZ's map pick.
Like you see as well here from the costume side, Perfumer is not Truce and Inference. One is the deduction skin. I think the other one, no, I think both are deduction skins. I think Perfumer has a lot of deduction skins, but I'm quite sure that's Perfumer on that side. But
I can't help you there, as not the best with costumes. Speaking of costumes, I did see a little girl, the SS costume. And it reminded me of someone else doing a cosplay. I don't know. It was definitely one of the casters.
Wow. Well, anyways, moving on from that, ladies and gentlemen, as I don't know what Gummy's talking about, let's have a look at I think we're moving on towards a fan pick phase here quite soon. No, we're not just yet, but like you see here too, AXIZ survivors, they're not too worried. I mean, tying is not impossible, as they love this map as well, as what Gummy has said. But for Bailu here, with Goman being banned, he's forced to either go Hullablue or Ivy.
That's true. Now that one of the meta survivors are no longer available, since you've already played it, and the survivors finally get a ban, there's a few more options left. Opera, and since Opera was played, they'll most likely ban the Goatman, right?
Yes.
Goatman, yeah. Even though it's a big map, we don't want to allow that meta hunter to get, because Goatman has a 3-man possibility, possibly 4-man elimination, so definitely not something you want to let go through. But QS is available. Haven't see QS quite yet.
Yeah, we'll see though, because like we see a lot of times, right, QS is kind of a bit more reserved for the later rounds because survivors have less meta characters to use. As you can see here, Fire Investigator and Mechanics, if I'm not wrong, that is Line Friend skin from our side here too, and Gravekeeper and Prospector.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot more cosplays seeing that it is the playoff stage. Not as much when we were at the group stage, but a lot is on the line, and if you win this, you will be guaranteed top 4, and then you'll have to fight for the rest of the positions. You won't be able to get eliminated after this. So it is a very important game. So we do see a lot of people in the crowd. Seeing that this is also the last Japanese team in COA, I feel like a lot of the Japanese fans are also there to cheer on their last team.
Yes, definitely. And not only that as well, right? As we now finally move on towards the bad pick phase, tie game, last game, AXIZ currently at the pedestal or at the front seat, as now Seer Doctor just has to go this game.
Yeah, we just saw how effective Doctor was in that previous round. Being able to just continuously re-heal the rescuer, allowing him to get the second rescue, and then just continuously body blocking. She just bought so much time. He does not want to allow the Doctor to go through. On the side of the survivors, so they will be banning out the Hullabaloo.
Oh, wait a second. Andy Curran instant locking to go up against who? To go up against Goldman with Perfumer?
Goldman against Perfumer, yes. As long as she's able to utilize the perfume, she can outlast a cage. And if she can force that hit, also get rid of that cage. So Perfumer, it doesn't look like they're gearing up to go against the Goldman. They're allowing the Goldman.
Yeah, but like, Bailu banned Mercenary though. Mercenary, you don't ban Mercenary if you want to play Goldman. So I feel like actually we might pivot now straight towards getting that cheerleader out to counter the Ivy. They've realized now Bailu does not want to force the Goldman to come out. So getting cheerleader is not a bad plan to bait out this Goldman. But we have to see this final ban.
Most likely, possibly a decoder ban just to slow down that decoding progress. No, he's going to be banning out the Gravekeeper. And with First Officer also not available and the ban on the Mercenary, who are the survivors going to choose?
You cannot play Wildling. You cannot play Wildling here. You cannot play Wildling here. You play Wildling just means Goldman instant cage and you're forced off the board. You have to be very careful with this Wildling click. So this only means one thing. With Hullabaloo being gone, yes, they want to make the rotations. Yes, they want to force out the Ivy or even the Goatman. But does it really matter that much if you can't get the rescue on time?
Yeah, I would say a very risky comp here. The Antiquarian, very good against Goldman, as when she's caged, as long as she can hit him against one of the obstacles, lots of wall areas to transition to, and a lot of good paladin areas. But yeah, the Wildling, it's a little risky, but what choice do they have since the Hunter has banned out most of their stable rescuers?
Yeah, but like realistically speaking here, yes, it isn't a bad team comp to play up against any of the meta characters currently, but it's just that Wildling pick, unfortunately speaking, where we cannot pick up a rescuer on time during the third selection. This is where it hurts the most. Depending on how this goes, maybe we want to see if it's Ivy being played, at least Wildling can dungeon jump up against Ivy with detention and max hunt. But now for Bailu's final selection here, as it's finally his turn to pick. Oh, it's Ivy locking instantly. There's no questions asked on Goldman.
I mean, Ivy does have that potential since she can utilize it's a big map, and Goldman, you have to utilize so much cages, and just to transition from one place to another and you utilize all the cages, then you don't really have it for the kite. So choosing the Ivy just to be a little more safer and have more resources available does seem like it is still a good choice.
But what if we want to play Ivy to chase after Wildling first? Because you can instantly leech onto Wildling, and if he's in mid-animation to get on towards the board, you can Revelation cancel that board. So there is still that chance that might be what Bailu wants to do. But you see this locationing, it's putting this Wildling at the safer spot. Wildling underneath second stop, third stop for cheerleader. Anti-current Northbridge with Perfumer here at 2-story.
Hunter's going to be spawning at the opposite bridge closest to the Perfumer and the cheerleader. So cheerleader being able to rotate really quickly if the Hunter does end up teleporting to her works very well. And the Perfumer, she will be feeding quite a lot of presence to the Ivy, so they do have to be a little careful. But if she does play around with the perfume at the second story, it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Yeah.
So given that in mind, then I'd say first chase is going to be the question on hand, especially from us viewer side. and Ivy up against this full counter team comp. As we see here with the Personas, Instant Attention with Hunt, Berserker, Blink, alongside with Survivors, Flywheel Cheerleader, Flywheel Anti-Courium, Tide Turner on both, our Perfumer, and of course the Wildling. As this will be the second half between MRC versus AXIZ for our Game 2, with the professional commentators being brought to you by Gummy and Kuro.
Hunter's going to be immediately sending the ghost towards the cheerleader, and the main body also, it looks like she's going to be committing on the cheerleader for the time being. She's already transitioned out. Oh no, the ghost is going towards the anti-Aquarian while the main body is still staying nearby the cheerleader.
Cheerleader here cannot immediately going for anti. We want to go for the head-on-head fight here, but this is now we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen, so it might be a tough fight for Bailu. At the same time too as well, it's 63 stacks here. There are 6 seconds until Revelation is ready for the max corruption.
Both the ghost and the main body is going to be committed to the gets the 100% corruption, will be able to injure the antiquarian, but she's on the roller coaster.
But the issue here is second stop is opened. Oh, we got off coaster. Hold on a second. That's a bit more different than what I thought it would be. But there is a possibility Anti wants to go for the instant teleportation and 15-second disarm. So Bailu has to be very careful with his decision making here, as the revelation will not come true. Teleport is on the other side. We want to see whether or not there is a leech potential here for the blink open. But let's see here. Anti very we didn't get the disarm. Oh no, Nyan. It's too open. It's too open.
Yeah, not a lot of Cypher progress here at 80, 50, and 30%. Also being chaired next to the Wildling Cypher machine. Now he needs to go in for this rescue, so I guess that isn't too much of an issue, but not a lot of Cypher progress. Big map.
Sorry, I was about to say he could have leached onto Force, but then Leech was on cooldown to get Wildling instant hit and instant rescue. But you see here as well, right? It's currently Wildling on board, and guess what? It has to be Perfumer Force to come in for the rescue.
She does have Tide Turner, so as long as she can get this rescue, they will be able to buy more time. Hunter's going to be infecting this Perfumer. She can utilize her perfume so she can have the protection, but she's being very patient here. Another perfume being utilized, and to Terror Shock!
Oh my god! The instant skill kuna refresher from the side of Cheerleader being allowing that perfume to reutilize that second perfume, but now dropping down instantly, looking for where that Wildling is. Instant 75% leech at the same time, but let's not forget here, we can go straight back towards the anti-Korean leech on towards anti-Korean here instantly. Blink open, blink open, blink open. We're doing the blink open here, just an instant hit there, but who does it get hit here? It's gonna go straight towards the Wildling. Wildling wants to go pick up the perfumer. Vital, go for perfumer to get the Phantom on towards the anti-Korean here at the same time, and right now this Wildling has to go. Wildling, if you want to stay nearby, but that's fine with Blink here. Blink open instantly, and that's down. No Blink even committed. Go back straight towards the perfume, pick perfume up, yeah, perfume back down on towards the chair, and Nyan is devastated, and that's gonna be a Blink open on perfume. No self he left. All we need to do here is look for where this anti-Quern is, and then go for the Wildling, as Atto wants to make his way in to try heal either of the two.
We do see the ghost is on Atto, and we did chair the perfumer. Hunter is going to be able to infect another survivor. Now she's going to be getting the hit onto the cheerleader as well. Everyone's injured.
Oh my lord, we managed to make it towards the rescue here on time, but everyone is currently injured. Wildling using up self-healers. There are two survivors here currently using up self-heal. Perfumer has one like perfume lap on hands to use, but let's not forget here at the same time, that's going to be the revelation here. Use instantly so we can break the battle here at the same time too. But Perfumer, where is our perfume? Beautifully speaking down here from the side of perfume, but it's not going to be enough. Second chair, and of course Atto currently getting healed by the Wildling, but it doesn't really matter that much when it's currently at 2%. Hello to the two of you. How dare you two heal right in front of me, as the chair down here comes in instantly, and the teleportation to deny that heal.
Perfumer chaired for the second time. Hunter just going to be teleporting straight towards these two survivors. They haven't gotten their healed off. Is able to make it to this pallet. They're trying to get that backdoor rescue with the Wildling on his board, but the ghost is already here, and she's going to be teleporting to them right away. Is able to get the rescue.
Oh, but we got towards the wrong side though. Right now, the other two currently healing still in front of our faces here as we can see. But Whining got managed to go back towards full health. Cypher Machines are currently being locked there so much, but Bailu losing target of the anti-current who was instantly eliminated. It's just so tough here to see two survivors without currently self-heal. Monopi going straight towards the back here. We're going to be able to leech him here and force him to gain as much coverage and stacks here as possible. But right now, at the same time here, Panic Mind Games trying to be played as much as we can here. But let's see here. Here comes the Perfumer. We need to play as long as we can here as the last two Cypher Machines almost done. The survivors here are able to heal, but no corruption from the side of this cheerleader. Cheerleader's currently fighting so well at the same time, but the knockdown here will be enough. However, at the same time, ladies and gentlemen, you cannot forget Nyan going straight towards the last Cypher Machine. This is a guaranteed 3-man elimination as long as we can see where this anti is.
We'll be able to get rid of the first survivor. The Perfumer will be returned back to the Manor. Antiquarian at half health, but staying hidden. Hunter's going to be able to infect the Wildling and send the ghost towards Addo as she's working on that bridge Cypher Machine.
Here comes the last fight, 28 seconds until teleport here is ready. We're going to try to look for Cheerleader here first. When he at 100 stack, that's a hit instantly onto his Cheerleader because this just means we can go straight towards Anti with that Phantom form as Blink is almost about to be ready. Cheerleader trying to rotate around this broken carousel. The Anti-Current trying to force open a Cypher Machine, but the Cypher just aren't enough as we're opening a 7 Cypher Machine here at the same time with 2 final Cypher Machines remaining. Atto here trying to play as much mind games here as we can as our Cheerleader, but that's going to need to leech over straight towards this side of the map looking for the Anti-Current. Anti-Current cannot look back here at the same time. We can blink open Revelation just to get rid of this Nyan. Can we be able to blink potatoes? Well, that's going to be a finally open immediately, but it won't be enough as that goes down with the Anti-Current. Cypher Machines on the last two, only 60% on average and no self-heal for Dash Wildling.
The next survivor is sent back to the Manor. Only 2 survivors left. Cheerleader at half health. They don't have enough progress on the last 2 Cypher Machines. The Ghost already on Addo, and the Hunter will be teleporting to the Cheerleader right away.
Oh, nice 98 stack here currently on hand as well, but let's not forget Wildling got on board so much this game. 20 seconds isn't gonna matter that much. Forced the 100 stack here, very beautifully done here by Atto, but the mind games here on the paddock here once again. No terror shock is all what we're asking for here at the same time, but the flywheel, unfortunately speaking, will not be enough. Last Cypher Machine here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's not forget we can instantly leech on towards Wildling and then bring the Phantom back to monitor this Cheerleader as Bailu somehow scrapes this 4-man elimination game away from AXIZ. Wave.
The main body will be cheering the Cheerleader. The Wildling on his board can get this rescue, but he's quite far away and the Ghost is on him. Last Cypher Machine still not being decoded at 68% with the most progress. There isn't much choices left for the survivor side. Hunter's just going to be dropping down this Cheerleader. It looks like she's going to start the slugging effect.
Oh, let's not forget though, ladies and gentlemen, Wildling, slow movement speed, Blink not ready, but an instant 100 stack with a survivor that has no self-heal left. Now then bring the Phantom body back straight towards the Cheerleader. Aye, for Bailu in this game, it is such a beautiful masterclass up against Nyan, knowing how well Nyan can counter an Ivy. A beautiful positioning by our Ostracons to counteract that pushback disarm.
Hunter doing a very good job keeping tabs on this Wildling. He's going to be at the very corner, but he gets his board just in time. The board will be taking the hit. Cheerleader is going to be priming up her heal, and it's just a matter of time because nobody's decoding and she still needs to get back up. We can see the dungeon isn't anywhere near here, near the 2 survivors.
Oh no, it's behind tent. It's behind tent. I think it was behind tent here. So, with the Hunter currently open right, what we're trying to see here is whether or not Wildling can stall enough time until 80% of bleeding. So then, when Cheerleader bleeds out, Wildling could potentially be being crawled to dungeon. But we're so far away right now. No self heal left on hand to use. Atto finally be able to get up 2 pom poms ready on hand to use. But what does it matter here? AXIZ Wave, we wanted you to show us the way, not show us the wave. As here, as you can see, Cheerleader waving her hand. They're trying to get straight towards the second slot, but there's no coaster remaining on hand to use, and the mind game is going to be the most important one, but the blink hit then will be enough as Bailu takes second game home.
We'll be able to cheer this Cheerleader one more time and look for the Wildling and hopefully be able to... Wildling does not have borrowed does not have self-heal. He's already utilized his self-heal. So it does look like he's trying to crawl away, but the Hunter does spot him out. We'll be able to chair this Cheerleader and go straight for this Wildling next.
Wow, that is intense from the side of AXIZ versus MRC for Game 2 second half. But once again, you left the Goldman out in order for it not to work out in your favor, and it's Bailu taking this huge point advantage, 7-2 for MRC.
I would say the biggest turning point of this match was the fact that he was able to stuff that rescuer. We had the perfumer. As long as she got that before half rescue with that turret turner, it would have been a very safe game. But they utilized all their resources. She utilized 2 perfumes, and we also got the inspired by the cheerleader. But then she messed up, and they got the terror shock. And every time she did utilize that perfume, the hunter got the 100% corruption before, so then she couldn't go back to her perfume, and then she was able to down this perfumer. I would say very good at the attempt of recovery. They were still able to rescue that antiquarian. And if we do look at the stats here, the Wildling does have the most hunter containment time at 102 seconds with that boar assisting and also being at full health. He was able to buy more time, but there was just not much the survivors can do because all of them are injured. And then as soon as they get the rescue, they did a very good job in the fact that the antiquarian was able to escape, but they had to heal in front of the hunter because they have to go for that rescue. But then after that rescue, 2 survivors were down. And then she was able to just chair and then just go back and forth, continuously injure each of the survivors.
Yeah, because like in that game, right, we saw how well the survivor actually has done with the rally that they performed between Perfumer, Wildling, and the cheerleader. Meanwhile, the anti-current was decoding. We're able to actually get quite a bit of Cypher Machine done by the anti-current at the same time too. However, that issue in that game was not the fact that it was not the fact that we didn't do well during that rally. It's the fact that we couldn't get anti-healed because why? Perfumer went down, Wildling went down for the double down, cheerleader was forced to come into rescue here no matter what, leaving anti-current by herself because all the resources were depleted and there was a rally that needs to be performed by the cheerleader to be able to even get at least towards our last Cypher Machine at 60%.
Yeah, so absolutely no breathing room for the survivors, and Perfumer being the first survivor eliminated, they also didn't have the tide turner available, and then the after half rescue on the antiquarian. They had not a lot of resources left. Thankfully for the Wildling, his resources does recharge, same with the cheerleader, so they were the last 2 survivors standing, but 2 survivors going against an Ivy when she has that ghost and she can just teleport back and forth doesn't give you much room to decode the Cypher Machine or try to go for that endgame situation, seeing that also the Wildling had already utilized the self-heal. So even preparing for that endgame situation is very tricky since if the cheerleader goes down, the Wildling has to crawl to the dungeon.
Yes, and now with a 3-point lead here, 10-7 from the side of MRC, they do get the map selection here once again. And let's not forget here, right, at the same time, it was AXIZ who banned out the, who did they ban out? They banned out the Hollow Blue in that game, in which we wanted a full counter, either Goldman or Ivy, which is what they wanted it. We saw that. However, highlight here comes first before we move on to game 3.
好的好的，我要死了，可以，抓很久，卡住了，一行了，我要死了，要不撤，开，不能，做不了，真的，小弟兄，真的，呀，给我搞，你打过来，拉他几个，俺さん狙ってるこれ。じゃあ俺いけるでいける。俺使った俺。いや気もするな。足上いいっす。で飛んできた。8かくね。俺ねいいっすよ。距離。やばい。気にされたら橋ずれるわ。橋石あるんだよね。いやあれこうしてあっちじゃね。あれだ。ニャンさん使ってない。
We just saw how effective the Ivy was. She was able to get the hits without utilizing her blink, and so then she could utilize her blink later on. And she didn't waste a single move. She was able to teleport. I think the one mistake she did was teleporting back to the chair when they were trying to get the rescue on I don't remember if it was the perfumer or the cheerleader. I think it was the perfumer. And so that allowed the wildling to get that rescue even though he was at half health. And then they were able to heal him up later on. But to the map picks.
Oh wow, Leos already? It seems like they want Kakiri to come out here once again. Gomi, if we chose Leo's memory and knowing that Kakiri has what Opera and Ivy played, Goman is definitely permaban alongside with that Hollow Blue. There might be potential we're able to see either QS this game and maybe one of his pocket picks like Soul Weaver, because Soul Weaver actually isn't bad on Factory in this map, especially with the catch-up speed.
And Bonbon is also still available. We saw Bonbon getting the 4-man eliminations. But we don't see Bonbon all that much in Leo's memory, so... We also... QS is... as long as QS doesn't get banned, QS is also available. But we also don't see QS very much in Leo's memory.
And like... Right now, I believe for Game 3, as long as MRC can solidify this win, if they can win this one with the point difference being made, Game 4, Game 5 is almost guaranteed for them no matter what happens. As long as they tie later on rounds, that's kind of where we're currently aiming at. But at the same time too, knowing that, you know, MRC's Hunter, Bailu does play Bloody Queen and doesn't really have that much other meta characters to use for a best of 4, best of 5. A bit tough on his spot, right? Because like, look, in this game, we might want to see a Bloody Queen, as you can see here, alongside with Gardner here being chosen quite a lot up against the Opera Singer. But maybe it's a pocket pick being forced out, because we have seen MRC beating GR with that BQ on this map too. And of course, that is mechanic driven inference again. Brain did not work.
Yeah, since for the side of MRC, they only have one Hunter available. If they do try to drag out the game as much as possible, it would definitely benefit AXIZ more. Another thing is, for the side of MRC, since they have such a large point differential, they will want to play it safe and just trying to keep that lead and possibly just go for ties. Whereas AXIZ now, they have to go for round wins, will benefit them much more. So in that sense, AXIZ will try to prolong the game so that there's less options for the MRC Hunter and just get round wins instead.
Exactly. And like, speaking of round wins as well, you can see here from both Perfumer and the Guard. You know what? I'm pretty surprising how well these two skins actually counteract each other. Sorry, I just went away from your topic. But like, you can see the cosplayer side here as well. Mercenary. Oh, we have the mechanic here once again, and just the overall crowd in general on the side of Shanghai too. I think it is now just a waiting game, so you don't really see as much of them because of bathroom breaks. But like, yes, it's a lot of supporters for both MRC and for AXIZ. But of course, this time it's AXIZ on the backseat. So preferably speaking, if we can get this win by AXIZ, it would be for the best. Tying is what MRC wants.
So a little bit of more pressure on AXIZ Wave because they are at the point differential is much larger. Yes. But if you look at round wins, they are tied. So if we look at the positive side, we will see the Hunter will be banning the Mechanic and the Embalmer. Interesting.
Okay, let's see. QS gone instantly with Goman. Okay, we'd rather go up against his Peddler, his Peddler alongside with his Hollow Blue here. As first two picks, you do have the potential, but Mercenary is currently being permabanned, right? So they just decided, okay, Officer and Toy Merchant. Look, you have Nanako to play Toy Merchant, you have Xiaodi to play Toy Merchant. They have proficiency on this character.
They're gonna make sure to secure their Rescuer. We saw how the Rescuer was not secured on AXIZ's side, so on the MRC side, they're just going to make sure that they have that stable Rescuer. But on the Hunter side, he doesn't want to get the Cypher Rush, so he's going to be getting rid of the Mechanic, and he's also going to get rid of the Harasser for their group.
You still do have Enchantress left to use, but I believe for MRC not picking up Enchantress is a good plan. Having Coordinator here, especially on a map like this, is a necessity when it comes to just buying time and allowing survivors to transition for a potential rebound kite. For ban here has to be a guaranteed container. If you want to, I don't think Acrobat is a bad ban unless you're saying maybe Lucky Guy, maybe Arrow, but it just seems like COAⅨ doesn't like that Lucky Guy at all. Or maybe we believe that MRC Survivor Team Comp has too many good solo containers in which Lucky Guy is too beneficial for them.
And on top of that, just to slow down that Cypher Rush, getting rid of the mechanic and the Lucky Guy, so there isn't the potential of a 5-player group on the Survivor side, they will be able to secure the Cheerleader as their last Survivor pick.
But Gummy, Cheerleader picture is a bit bad, no? Because we've 20% decoding debuff on the Officer, 10% on Cheerleader, and Coordinator as well gets 20% decoding debuff when there is someone on Chair. So I just feel like for this game, their decoding speed might not be enough, even though it is quite a nice map for Survivors, and the Cyphers are relatively close.
It looks like the MRC Survivors are concentrating a little more on the containment time, just individual containment time, seeing that it is the toy merchant. She can just utilize the catapults, just transition to better areas, possibly to that second story area. Cheerleader, she can transition by utilizing the motivation, and the rest of them, obviously, we got the pocket watch for the first officer and the gun for the support, but also for the kite. So it does look like they're just going to go for individual containment.
Yeah, but then at the same time, I feel like we might see a lot of harass, right? Because after the first rescue, Cordy Gun, Cheerleader motivates to get that 25 sack ASAP. There might be potential here. We're able to see a good rebound, good rally from the side of MRC Survivors. But in that case, it is a bit too much of an over support as COAⅨ locks in the Soul Weaver. He knows that decoding is going to be slow, so why not play a slow movement pace hunter? And Soul Weaver here is definitely the right choice.
And also there's a lot of areas where the obstacles are very close together, lots of narrow, the barrels, the boxes, so that's a very good area to place your webs, and that you can get the speed boost, and you can also cut off survivors. If they do walk in there, they'll get slowed down. So as you mentioned, not a terrible pick for the hunter side.
Yeah, I mean, it's an early game slow decoding debuff that hurts the most, but hopefully here MRC did bring audience effect in order to speed it up just in case something odd does happen. Now with Soul Weaver especially landing those web threads, you need to make sure to rotate away from the area or to collect those web threads first in order to get hit and then cancel out the debuff. But as you can see here with the area selection of Toy Merchant in middle, Cheerleader, Asha, Courier are 2 straight with first officer at containers.
We can see the toy merchants, you can utilize the catapults so that they'll be able to go straight towards that second floor area if she does get chased immediately, or as just as a support for the survivors. But Hunter being closest to the coordinator and the first officer, it does look like coordinator seems to be the better choice.
But do we have excitement? We don't. Strong Attention, Rage, Wonder Roller, Berserker on the side of COAⅨ, alongside with Survivors, Fly Tide, Toy Merchant, Tide Turner on our first officer, Knee-Jerk Reflex, Audience Effect Coordinator, alongside with Flywheel Cheerleader, as this will be Game 3 first half between MRC versus AXIZ, but the professional commentary is being brought to you by Gummy and Kuro.
Hunter's going to be spawning and heading straight towards the factory area. We can see the coordinator is decoding at the moment. Doesn't get heartbeat, but when she does get heartbeat, he's just going to be ignoring her and going towards the middle where he will be running into the toy merchant, already making her way to the second story.
Oh, yeah, I think, look, the chase here should be Cheerleader. I think they accepted the fact that Cheerleader has to be first chase, especially knowing it's a Soul Weaver who can stack stacks and you can outrun a Cheerleader with your web threads as well. We're going to look down to maximize Hunter's instincts as Cheerleader makes it to the pallet, decides not to drop it down, and then finally taking the window.
Looks like he was trying to play a bit of a mind games here, but Cheerleader was very careful and she waited and went through the shack area. Hunter trying to catch her off guard yet again by a double window vault. Does not see the survivor heading towards COAⅨ instead.
Oh, COAⅨ is doing a very good job here in stacking up items and then forcing the target changes. But Blink here now is currently ready. Nanako forcing himself back in towards Shaq might not be the best idea. We're a bit too far away in this case as instant double palma here currently being used. We will not be able to outrun this one. Oh, we will be able to outrun this one. It's a Blink open here, tactically speaking, with a slow movement at the same time. But we should be able to see a very beautiful catapult placement here by Toy Merchant in order for Cheerleader to prolong this containment.
Hunter gonna utilize the webs so that he can catch up quickly. She did utilize the catapult, so she's already on the stairs, making her way towards the... Oh, but the webs and the terror shock is able to down her here at the window.
It's quite a... It's not the fastest down, right? Because you're going to see here, Coordinator is already jumping in towards the basement to get ready for that gun. But then also at the same time, I don't... Oh, COAⅨ's actually going. Hold on a second, Xiaodi, can we get this gun on time? Or are we just going to hide there? Because if we hide and COA⅊ goes back upstairs, you got instantly touched, but it seems like Xiaodi... yeah.
Right on the Coordinator. So even if she was hiding underneath there, they don't get that advantage. Now she has to just take one of the spit damages, so chip damage so far. Hunter just playing a little bit of mind games, so they're trying to avoid the stun gun, and she will just get the rescue onto the Cheerleader.
Wow, that's so unfortunate, but let's not forget here at the same time too. COAⅨ, double spit, okay, that's fine, but one of them will have to go down in exchange as Cheerleader does have pom-poms here to use to get out, but it's such a bad game state now. It's not a bad idea going into basement for that, but like you see what the big issue here is when Wanted Order has been procced.
Hunter will be able to bring the Cheerleader right back towards the basement where the Coordinator is and hasn't been able to heal up, so that's a double basement chair on the survivors.
Wow, that Wanted Order bought us so much time. Here comes our first officer. We do have to pick this one up a little bit early, but I do believe it's fine because like this allows COAⅨ to, successfully speaking, struggle free. And like even for officer at the same time, look, you're invisible. You can't really get hit that early. And Xiaodi actually has struggled quite a bit here as well. It's just getting out that's a little bit hard. But for officer here, should be able to struggle free as we make it back downstairs. Oh, we actually get the chair down as well.
Is able to get the rescue onto the Cheerleader, but the Hunter is able to cheer the Coordinator just in time, so they're going to be able to get this rescue on the Coordinator. Instant hit onto the Cheerleader, but all the survivors are out of the basement.
We want to go for Xiao here. Nice spit on towards the first officer as Coordinator is on the other side, but we can't harass because Blink is open, ladies and gentlemen. So right now for both survivors of MRC, we need to make sure to run away from this area. COA⅊ has done such a beautiful job there with that basement camp, but now on this side, teleport is ready. Xiaodi cannot decode the Cypher Machine, and we need to look for the heal as a teleport straight towards Batsu.
Two of the survivors are injured. He is going to go for this Toy Merchant who is at full health, is going to utilize her last catapult to get out of there since that is where one of the Cypher Machines are. That's going to allow the survivors to either... It looks like they're going to concentrate on decoding instead of healing up.
COA⅊ just has to be a bit more careful here because we do see as well COA⅊ is continuously looking. But the Cypher Machine, last three Cyphers are way too close to each other. Even if Officer can pop open that one, you can just see... We're instantly rotating back. Actually, it's not too close. Two at this gate and one at Moon Gate. Xiaodi being forced to leave this area. And I do believe Toy Merchant is, bottom left-hand side looking for a new additional item.
So it looks like the Hunter is going to go for this Coordinator. Is heading in the right direction. Not sure if he saw the blood trails, but we can see the blood trails now. Coordinator having to take this kite. Still has a stun gun utilized. He just utilized teleport, so he knows excitement isn't available.
And no gun here being used would be the best case scenario. As you can see here, right, Xiao is able to finish up his Cypher. So I'd say with this game state, look, that last Cypher Machine isn't bad. Teleport isn't another 33 seconds. So as long as Officer can actually make it in here safely, we should be okay for the Cypher Pop instant rescue. It's just endgame, it might end up being a double down if COA⅊'s gun isn't utilized properly.
So since the first officer finished up that last fourth Cypher Machine, the Hunter knows exactly where he's coming in from. He has to utilize the pocket watch so he can close the distance and get closer to the chair, but is able to get the hit. Cypher Machine's popped. He's still a little far away. Hunter's closing in. He dodges the hit with the pocket watch, but he stuffs. Oh, he gets the hit into the Coordinator, but he does get that rescue.
The question here is, can Officer pick up the gun to gun his Soul Weaver in order for us to potentially speaking make it for the dungeon jump? That's going to be teleport immediately on towards Watson. We've no items left on hand to use, and Flywheel, a bit unfortunate. But the good news here is you don't have enough web thread, so it's at least a guaranteed one-man escape as Officer picks up that gun. So it's a very beautiful job here done by COA⅊, a very beautiful basement camp, and Wanted Order working in his favor.
He's going to utilize all the webs that he can in his path to try and make it to that first officer. Execute 80%. Hunter's almost there, but no more webs, so it does look like he's going to be able to open up and with the spit damage, but he will be able to securely get that one-man escape.
Wow, what a beautiful game here by Kakiri. I mean, to be honest, a lot of this playstyle was back down in basement where COAⅨ couldn't utilize that gun for her to get out alongside with Cheerleader. There's so much walls there to use. But Kakiri with that Soul Weaver, it was brilliantly done. Yes, the down may have been a little bit slow. Yes, the Cypher Machine may have been done, but a 3-man on a map like that is insanely well played, and it's Soul Weaver into permaban.
I mean, I would just have to say that the Cheerleader taking the catapult and making it to the window, but the Hunter just had enough webs to be able to Terra Shock her and was able to down her there. And having the basement there, they were trying to work around it, but the wanted order just didn't work out in their favor, and they were able to down both of them. So it was a double down situation. They were forced to come in for that early rescue as the first officer. He was able to slip past her with that pocket watch, but even though he slipped past her, they still was able to chair that coordinator. So then they had to go for another rescue, but he was able to get the rescue with Tide Turner. So that did allow all 3 survivors to leave that basement situation to try and salvage the situation a little bit more, but in the end wasn't able to do so.
Yeah, but like I think the one unfortunate thing in that game was actually the basement. The basement gameplay there where COAⅨ was able to get out alongside with both Cheerleader and Officer being alive, not be able to utilize that gun there to guarantee the 3-man exit, right? Especially with Cheerleader having palm on, I think was a misplay. But at the same time too, it was a bit hard to get that gun out, especially if it cancels the attack animation of the survivor. But it really was just that wanted order for AXIZ that helped them out so much. Like Xiaoli had such a great spot to basically get the rescue. However, he decided not to go for the gun rescue instead, and we got wanted order spotted out instantly.
We can see that the Cheerleader who took the first kite contained the Hunter for 66 seconds. The most Hunter containment is going to be the first officer, as he was able to contain the Hunter quite well with his pocket watch, around 70 seconds. The Hunter teleporting straight to the toy merchant, I feel like was a very good choice, since you did mention the first officer could pick up the stun gun. And with toy merchant not being able to have any items, you saw her first catapult being used and the second catapult already being used. She didn't really have much to work with towards that end, so she was able to down her very quickly as soon as she teleported.
Yeah, and I guess at the end of the day, it still isn't the worst for MRC. They've used COAⅨ, Cheerleader, and Toy Merchant, in which, look, these survivors in the permanent isn't the worst. In another sense as well, it was kind of expected to from our side, seeing, look, it is a triple slow survivor decoding comp. So it was semi-expected that this would have ended up as a, slow decoding early game, which led to the mid to late game being being Kakiri able to get more advantageous points off. However, I'd say, look, at the end of the day, it is their map selection, and not being able to get the tie here means more pressure for the Hunter of MRC.
Especially even more pressure on the Hunter side, because now that it is round 3, most of your meta Hunters are no longer available, and that means the survivors get more of an advantage towards the later half of the matches. And not being able to get the 2-man escape might be a very crucial aspect, but that also depends on how well the AXIZ survivors performs in this round, in the second half.
Yes, and not only that as well, Baidu has to get a 3-man elimination just to tie this up, or else currently AXIZ will be 2 wins up as they have max selection next game as well. So we can't really losing our map selection here, as it was trying to be given 2 survivors. So now it's really up to how Baidu plays this one out. We know that we banned his Hullabaloo last game, leaving the Goldman open, but for this game, it probably most likely should be the Goldman and Hullabaloo instant double permaban.
And the most decisive factor most of the time seems to be whether you make mistakes or not. We saw in round 2 first half, the opera singer not being able to get the hit with that warp and dropping down, that bought so much time, and then not being able to down him before the Tide Turner, the patient before the Tide Turner, that was another mistake. On the side of the AXIZ survivors in that second round, the mistake was when getting that rescue. So it's those mistakes. I think the less mistakes you make, the higher chance,
better.
Obviously, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And like, I think it was a miracle that it wasn't even a 4-man elimination last game, right? Because that basement play would have went so badly, especially so it would continuously spit you down in the area, slow you down, and guarantee like just a bad game state. They were only like around 2.5 Cypher machines by the time Officer came in, so it's a lot missing. It was a lot missing.
On the side of MRC survivors, I feel like they had a pretty good recovery because they were still able to have an endgame situation where there was 3 survivors, but the issue was the first officer was found a little bit too far away. Once again, the wanted order, actually it wasn't the wanted order, it was the fact that he popped his Cypher machine, so the hunter knew in which direction that first officer was coming from. So then I'm pretty sure they all did have borrowed time. But then the first officer got hit a little too far away from the chair. So then they had to utilize borrowed time, and then they got the rescue, but then immediate down onto the coordinator, and then there wasn't really that advantage of having a 3-man endgame when you down the survivors too quickly.
Yeah, you also see as well, right? Now in this game state, it's kind of like, who can AXIZ play? They could go with what, MRC has done with the non-meta picks, but right now, as you're gonna see, Officer, Puppet, Enchantress, Magician, Anti-Perfumer, Cheerleader, and Wailing gone. And Bailu decides that we don't want to deal with Explorer and Embalmer.
Makes sense. Embalmer, we saw do quite a lot of damage when he placed his coffin on the second story, and then we had the Priestess Portal coming in for FL side. They didn't actually end up winning that, but it was a very good strategy, so he can be quite scary if he's combined with other survivors, so it's very understandable.
But we found out Goban and QS, so we actually don't like QS on this map. Mercenary instant lock, no question as we believe this is going to be a hullabaloo, so we want to gain as much points as possible. And then surprisingly, Novelist finally making his second debut, if I'm not wrong, in our co-op group stages, co-op playoff scene.
Hunter is going to be banning off yet another decoder, so it looks like a lot of the times the hunters want to slow the decoding progress as much as possible. In the first half, we saw that the hunter banned out the lucky guy and the mechanic. Here we see Bailu banning out the explorer and the mechanic.
But then picking up the aeroplaners here, just additional decoding speed is really good. I'm not too sure what character Bailu can actually play on this map, with Seer here being his final last fan. But if that's the case for Survivor side, you still have Archer as an option that has yet to be chosen. But Patient also here is good, considering the fact that it's an instant allocation or relocation to the upstairs area of factory from middle. So it's not the worst team comp. Everyone does distance pull. However, this does seem a bit big for Bailu's Gamekeeper to be played, or even Geisha.
We can see a lot of distance can be pulled with 3 of the survivors, and Novelist becoming a more viable pick now that the meta hunters are no longer available, with lots of pallets. And as long as he can utilize his book and get the hunter's face, he can get a lot of pallet stuns in as well.
But leaving Hullabaloo open isn't good though, because Hullabaloo can instantly get upstairs from downstairs area via any of the posts, right? So I just feel like maybe from the side of AXIZ Survivor, we might be full committing to Flywheel. But also at the same time, is it worth it? As now we're waiting for them to lock in their persona points. Bailu, it's not a lot of options. I mean, you can't play Mary up against this team comp. Soul Weaver, even for Bailu here, is not worth it. And knowing the fact that there may be that potential Hullabaloo that can come out, or even Peddler, but those 2 characters aren't really a winnable character compared to, a lot of the meta hot characters that are currently gone.
A lot of pressure, as he has to also get a 3-man elimination just to tie up round 3. And not having the meta hunters now available, he is going to be choosing the Hullabaloo, just as you've mentioned, to get rid of that second story advantageous area.
But then, okay, so I guess for Bailu right now, he needs to 4-man eliminate here. Because if he doesn't 4-man eliminate here, if he even gets a tie or a 3-man, AXIZ has a secondary hunter for non-meta characters, so it's not beneficial for the side of MRC at all. MRC only has 1 hunter here. So Bailu, this is a do or die. We need a 4-man elimination to win up against AXIZ and to maintain this lead, because if we can't and AXIZ takes over, game 4, game 5, you don't have that much characters to use anymore.
And if we do look at the spawn selections, we're going to see the Mercenary, usually the Rescuer spawn off to the right middle. We do see the Patient, so he can hook up to the second story area. The Aeroplanist inside a factory, and the Novelist inside of the shack area, where he can continuously loop this area and collect more book pages.
Deciding to actually go after Novelist here first. Spawning a Christmas tree gate isn't bad, but Novelist with the early on great power pallet stun with charging up until 50 stacks of your storybook recharge generation. I say even for Bailu here, it's a bit tough because he can instantly counter your double surprise usage the moment you drop it down. So this is something that we really have to be careful about.
So Hunter will most likely be going for this Novelist because he is spawning the closest to him. If we look at his persona, we have the Warp, Detention, Insolence, Wanted Order, and Hunter's Instinct. On the side of the survivors, we can see 2 flywheels, 3 borrowed times, and 1 knee-jerk reflex. So the full kiting build on the Novelist, expecting to take this first kite. I'm Gummy here with Kuroshiro, bringing you the live commentary of this match.
Okay, Bailu instantly going towards... Yeah, we should be going towards Nian here once again. I think this is Nian's 3rd time getting first chase during these 3 games, so let's see how well our Novelists can fight up against the Hullabaloo.
Does look like he has spotted him out. He does see the blood trails, just getting ready to set up his double surprise at this window, as he knows this player is going to be vaulting this area. Hunter's just going to be able to go around as the pallet here has already been dropped.
It's a nice knee-jerk reflex speed boost out, as we're gonna go for the pallet stun here if I'm not wrong. Decides not to go for it just yet, as double surprise is on cooldown. So no switcheroo here once again. Nian's dropping down pallets really early. 5 seconds left until we can use our double surprise to get that instant early hit.
Hunter closing the distance, so he's going to utilize the book to regain that distance, but that double surprise was waiting for him on the other side, trying to charge up his second book as he's transitioning out, but he's kind of stuck here in this corner. Will be able to injure him here for the first time.
It's not the worst, and of course we were able to get the firebomb on. Snowball here just about on the same time too, but now just waiting until Encore is ready, or our next double surprise, as we force the Patient. Oh no, the Patient wasn't here. But no hit down there just yet. That's a nice cancellation, beautifully done, but the storybook still remains, so at least rebound kite potential is available for the Novelist.
Cypher Machines 70, 60, 50, and on the side of the survivors, we have 2 tide turners available. We have Wanted Order on the Aeroplanist, Hunter pressuring Mono P.
Merc can backdoor rescue here, which is good. It can be a no damage rescue as well at the same time, so let's just see how well this double surprise can be equipped. You see here, it's actually the Aeroplanist first, as it's a very nice rescue. We want to go for the additional hits here at the same time, but a very beautiful dodge there once again, as Atto doing actually a very good job with this kite. And once again, Encore will be cancelled out for a little bit, and now the target changed back towards Nian with the warp. He has the... a very nice pallet stun. Didn't even need to actually utilize the storybook.
We'll be able to just trapeze right over that pallet as the Novelist is making his way back towards this window. We'll be able to snipe him with that hit.
That was quite close though. If we were able to actually vault over, I felt like it definitely would have been a possibility of continuing the rebound kite. But here you can see Wanted Order on Mercenary. It seems like the gods has kind of blessed us here with Wanted Order from the side of Hunters. Last game it was COAⅨ. This time it's Mercenary.
So Hunter does notice the Mercenary coming from quite a distance. However, he does have that elbow pad, so he can safely make it to the chair. And also with that delayed damage, a little bit of mind games. Need to make it to the chair pretty soon though, as he will be bleeding out. Okay, nice.
It's a nice injury, nice swap back, but you're going back towards a double surprise range, so that's a free snowball landed. Another double surprise here currently ready, beautiful flywheel, but there was no mob zone there on hand. Encore here as well, nice vault over, no trapeze here once again. So it just seems like for Nian, we're able to actually contain until 4 full Cypher Machines are done, as it is, of course, the Mercenary on that final Cypher.
Yeah, doing a very good job leading the Hunter far away, making his way towards the basement area in Factory. Hunter is going to be able to down him and send the first survivor back to the manor.
Arrow played us instantly spotted out as we still have warp ready, so Takako needs to be a bit more careful here. The last 3 ciphers are actually pretty close, ladies and gentlemen. So for AXIZ right now, if they can push these ciphers, it will be great. I do wonder where that 77% cipher machine is as we're now locating towards where this Merc is with the double surprise.
Merc's still at half health, but the survivors have healed up. Hunter will be able to see him as he's thrown down this pallet. He does get that alert, and he also does run into him.
Moto, nicely done. One double surprise here. Nice elbow pad out towards the other side, but snow bomb, didn't land. Snow bomb one more time, landed just on time here. 77% cipher machine on the other side. Wants to get its mercenary down as soon as we can here without wasting time on that side as well. Cipher machine here currently at Factory is at 87. So this just means bad news. Last 3 cipher machines are way too close to one another.
They are able to finish up that 4th cipher machine. Hunter's just going to be dropping the mercenary and will be utilizing the warp straight to Addo next here. The pallet here is gone, so the only area that can really utilize is that window. Was able to get that vault and will be utilizing the jetpack to get away.
Oh, mud ball, one of the balls. Mud ball there landed first. Fire bomb here, instantly double stack. But of course, double surprise will go down here at the same time. Just missing another mud ball and another snowball here before we can instantly go down. But of course, with Trapeze here currently being ready, drops down the pallet here first and then goes straight towards the arrow, who, inevitably speaking, will go down near the last 3 ciphers. Now, this is such great discipline from the side of Bailu because we knew that the last 3 cipher machines are very close to each other. But then at the same time, Mercenary with that syringe.
And on top of that, he was also healed up by the patient, so he still has self-heal available. Hunter is going to go pressure this mercenary. Doesn't look like he's able to get the heal off, only at 40%, but just making sure that they don't get that backdoor rescue. Hunter going back towards the chair, and that's going to allow the mercenary to heal up.
Even if Merc heals up, it's after half rescue. However, the cipher machine here can't be done by Monopi, which is the scary part of it all as well. Baidu now realizing this at the same time too, needs to go look for Merc. Double surprise is ready, no Trapeze left on hand to use as well. But that's going to be a mud ball landed. Okay, snowball here untapped as well. 60% on the side of our survivors decoding progress. Double surprise here is currently ready too, so we want to save it for a bit later on. It's after half rescue. Nice double, nice triple. Mercenary, one last fight on hand to use. Instant down, no questions asked. And that's Arrow Plainus. Good night to you. Bring me back the crown, as that's what Baidu is looking for. There's no need for miracles. All we need is skill. And that's Merc back on towards the chair.
Last cipher machine is primed, but Monopi has to make it all the way back to the chair. Hunter's going to utilize warp, make it towards the cipher machine. Patient's already transitioned out. He's going to utilize the hook to make it towards the chair. Hunter does spot him out and he's trying to stop him.
Oh no, snowball landed instantly. 70 seconds until our next double surprise here is ready. Ladies and gentlemen, I just realized this is nerfed Hullabaloo that we're talking about. The cooldown is not even 16 and it's 18 seconds. Now trying to look for Monopi here as we want to get additional damages land, but of course no fly we have available at hand to use as well. No double surprise here at the same time too, but that's going to be a mud ball encore. Snowball right on time. What a beautiful fly from the side of our patient. But here also at the same time too, Mercy will make it towards the other side on time as well because we need to get that 99% cipher machine open. But of course, just needing to wait for another 18 seconds. That fireball needs to land somehow, but of course 5 seconds until encore here is ready. Can we really make it on time towards the other side? I don't think we can. We're currently sticking patient in towards this one corner by ourselves, and good night to the patient, as yes, you did manage to get a rescue, but who cares if I can get you back on chair and look for that mercenary.
Hunter utilizing the trapeze to go look for this mercenary, also utilizing his double surprise to try to spot him out. Mercenary trying to get as much distance as possible and no items left at half health. Hunter is closing in.
Oh, hold on. 8 seconds. We're going to the corner. We know where Mercenary is, and it's a complete new patient on the chair. We saw the blue sticker on the ground. Hold on. Bailu, do we see? We saw the blood trails. And hello, Mercenary. Hello, my friend. This is the game where you needed the one-man escape, but we will deny destiny, as no miracle is needed. The pop does come true at the end of the debate, but who cares when you can't even make it to the dungeon on the other side?
Hunter is just getting all the bombs on him so far. Red and the white bomb, just waiting for the mud bomb. He's just playing mind games here at this pallet, but it's just a matter of time because Hunter does have detention. He's going to be going away from this pallet, is able to transition out. Hunter is closing in. He's really good dodges here. He is staying alive here at this pallet. Okay. will finally be able to down this mercenary, getting the 4-man elimination for the side of MRC, giving them the win for round number 3.
This is what they needed here. It's currently, ladies and gentlemen, 6-3. 6-3 right now, and with the lead here from game 2 as well, 7-2. Bailu need this 4-man elimination no matter what. For AXIZ, if they can't get the tie game, it's such a great advantageous point for them game 4 and game 5. But now, yes, your meta characters are gone. It's fully gone because we can ban out Goldman and COAⅨ. There's only Pedder left, but we only need tie games from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, Bailu needed that 4-man elimination, and he got that 4-man elimination. That's why he is known as one of the top hunters right now, especially on the CN side. I'm trying to think, what could the survivors have done differently?
Yeah. Like, I think by this point, right, we might need to get Kaka with his Bonbon and Hermit. I think this might be the only way now for AXIZ to even bring back some points. You can see here as well with the containment time. Nyan did such a great containment, but 52 hits from Bailu. I've never seen so much hits in my life, even when it was Breaking Wheel, Sculptor, and Bonbon meta. This might actually be a record.
And on the side of the survivors, it's not like they made any mistakes. They got all the rescues that they needed, and they just got injuries. They also got the syringe, but he was just so much faster at downing the survivors and being able to locate them. And the wanted order definitely worked in favor of the hunter, as the first rescue was the airplanist, and then airplanist got the wanted order in the beginning. It didn't last long, and he was still able to get that rescue. And then for the second rescue, again, it was wanted order on the mercenary. He was still able to get that rescue, so both rescues were with Ty Turner. Nyan kited 100 seconds. They were able to finish up 3 Cypher machines. It must have been that last Cypher machines were just too close, so then they just couldn't get the distance.
Like, you can see with this game state too, currently it's 16-10, 2-win lead by MRC. If MRC ties game 4, game 5 is very tough for AXIZ to actually bring back. They need to perform a 4-man elimination alongside with, if I'm not wrong, a 4-man escape or a 3-man escape to somewhat beat MRC via points if we are currently on the same level as of points as MRC, yes.
Right, so AXIZ Waves has to try and get the round wins. That's the only way. At this point, the point differential is 16-10, so they're already up by 6 points. They got 2 4-man eliminations, so already so much points on the side of MRC.
Yes.
A lot is on Kakaka if he does end up subbing in. We usually see Kakiri playing in 3 rounds and then Kakaka coming in for the 4th round. We saw him play only 1 time during the group stage, but we will first be taking a look at the highlights.
此时战士就行。不一定要大夫你等下去。哎，下去！牛逼！快，有机会怎么说？
大副还是这个，吃个失乐园，吃个小搏命。
受けますわ。
どうそれね大丈夫です。
あ、いける？オッケー。
うまい。
はい、
もうすげえうまい。オッケー。うまい。無傷。
ナイス。
8ね多分。結構回ってる。うまいお前うますぎ。マスからラストしろね高子ラストしろ。
後使いでもいいよひよちゃんってナイス
これ全然ある。いやーまだクリア使ったでラストしろ。うまいラストしろ。うまい惜しい。
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just finished game 3 here, in which is currently 2-win lead to 1 win from the side of MRC between AXIZ, and of course, point difference is 16-10. Now moving on towards game 4, the good news here is it's AXIZ who gets to choose their map again. However, another big question remains in whether or not we want to swap out Kakiri for KKK.
Seeing that we only saw KKK play once during the group stage when it was the overtime match. So he did bring out the Peddler, but he is also known for the Bonbon. If we do look at the map picks, AXIZ will be choosing the Red Church and the Hunter side will be going first. No map bans on the side of MRC.
Especially in game 4 state, right? Even there's no bans anymore after game 3, so this does make sense. But I'm just kind of surprised that MRC still wants their survivors to come out first. So it seems like Bailu is actually the one handling most of the pressure from the side of MRC, especially after what game state survivors are in. Hopefully this time, with Red Church being chosen and MRC having more survivors to play around with, like their Lanternist, AXIZ team comps, I believe we might be able to see some different kind of plays even from them.
And they actually used most of their stable rescuers, so we already saw the Mercenary and then we saw the first Officer.
Yes.
And
of course Coordinator is gone.
And Gravekeeper?
Yes, Gravekeeper played game 1.
So, because on the side of MRC, when Bailu was banning, he banned a lot of the main rescuers, like the Mercenary and the... my memory is failing me, but there's a lot more...
Mercenary,
there's a lot more
Officer,
options for the side of AXIZ survivors. But on the side of MRC survivors, we are going to be seeing the substitution. So KKK coming in here for round 4.
Okay. We're seeing that the one time KKK played was in this map as well, right? And you can see here, it was his Peddler on this map which guaranteed the win, if I'm not wrong, against Wolves. So we know that, of course, this Peddler can't guarantee the tie game, but you can't forget he's an S-Badge Bomb. He also got 4-1 elimination as Hermit up against FBXDQ in Sacred Heart Hospital, alongside with a little bit more pocket picks. If I'm not wrong, I have seen him play Nayad before as well. But in the permaban side of AXIZ, it is currently Ivy, Opera, and Soul Weaver gone. So at least he still does have, COAⅨ, Hollow Blue, Goatman, Peddler, depending on which 2 gets banned here.
So still a lot of options, being that he is the second Hunter for AXIZ's side. I would say a lot of pressure because now they are at a disadvantage in round wins and they do really need to secure another round win. If there's a tie, then they have to get the win with extra points. But at this point, I don't think it's possible because they got a 4-man elimination 2 times. So we will see later on by adding the total number of points, but it is going to be much harder for them if they tie up round 4.
Definitely. And I do believe from the side of MRC, they just have to ban out Goatman and COAⅨ here. You don't want COAⅨ available to be played. There is still the Fire Investigator already available to use if you want to counter, the Bomber, Hermit, and Hullabaloo. So I feel like even from the side of MRC here, look, Fire Investigator, Aeroplanist, Lanternist to counter all of the characters that KKK does have, alongside with still Escapeologists on the hand to use. You don't actually need any other rescuer except for Escapeologists on this game. But let's see during the pan pick phase what KKK decides to get rid of.
He will be getting rid of the Escapeologists. So with the Gravekeeper gone, Mercenary gone, and the first Officer getting rid of the Escapeologist, another rescuer is unavailable for MRC's side, but along with the Mechanic ban.
And like you see here, right, it's COAⅨ bans. COAⅨ has to go here no matter what. It's too good of a map for him to play around in. If you want to, locking in that Fire Investigator early isn't bad, but I feel like Aeroplanist Fire, Aeroplanist Lanternist, these 2 options are probably the best. Unless you're like, okay, I want to secure a rescuer just in case KKK bans a second rescuer for his 3rd ban.
And we are going to be securing the forward, a potential rescuer. If you stun off the chair, then you can get the no damage rescue. So it does look like they're going to be taking the rescue role and the harassing role.
Leaving Lucky Guy open here for Xiao D. Not bad if you want this as a substitute for that mech. But not also the best idea too, because now your decoding speed is insanely slow, even with that additional dot, especially if Lucky Guy is first chase. Turban for Kaka, getting rid of the lanterns isn't bad. We might be aiming more towards a Hermit pick here, I feel, or even potentially speaking Bonbon.
Survivor side having to play very sturdy because they have to get as much survivors out, but Bonbon does look like a very good viable choice, seeing that he banned out the escapologist.
Let's see here, final ban. We do have quite a lot of meta characters still left on hand. There is still the anti-crane, which wasn't picked, but deciding to get rid of the postman here. Okay, probably just thought, look, we don't need anti if there's a forward on the team. So now a fast decoder on this team. I don't think you should pick any decoders in general unless you're like, okay, maybe Composer, but the Fire Investigator, as we said before, is just too good on this map, especially up against all of Kakaka's Hunter roster.
And especially with the airbags, you can just block off the entrances and exits, so then it will allow the survivors to transition out. It can be very useful, especially against a Bonbon, and you want to try to avoid the bombs and just give more area to transition out. Fire Investigator can definitely be very helpful.
Yeah, I just do wonder who... I wonder if it's going to be Triple Titan here, especially up against Peller. It's not such a bad plan. You have Fire Investigator counter, you have Ford who can kind of counter-ish, and then the Lucky Guy who is a decent enough container from the side of the MRC Survivors roster. But it is pretty much of a big tough choice, because you need to decide on here. There's one slow decoder, but one slow decoder and two very fast decoders in exchange. Peller wouldn't be bad, but it's really just, do we want to go for chair cam, Peller, Bonbon, or do we want to go for more map control like Hermit?
Seeing that the mechanic and the lantern is banned, it does look like he was trying to slow down the decoding along with the postman with his decoding letter. It does look like he is trying to slow down the decoding as much as possible so that he could have more leeway.
Yes. But
Bonbon.
Yeah, Bonbon. It makes sense. It does make sense, but MRC doesn't really have a Bonbon mate on their team, so I do wonder if they have asked saw him for practice before COA⅓ officially started, knowing that AXIZ does have a Bonbon mate on their team as well. But worst case scenario here, I don't think Lucky Guy can use a flashlight, especially with so much tight walls around. It might be a bit tougher to do, but it's not an impossibility, right? That can definitely be a play. But a lot of early game shenanigans will be rotation, as we don't want to give any free, allocations of chips.
Lucky Guy, we've been seeing him getting the football as the first item just so that he'll be able to transition to better kiting areas if he is chased first. But we will see that he will be spawning, Lucky Guy will be spawning off to the left. On top, we have the Fire Investigator, middle, the forward, and the bottom. We have the Aeroplanist. Hunter is going to be spawning in the corner next to the Lucky Guy and the Fire Investigator. So Lucky Guy looking like a very good target.
Not bad, but I feel like what might end up happening here is Lucky just immediately rotates to middle and take that window and directly go into graveyard. That is always a rotation spot that a lot of survivors do take, especially when they're so far away from the hunter. But then, yes, you do kind of interrupt your survivors a bit when a lot of, stress is placed on early game Cypher Rush. But let's just have a look at it though. Persona points. Is it all knee-jerk reflex? No, it's not. One knee-jerk reflex on Lucky Guy, double flywheel on our Aeroplanist and Fire Investigator alongside with Titan here for our forward. Trump card Insolence with Destructiveness on Kaka with Warp, as of course those will be co-online quarterfinals between AXIZ versus MRC, with a professional commentary being brought to you by Gumi and Kuro.
Hunter's going to be spawning nearby these breakable walls. Heading towards the middle, we can see that the Lucky Guy has already transitioned out, and it does look like he's making his way towards the church. Hunter's just trying to cut him off by entering the church earlier on.
But Lucky Guy, very good kind of mind games here being played. We can take the windows and instantly rotate out. It just depends on which direction Bonbon is also rotating from too. So with Kakaka's point of view here, we are forcing Lucky Guy out of the area, but it's just so much time bought just to be able to play these mind games and a very beautiful early chip.
Being very patient at the window, making sure to avoid the bombs before getting that window vault. Hunter is going to be able to have to go over that window and try to close the distance.
But we do have a rugby ball. However, Warpier is currently ready on hand as well. Can we land this chip? Oh, instant rugby ball pull out. But the cancellation on the ball there was beautiful. Xiaodi has nowhere really else left to go. Another beautiful chip there on hand. Remote control bomb. That's a 62 seconds down, ladies and gentlemen.
A very early down for the side of this Bonbon, seeing that the third Cypher machine only has 24%. Oh, the football stopped right in front of... Oh, okay, they were playing a little bit of mind games. He dropped down the Lucky Guy, so then he just didn't go for that stun.
Yes, exactly. And not only that too, I feel like Xiao Xiao can wait around here a little bit, but it's just... You see Kakaka slowly investing the bombs on towards the chair. It definitely will be an after half rescue. If you want to go for before half rescue, it might be a bit tougher on the side of forward. So I believe right now it's a nice forced rescue. I don't disagree with this. I think this is really good. And then forward might be able to come for another potential stun. Forward, are we going to come in right now? Forward's going to look at this. Are we? We're not. Okay, just allow a Lucky Guy to rotate and forward back to decoding.
Was able to get that rescue with Tide Turner, so even if the Lucky Guy is sniped, he will be able to buy a little more time. Doing a very good job dodging the bombs with the walls obstructing the Hunter's view. Isn't able to get the outlasting Tide Turner.
Oh, would you look at this? Very beautiful ball pull away from the remainder of the bombs. No bombs left here except for one and a remote control bomb. And of course, forward getting healed here on time as the Cypher Machine other two are slowly here currently being depleted. Remote control bomb here, unfortunately speaking, will not be used. 5-second bomb here. Can we land the chip? We didn't. Xiaodi, what a beautiful dodge there. A warp here, unfortunately speaking, might just not be enough as the pallet here does get to be dropped down on time. However, no hit passed over. Kaka got a little bit too hesitant right there as we missed the remote control bomb, missed the tap on towards the bomb as well. Still currently half health here on the Lucky Guy. 1 out of 2 bombs here ready on hand to use as well. But let's not forget at the same time, double Cypher Machine got 66%. Here we go. Lucky Guy dodges here one more time, but the terror shock was, tactically speaking, enough from the side of Kakaka.
Amazing rebound kite by this Lucky Guy, being able to utilize the football just to get out of harm's way. We see the forward coming in for the rescue once a possible harass, not the rescue yet, but gets the hit onto the forward while holding the Lucky Guy. So not a lot of attack recovery will be able to chair him here, but it's only the second chair.
Remote control ball here has land. Kaka, remote control ball here has land. First bomb here currently being forced out, but it's a 15-second bomb, unfortunately speaking. The remote control bomb doesn't land. And here comes COAⅨ. COA⅊ doesn't even have to rescue, just stand nearby as well. As long as we get forward to be pushing out, that's all what it needs to be done here. But look at the Cypher Machine, they're so close to each other, and it's also Bonbon too, so there is still room for Cypher camp during these last 3 Cypher Machines, 1 at 2-story, 1 at the gate, and of course 1 in graveyard.
First survivor will be sent back towards the manor, but 2 healthy survivors. We see the forward has picked up an illusion, so as more items, if he does end up utilizing the rugby ball, Hunter's going to be changing targets and going towards COAⅨ as the next chase.
Hold on, 2 survivors, 1 each forward on the Cypher Machine right now, but we need to get someone currently on the side here to heal. But another 15-second bomb here currently being dropped down to force them to rotate away as far away as possible with warp here almost ready with teleport as well. Can we get this bomb landed? It didn't land. That's so unfortunate. Didn't get a connection just about on time. Nanako here once again gets the pushback on time, but we're able to actually utilize that ball to get in between the gaps here. Straight towards Shaq we go. Okay, 2 bombs on hand to use. We need to get the chip right now. Did we get the chip? We did. Beautifully speaking though here at the same time too. Okay, we need to try to get as much carbon here as possible. Nice pushback with us. The chip didn't land, and the dash out from the airbags once again with the flywheel. Okay, 1 more time here. 1 more ball. We need to land this beautiful land from the side of Nanako, but the Cypher is at 69%. No detention hit. Teleport is currently ready. Kaka, we need to teleport here because we don't teleport here. Might actually be very bad forward with the last ball here on his hands to use as well. See where COA⅊ is right now. We don't see forward right behind us. The jetpack already on hand to use. Hover needs to be used, but the hit doesn't register on time. Xiao needs to go back straight towards the same area right now. At the same time, we 78% Cypher Machine decoding progress as we don't really commit towards this full chase. As now Arrow playing this one last item on hand to use. Xiao being forced out of this area at the same time, and now going back straight towards Spy Investigate, get the heal. If we can fully heal here, it'll be so damn good. And also at the same time as well, just hiding as much as we can here. Very beautiful illusions while here being used, but the blood trails here just will not be enough. We want to try to get this chair down at the same time, but that hit down should guarantee more than enough of what we need. Nanako back on towards the Cypher Machine. COA⅊ maybe trying to go for this rescue.
will be able to chair the forward outside of the red carpet area. That last Cypher machine is now being pushed at 89%. Hunter's going to be placing bombs to try and get rid of this forward as quickly as possible. All 5 bombs on the forward. Last Cypher machine is all primed. They're slowly setting up for a potential rescue because they all do have borrowed time.
Hold on, no remote control on left on the hand to use as well. That's going to be a hover instantly over towards the other side. We can actually pop the Cypher machine here instantly because we know that there's no detention. Very beautiful done here by the side of MRC. Everyone currently at full health. Now one survivor out of gate each here. COAⅨ does make it towards the gate here on time with the jetpack here currently being used, but no airbags on the side of Nanako. Nanako, one airbag on hand to use. Very nice dash out here at the same time too with the dungeon here currently being very close nearby. Guys, the gate currently at 30% right now. That's taking clap for time right now. 15 seconds until our teleport here is currently ready, but that's a full health Nanako at the same time too. We're going to try play pad mind games here as much as we can. Gate currently at 80%. Gate currently at 80%. That's a miss, but that's okay. Remote control bomb here trying to buy as much time as we can here at the same time, but let's see here, can we get any more red carpets down at the same time? But now, once again, 5-second bomb here currently being dropped in, but COAⅨ and Nanako were able to make it to the dungeon. A miracle crowned, guaranteed the 3-man escape.
Amazing job on the side of the survivors, just being able to get that rescue on that lucky guy, and then the amazing rebound kite. All the 4 Cypher machines were completed by the time that lucky guy was sent back to the manor. A little bit of a crisis on Kuro's side.
No, it was a beautiful early game for KakaK, but it was just the unfortunate part that we weren't able to get lucky guy down fast enough. We just couldn't get him down fast enough after that rebound kite. It was beautiful ball dirt being used. The Chip's early game registered perfectly, but it was that mid-game scenario that was so clutch for KakaK. We definitely could have gotten even a win game out of that.
And the fact that all the survivors did such a good job avoiding the chip damages. If we look at the Hunter containment time, lucky guy with 87 seconds of Hunter containment being the first survivor kiting, and then Nanako with that 63 seconds towards the end game situation, and a very good job utilizing his airbags going back and forth between the exit gate and the shack area, not being able to land the second bomb. So the Hunter was waiting to get the normal hit so that he could at least be at half health, so he'd be able to down that fire investigator right away, but he was not able to get that second chip damage on Nanako.
Yeah, and like you can see here, right, mid-game scenario, when lucky guy was rebound kiting, our Cypher machine decoding progress was only 2 done with the other 2 at 33%. However, biggest issue in that game was the fact that we could not get lucky guy down fast enough, and Survivor played that one out so well. Because initially during that in-game scenario, Survivors could have instantly popped for the 2-man endgame, with Aeroplaners having jetpack to make it to the other side of the gate alongside with Hover. But we decided that it was not worth to invest it and aiming for that beautiful, just beautiful 3-man escape game there. 19-11 as a point difference.
And another huge factor that helped the survivor side is the fact that the forward went down outside-ish of graveyard area, but the chair there was gone because it was already utilized by the lucky guy, forcing the Hunter to chair away from that last Cypher machine. And by the time the Hunter chaired that forward, that last Cypher machine was primed. And so the endgame situation was already available. All 3 survivors had borrowed time, and Hunter just not having that last trait detention just allowed that 3rd man to escape.
Yeah, but like it was so much stress on KakaK. We saw he had remote control bomb, he had the carpets ready to be used, but it was just so unfortunate he couldn't get it registered for the guaranteed tie game, because that should have been a tie no matter what. KakaK played it so well, but it was just MRC once again, Fire Investigator, no item left, playing patiently and calmly, being able to get the dungeon jump. That game, like even if KakaK just simply speaking waited while the remote control bomb was down for more of its bombs to be ready, it was a guaranteed 2-man elimination no matter what.
Yeah, I would say the fire investigator not getting that second bomb was one of the biggest reasons he was able to make it to that dungeon escape.
Yeah.
There was so many bombs. How did he dodge all of them?
Oh my god, but you know what this means? This means Bailu can play bloody Queen, ladies and gentlemen. This Queen can come out in Red Church as well. Guess who do we ban? Get rid of Aeroplaners. Get rid of Lanternist. And then whatever happens after, but of course Seer needs to go out too. So potentially speaking, Seer landed in his first 2 bans, and let's see whether or not they're going to pick up the aeroplaners. But this is just way too intense, because even if, right, survivors win here, they don't have enough points. If MRC just ties next game, it's just over.
So much pressure for the side of AXIZ Wave. If they want to, they have to get the win for this round 4. That's the only way I can see them trying to make a comeback, which means they have to get a 4-man escape. We don't see a lot of 4-man escapes. There's a reason we don't see a lot of 4-man escapes.
Yeah, that's true. It's so tough. This game, you only need to eliminate 1 man, and the rest of Game 5, how are you going to pull a 6-point difference? It is way too hard to do. And not only that as well, it's also the fact that currently MRC, this isn't even the map they chose. They still have a map to choose next game.
Yeah, MRC just has such a huge advantage here because they already have 2-round wins. They have a 3-man escape, and their hunter is going next. And as you said, Bailu has played the Bloody Queen before. They just need to get a 2-man elimination. And one other stable hunter gives us a 2-man elimination. We see Peddler can give the 2-man elimination.
Yes.
Anne could... I don't know if he plays Anne.
I didn't see him play Anne as much, but it's mainly being Peddler and Goman that's available right now, alongside with COAⅨ. So we actually might be able to force Bailu to play Peddler, but like if you're gonna play Peddler, you might as well play Bloody Queen. Because like if you say, oh, I want to guarantee the 1-man elimination, might as well play Bloody Queen, right? There's no reason not to, as you see here from the crowd as well.
Yeah, I'm sure the MRC fans are very excited to see such a strong play coming out for the Survivor side this time. We saw a very strong play on the Hunter side in the first 3 rounds, and now we see the dominant play of the Survivors. The Lucky Guy play, definitely MVP worthy, but with the 4-man eliminations, definitely a higher chance for the Hunter side to get it. But if there was a Survivor, I would say it'd have to be that Lucky Guy with that amazing rebound kite.
Yeah. But oh my lord. That is such a tough run here. But you guys see, oh look, that's Lady Bella from the side of BQ. I guess even, you know what, we might as well just run it down BQ, shan't we? How many BQ cans have we had today? Quite a lot. I think we had more than quite a lot of the other characters here. A female dancer, animal tamer, and journalist skin. That is her first release skin, if I'm not wrong.
A lot of cosplays here hinting at choosing the Bloody Queen, possibly seeing that there's so many Bloody Queen cosplays. Yet to see a caster cosplay as the Bloody Queen, but you know, it's still an option since somebody seems to really enjoy her presence.
Huh? Yeah. Anyways, aside from all that, right? Moving on from Gummy's point, as we kind of see Cheerleader's recent BLK skin also has been released as well. This is her switched version too, for anyone who wishes to pick her up currently. I'm quite sure it should be available in shop since the 30th of April. I could have gotten that fact wrong, but she should be in shop sometime around now. And yes, yet again, Acrobat's newest skin alongside with, not too sure which survivor that is. That looks like Priestess to me with the red hair, or maybe I'm just lying.
So a lot of exciting costumes. I would like to also add on and help you out there, but I honestly don't know what any of these costumes are.
I mean, it's fine. There's so much skins. There's so much skins recently, and we can see as well from the side of the fans here, right? The AXIZ Wave supporters too. This isn't over just yet. We can still get a 3-man escape. That is still a possibility. But yeah, even so, it's kind of just now saying, okay, it's a lot of waiting time. It is indeed game for a second half after that beautiful 3-man escape by MRC. And now we're kind of just wondering, look, journalist Alice skin. I think this is her Alice skin. I'm not too sure what the name was. And then finally back to mechanics esports skin. A lot of new esports skin coming out. I'm quite sure Geisha is coming out sooner or later as well. So yeah, this is our mid-segment of me ignoring Gummy as we talk about his cosplays and just wait until VP officially starts. I'll fully admit to this.
Yes. Basically, a lot of strategy coming in. we don't really know what they're planning because obviously we're not part of the comms, which would be actually a quite nice addition if we were able to hear the comms. But then again, they're also in Chinese and Japanese, which I don't speak either.
Same.
Chinese, you would understand a little.
I mean, a little bit, maybe not the most. Not the most. I'm on the same boat as you, Gummy. Don't worry. I'm on the same boat here.
I don't think the same as me, as I won't be able to. I don't even know I don't even know many words, whereas you actually can read a little bit.
I don't know about that part. That part is a bit difficult now. Yeah, I wouldn't trust myself. I wouldn't even trust myself. But I think we're moving on towards a bad pick phase here soon, right? As we did see a little bit of a sneaky peek here from the side of Baidu. He seemed like he did want to burn out the Lanternist, but we're going to be able to see it here now currently on the main screen. Let's have a look at the first two bans.
Are we going to be seeing a mechanic ban? So it does look like Seer has been neglected quite a lot. We're going to see mechanic being banned quite a lot and the Ford as the second ban on the side of the survivors.
Okay, we're opening up options here. I like this, as Qist and Goman here is currently banned. Can we pick up Seer here, though?
It doesn't look like Seer is a priority ban, because a priority pick, because since he's almost banned all the time, that means they also don't get as much practice with him. So a lot of the times they just don't choose Seer either way. But with Gravekeeper still being available, they're gonna choose the Escapologist.
And then, there we go, Seer's finally available. I mean, we're carrying Bloody Queen by this point. I think it's quite obvious. Like Mirror, Instant Hish, goodbye, Mirror can't pass the wall, the Turbo, and Seer is just Seer. Look, at the end of the day, I don't think we can play BQ anymore, which is a bit sad.
As long as the Hunter avoids showing her face, she can utilize the mirrors to down the Seer, but with the Owl in the beginning of the game, it does look like it was going to be a very hard chase. Hunter's going to be banning out the Lanternist and the Pharaoh Lady as the last two bans.
I feel like, look, Baidu should be running Peddler here, especially with Seer available on the hands of survivors to use. What's most likely going to happen is Baidu chases after Seer first. After we land the Vine Stun, instant chip damage and Hish to prevent the Owl from coming out. So Peddler here is actually probably the best option, but like with this here currently being selected by AXIZ, more or less speaking, I'm not really too sure what else Baidu can go after when it's a full BQ counter comp.
And on the side of the survivors, it does look like they're trying to Cypher rush this, seeing that they picked up both the Lucky Guy and the Prisoner. With that extra bot and the connected Cyphers, they're gonna have to pour everything into this match.
Yeah, I don't think we can play Anne as well because of Seer, but like Anne could be played up against Escapologist with the only issue of it being your first cat will be cancelled out because of his own mini teleportation after they get the hit. It's a good grey comp, like it is a good grey comp. It's greyish on the area of whether or not you can kite, or you can kite well or kite badly. Because it's too 50-50 with these characters. It's either you do really well or you do really bad. And AXIZ knows this as well, that no matter what happens, they need a 3-man escape. If it's a tie, it will be over with a 3-1 win given to MRC.
So they are going to play a little risky here as they need to make up for the round wins by at least getting the tie. Yeah, they'll have to be playing very risky. It does look like they're going to Cypher Rush, so we can expect quite a lot of, maybe a lot of audience effect.
Yeah. It is Peddler. I would say Peddler was kind of the most expected picks here, right? Well, as a guy tie guarantee or woman elimination guarantee character, it's not the worst. But I feel like for Baidu here, we didn't choose Anne just so, you know, just because Peddler is way better, and also including the fact that there's a higher chance of you tying as Peddler rather than the Disciple Anne. So this is only fair. I think everyone kind of expected this more. Now, speaking the moment Escapologist and Seer came out, BQ will just not be possible.
So unfortunately, we will not be seeing the BQ yet, but if they make it to round 5, there's still a possibility. If we do look at the spawn locations, we can see that the escapologist is going to be taking that red carpet spawn. In the middle, we're going to have the prisoner. Off to the right, we're going to have Seer, and to the left, we're going to have the lucky guy. If the hunter can spawn closer to the lucky guy, it would be a good chase, but thankfully for the side of AXIZ survivors, she'll be spawning in the corner graveyard area in between the Seer and the escapologist.
I don't think we should chase after escapologists here. We've seen Predator chasing after escapologists a lot during their first chase, but I do believe Seer might just be the better option, especially when you do have that chip counter potential as well. But as you can see here, right, it's one step closer for MRC to get to the throne of our COAⅨ trophy. But also at the same time, AXIZ will not back down here anytime soon to give this away for you, especially as the last hope of IJL. Tighturner Lucky Guy, Tighturner Lucky Guy, alongside with Tighturner Escapologist, with Flywheel Tighturner is Prisoner and Seer Knee-jerk Reflex. Turbo's Attention, Rage Wanted Order, Claustrophobia, Blink on the side of Bailu, as this will be COAⅨ quarterfinals. Final matchup here, Game 4 second half between MRC versus AXIZ, with the professional commentators being brought to you by Gummy and Kuro.
Hunter spawning at the graveyard. She's going to get a ground absorption as she's heading towards the... I think it was the Seer that was over there. Mono P already transitioning out.
We do have Exhibitionists here, so let's just see how it goes with the miss attack hits. At the same time, Minerals is currently ready as we do get the mineral shards here from the wall. Mono P is trying to rotate out as much as we can, but with this rotation, barely misses, but also at the same time on the other side as we vault over the pallet. Beautiful dodge.
Is able to make his way past the walls. Hunter's going to absorb this wall, try to cut him off here. He's going to go all the way around. Has one pallet here to work with, but not a lot of distance. Hunter wants to get the normal hit and will be able to finally injure the Seer.
If you look at bottom left-hand side of your screen, ladies and gentlemen, Seer's around 45% owl regeneration, so it's actually not the worst. A very nice vault over chip damage registered, but Seer here might actually maintain a 2 owl usages and a beautiful owl usage just to get away as it forces a blink out from Bailu.
Would say good job getting the owl out with the chip damage and then being able to down him. We can see Wanted Order on the prisoner, but he's quite far away and most likely not going to be coming in for this rescue. We're going to see the escapologist utilizing his relocation to put him closer towards the middle.
You can see here as well the doll being dropped down by Lucky Guy, so it does speed up decoding progress no matter what, but Lucky actually doesn't have a gun. So it's a doll and an elbow pad, so we kind of missed on the look of getting the gun. Could go all for after half, just depends on whether or not we can get the chip damage. Beautiful chip, as now we're waiting. Terror Shock, another potential here. Bailu can actually do it on time as well. Beautiful hit here, but of course Seer will not be able to, unfortunately speaking, take the corrosion effect on the ground.
Hunter's just going to utilize Metal Affinity and get an immediate hit onto the Seer. Looking back to see where the Lucky Guy is, it does look like he has enough distance away. And we'll just be waiting till Tighturner runs out at this corner, far away from all the Cypher Machines and his teammates.
The bad news here, right, is the fact that I feel like even after the rescue from Escapologist, the Cypher Machine wouldn't be enough. Yes, we're already starting the last 2 Cypher Machine with Lucky Guy using his doll to decode, but you also can't forget about the fact that, we already see Tackle right in front of us here too, so that's actually really bad. If we want to, we can Mineral Filthy Wall right inside and then see where this Escapologist, is coming from. As right now, we guarantees at least somewhat of his location. But yeah, the last Cypher is actually being really quick here. Maybe we can get it done on time.
Hunter's going to get an absorption on the ground here. The misdirection eating up a hit, a chip damage, and then we'll be able to get the rescue. Hunter's trying to get the hit onto the nice body block. Is able to get the hit onto the Seer.
Oh, that's so unfortunate, but let's not forget Nyan is currently nearby here for the support, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that Prisoner, eyes on the prize. And let's not forget here at the same time too, it's currently Seer pushing the Cypher Machine on the other side as well. And now Prisoner trying to do as much as we can here, but also at the same time as well, we can't really get the pickup here on time. As of course, that's going to be hit down on towards Escapeologist, but even so, Prisoner on his way in here at the same time. And let's see whether or not we can get anything more from this one. Nyan taking the hit, but no, the hit will be countered out in exchange. Of course, the pickup here on straight towards Escapeologist, but you got the wrong character! Oh, we got the wrong character! Yeah, taking the hit on this instead, and now going down instantly with a double down here. We should have done during the pickup of Seer, not the Escapeologist. The drop down here will be about enough on time. Of course, Escapeologist being able to get the Cypher Machine done on time as well. And the last Cypher Machine clear. Ado has the teleport come through for the Lucky Guy. One last elbow pad, one last dream for AXIZ. If Lucky Guy goes down here, that will be the end of IJL. One last elbow pad here just to get away from this area as much as we possible, and we are able to get rid of the limit of that vine. But once again, chip damage here currently on the hands of the users as well. And let's not forget Mirror Affinity ready on the wall, but that's Lucky Guy down, and the last Cypher isn't enough.
Two of the remaining survivors are at half health. They are going to be healing up as they need to get ready for this rescue. They need to get that 3-man escape, so they have to get this rescue, which means that they won't be able to work on that last Cypher Machine. But if they can just heal up, send one survivor towards that last Cypher Machine, and one survivor, Hunter already spots them out and will be able to go after this Prisoner next.
Oh, Prisoner has no electrocution ready on hand to use. 2 vines, 1 chip, 1 hit. Note the full location of Prisoner right now. Vine currently ready on hand to use. We need to drop down the panic here instantly, or else we're just going to get leached ASAP. Nyan has to be very careful here, but Bailu just decides, you know what, let me get straight towards the chair here first, because I adore the chair more than just you. Your teammate is currently mine, and not only that, as well, the guest today currently at 90%. Can the Cypher Machine here be done? Very nice electrocution, but we're going to try to get a stun here. The stun came through, and the chip damage just to guarantee the 3-man elimination game. Bailu doubled hit there instantly, but the pickup was on time. Last Cypher Machine opened, and it's Takako all left by himself.
So even if the Prisoner was able to get closer to the chair, he didn't have borrowed time. So he had to get the rescue before the Cypher Machines were popped. But unfortunately, he was able to chair this Prisoner. Hunter just looking for the Escapeologist. The win conditions already been met for MRC, so it's just going to be... we can see whether the Escapeologist is going to be able to escape or not at this point.
Wow, that is 3 wins here out of 4 for Bailu. 1 game during the early game was a tie game from the side of AbyssⅨ, in which we managed to barely get the dungeon escape. But Escapeologists will be able to get the gate open on time. However, they will not try for a fight. Wait a second, can we get it out here already on time? But no, it wouldn't be enough. Didn't see where Escapeologist was, as it's a guarantee 1-man escape. You can see the despair on the side of AXIZ as well. It's so unfortunate, but it's 4 IVL teams, 4 semis.
I would just say amazing job on the side of Bailu, being able to down that Lucky Guy, and with no borrowed time on that Prisoner, he had to get the rescue, but Hunter found him way too early inside of that church area. So transitioning from church all the way to the graveyard chair was just too far away, and the Hunter was also able to cut him off with that vine so that he can't get to the chair closer, and with already too much damage stacked up, he just couldn't get that rescue. Cypher Machines did pop, but the only survivor up and running was the Escapeologist.
That was too tough to see, especially for AXIZ as well. They've done very well, especially during the early game stages, but it really was just where Bailu was able to snowball them from game 2, where they lost their mental. It wasn't bad, honestly, with that game being played, but you can see the sheer excitement on the side of Bailu being able to make the semi-finals once again with MRC.
A complete dominant play on the side of Bailu. If we look at it, it was a 2-man elimination, 4-man elimination, 4-man elimination, and then there's a 3-man elimination. I would say a very hard carry on his side. If we look at the Hunter containment time, it's very low on the side of the survivors. The most being the Seer with a 58-second Hunter containment time, not able to get another owl. Being able to also get rid of the first owl with the chip damage so as to down him immediately. I would just say very well played on the Peddler. Not much the survivors could have done.
Yeah, I feel like Seer containment early game was generally speaking really good, especially with the rotations as well. However, the biggest issue was that we kind of went from graveyard to red carpet to middle and then finally to where the Seer is. So it's a lot of kind of time bought early game for survivors to be forcefully rotationing out. And then finally the match results of the day. MRC winning up against AXIZ 3-5, which is MRC's loss. And then 7-2, 6-3, and then 6-2 for MRC at 3-1 from the side of our final matchup for quarterfinals.
AXIZ Wave starting out very strong, getting the win in round 1, but MRC just working against the tide, will be able to get the win in the second and third round. Yeah, I would just say excellent performance on Bailu. Most likely he will be receiving the MVP, as hunters usually do when they get the 4-man eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, it's what, 1 4-man elimination and then double 3-man elimination alongside with a tie as well. So this game was very well fought by both teams. It really was just tough as well. But like, let's not forget at the same time too, right? Even though MRC has won this one, it's GR versus MRC next, ladies and gentlemen. It's not over. It is not over yet.
I did hear a lot of people mention that it's almost like the unofficial finals, because GR and MRC have been showing the strongest, especially on the hunter side. GR, Jin, and MRC Bailu are one of the top hunters for China's side. And seeing them go up this early before the finals is going to be very interesting.
Yes. Because one of these, because whoever loses here is going to go on towards the final day of May the 5th for us to see them fighting whoever loses on the other side for third or fourth place, right? So at least we'll still see all the 4 teams 20 who's made it towards semi-finals again on the finals day. But once again, it kind of is just like, who is it? It's TE making it up the top 4 again, and then it's FBXEQ back once again after Donex 1. COA⅓ 6, but we'll get back to that after we see the highlight.
3人看不到3跑啊！小心没掉啊！压力大吗？
能走吗？走，那边来，可以3跑，那边走，跳。这个的。
这个3一个人呢？気持ちあるで、気持ちある。うまい。
あ、気持ち。
はい、うまい。粘着どうせだったん？ヤンさんの方来るわちょっと。9割。北壁9割。違うよこれ違うよ。いや伸びない。俺ボロ持ってから俺のこと高いから正直。グラフォーあるしボロあるから。グラフォーある。やめだ。
And with that last match, we have the top 4 teams secured. They're just going to be fighting for the first, second, and third place. What I've noticed from this matchup is the fact that AXIZ had the 2 hunters available. Yes, it helps you in the long run, as in there is a sub hunter to pick up the other characters, non-meta characters. But at the same time, you're not as warmed up. And on the other half, you have a 1 hunter that plays for all of your matches. You are definitely warmed up, but then the choice and the characters slowly start to dwindle, and you will get more and more exhausted as the game prolongs longer and longer. But in this instance, it does look like Bailu was able to get the amount of eliminations and lead the team to victory.
Yeah. Not only that as well, I feel like this matchup today, like even between RC versus GR, there was such intense matchup, but between MRC versus AXIZ this time, AXIZ put up a really good fight. They definitely did put up a really good fight, especially what we've seen with the performances last year. But this year, unfortunately, it's just that IVL is way better. As we saw as well, right? It was initially speaking Bailu who is able to get this guaranteed best deduction. Currently his 4th best deduction, alongside with it, as you can see here, Opera, Ivy, Hullabaloo, and Peddler being played.
Excellent performance. We can see he's gotten best deduction 4 times, which means He got it most of the time since he had the 4 matches in the group stage and then once here at the finals. I mean, no words for me here. He definitely deserves it. He was able to get all the eliminations, made the survivors lots. He was able to stuff the rescues, which I think was really big, especially in the Moonlit River Park match. Yeah, no notes for me here.
Yeah, I'd just say, if you look at the overall deduction here, 11,262 average type shots of 0.75, knockdowns of 7.75, average eliminations of 3.25, ladies and gentlemen. Pilots destroyed only 3 and best deduction of 4. This man himself, after moving from HHDG 2 years ago to MRC, and once again proving himself that he can do better and he can work harder, especially since the age of 18, messaging Don't X himself for tips and tricks on Bloody Queen. He finally showcases himself on our co-op group stages, but it's not over just yet, as GR is still available on the hand on our plates for tomorrow. And if I'm not wrong, that should be the second matchup of semis, as first up matchup is between TE versus FPX-ZQ, in which we should see Rai during the closing after the interview stage.
We're going to be seeing the best hunter teams going against each other, since GR's Jin is known as one of the best hunters, and now Bailu is going to be going against them. So I think it's going to be a very interesting matchup. A lot will be depending on the survivors and how they perform, but we will be first going to see the interview for MRC.
こんにちは、バイルです。こんにちは、少々です。本日はね、本当にすごい勝利ですね。で、第1ゲームでちょっと最初不利だったんですけれども、みんなそれにしても頑張って、4セットでこの試合を終わらして、全体的にどんな気持ちでしたか？ちょっと興奮しながら、ちょっと最初のフリーから挽回できたのはすごいと思いました。そうですね、BO5 には最初負けても挽回できるチャンスありますね。では、シャオシャオ選手、何か心境を教えていただけませんか？ BO1 を負けて、ちょっとBO5 なので、この後は安定したプレーをできれば、勝利はまだまだできると信じました。では、第2ゲームについて、バイルイ選手、サバイバーが分けを取ってくれて、相手は羊をバンせずにもう開けてたんですけれども、それにしてもアイビーをピックして、なぜそうしましたか？相手の編成は羊に強くて、そしたらじゃあアイビーでまた今後のバンピックの有利にもつながるんでそうしました。ではその調香師との駆け引きと読み合いでなんで勝ったんですか？相手のその洪水の使うタイミングを見て判断が当たってまた恐怖できたんですね。さすが恐怖のマスターですね。では、ショシャ選手、オペラの相手に対して、肉壁だったり、当然ものチームプレーを見せてくれて、なんか、VC で交流しましたが、あの際に、暗号機は1台しか乗ってなくて、医者がいて、僕もちょっとヘルスをロスをしても大丈夫なんで、できるだけ3逃げができる局面を作りたいとみんなで思いました。では、意思編成の強さをちゃんと生かしましたね。ではまた、シャシャ選手、次のゲームで結婚者相手に対してちょっと不利な局面、ちょっと厳しかったんですけれども、どうやってそこから流れを作れたんですか？相手の結婚者は、最初応援団がまだまだ 生き残ってた際に、空軍を風船に状態にして、僕はまだまだ時間があるんで、地下まで行かなかったんですけれども、ダイナ選手から意図があるから絶対もがきはできないんで、もうそれを聞いて地下に、とりあえず突っ込んだ感じですね。では、その同じセットの後半で、フラバルで4-3できたバイル選手、自分のプレーについてどう評価したいですか？やりたいプレーは全部できて、あまりミスはなかったんですね。でも裏でそうは言わなかったんですけれども、ちょっと違いことを言ってましたね。味方は3-3されても僕は4-3できたんで良かったと思います。バイル選手さすがですね。ちょっと、裏で自信満々そういう風に言ってくれたので可愛かったです。では、第4ゲームで、3逃げができたサバイバ側は、最初はまたちょっと厳しかった状況だったんですけれども、通連後の戦いに向けて何か準備をしましたか？相手に引き止めるがなくて、まだ仲直りがあるんで、発艦に、ハッチがなくて、ではもし、火災調査員が追われるなら、ハッチは多分、2つの残りの場所しかないんで、かけてみたらちょうどそこにいて、そこにハッチがあって勝ってたんですね。では最後のファンタセネバル選手、スモークジェネレーターの辺でちょっと混乱してた局面だったんですけれども、何を考えてたんですか？本当に混乱しすぎて、できるだけ特定のキャラに対してやりたかったと思いました。そのスモークの中に、誰が来てもとりあえず倒そうとしてて、ちょっと違う相手を風船にしてたんですけれども、でもそれでちょうど、相手はスキルを使ってくれて、風船から降ろされたんでちょうど良かったですね。運が良くて。では最後にお二人から何かファンへの一言メッセージありませんか？応援ありがとうございます。明日また頑張ります。ではシャシャ選手、来ていただいて本当にありがとうございます。明日は我々はまた調子を仕上げていて、また JR と戦ってみたいと思います。僕らを信じてください。では改めて応援をお願いします。拍手お願いします。MRC の明日の活躍を楽しみにしてます。改めて勝利おめでとうございます。ではキャスター席に戻ります。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have finished up all the games. The top 4 have been decided. Today, we saw the first matchup, GR versus RC, where GR got the win. The second matchup, AXIZ versus MRC, where MRC got the win. All of the Japan region teams have now been eliminated, leaving all Chinese teams. This is the match results for today.
Yeah, you see here, right, 72 to GR55, A12750, and then MRC 3-5 for AXIZ initially, and then for MRC 7-2, 6-3, and then 6-2. Overall, we did get one best of 5s and another best of 4s, but this is our current bracket for tomorrow.
The 4 teams remaining tomorrow's matches, we will be seeing T versus FPXZQ, and the second match we'll be seeing GR versus MRC. Even if the team here loses, they will still be fighting for third place on the finals day.
And of course, match 1 is currently at 2 o'clock UTC +9, and second matchup is going to be match 2 is at 6:30 in the evening, ladies and gentlemen, UTC +9 as well. Depending on how the game goes, right, we see as well just on our side, I believe it should be TE and GR as the home team for tomorrow, and FBXEQ and MRC as the away team. So it's more beneficial on their side with the map selection for game 1, 3, and 5, and then of course with the other 2 only game 2 and game 4.
And because it was the best of 5s, we got much longer matches, and we also got to see a lot of different hunter picks and also lots of survivor picks. We see Perfumer coming in as round 1 or round 2, try to just counter the Goatman a lot of the times. But it is interesting to see the different, we see Cheerleader coming out a lot more. Escapeologist, we have been seeing him quite a lot, but we do see him more and more as it is the best of fives.
Exactly, and not only that as well, I do kind of wonder, right, because we've seen pocket picks coming here from Jin today, Bonbon, we've seen Peddler from the side of Bailu as well. Possibly speaking, still some more additional hunters, but let's not forget now, when we move on towards semi-finals, it's always going to be the same 5 characters rotated for the first 3 games. That is just how meta works, unfortunately, but once again, the games do not disappoint, especially what we have seen throughout today's quarterfinals.
I think one of the character picks that really caught me off guard was GR Jin's Bonbon. He did not miss a single chip damage, and all of them connected, and he was able to down them so quickly. I believe he downed the first survivor with all of his bombs and no normal hits. And yeah.
No, and I was about just to add on, you know, alongside with Alf playing the Spidey place as well, being able to get a 4-man elimination up against GR in-game for Chinatown, in which is what he has replicated before too. So like with Alf alongside with Joker in Chinatown is such a great kind of nostalgia, and of course something to always go back on, as well as seeing how he is able to win against one of the more stronger Survivor teams with such a non-meta character like that, where it's very easy, and with a team comp that full counters him with 2 flywheels and mechanics bot.
Right, RC did fight very hard, but unfortunately, yeah, GR Jin's Hunter just was very dominant in the matches. And then we saw another very dominant match with MRC's Hunter Bailu. Finally got to see them face each other to see which Hunter is going to be take the top place for China's regions. Seeing that for the Asian games, the roster for Japan is already out, but I haven't seen the roster for CN. We do know that the Hunter for Japan's team is going to be Aka and Yukakina as the second. But still to be decided or to be revealed for China's side.
Yeah, I do think for China's side, 3 survivors have already been revealed, being Wolves Lion as the main rescuer, Kira AK, and then WBG Persga. Still missing the survivor and the 2 hunter side here, currently being selected for our Asian games too. But of course, even with Japan here being gone, Asian games will occur, if I'm not wrong, next month. A bit of a sneak peek, could be potential next month, but the final top 8 should be somewhere around end of August, mid-December. So that is still something to look forward to, as I believe with Asian games, we might actually not have IVS this year, but we'll know more on the finals day, I'm sure, with more announcements in the mid scenarios. But we're gonna move on towards the end of the day, towards our final highlight, and we'll see y'all tomorrow.
Okay, 俺回し行こう。一応鬼没、多分いけだと思う。やべ。あ、7、6。直接开！直接开！待ってるんだと思う。小さく我慢しといて。あとはこれでいいの？溜まった。いいよ。了解。ちなみに開ける。
展现是没掉，
不给，你不给这个。
Nice！
不能，做不了。
真的，小李教那个。
撕上去了，架撕很多撕。
有没有吗？
反正这样。呀。9割、北壁9割。違うよ。いや。